Chapter 3161. Abandoned Lair was one of the two most notorious danger zones in Hangluo Star Field. It was both dangerous and evil, with only the equally famous Galaxy Ridge being on par with it. More than 90% of the space pirates and the outcast warriors of the entire space zone were gathered in the two places. The people who lived in the two places were all vicious, brutal, and ruthless people. For thousands of years, the three great forces in the Star Territory had constantly clashed with these pirate gangs and had even joined forces to try and eliminate them, but whether it was Abandoned Lair or Galaxy Ridge, they were both easy to defend and difficult to attack. What's more, they were protected by natural spirit arrays, so it was not easy to take them down. Repeated invasions not only failed, but also resulted in heavy losses. Abandoned Lair was not a real lair, but an extremely chaotic star territory. Chaotic force fields, violent asteroid seas, and star field storms were its most natural barriers. If one was not familiar with the way in and out, even a third-order origin king would be in danger if they got lost. At the center of the chaotic area, a lot of broken, enormous asteroids were scattered. Every one of the asteroids was immeasurably large. The pirate gangs in the abandoned lairs had planted their roots on the asteroids and thrived for countless years, growing stronger and stronger. The countless star pirate gangs, large and small, were the foundation of Abandoned Lair. Among these star pirate gangs, the strongest and largest one was called the Ruthless Blood Pirate Gang, and its leader, Jianghu, was a proud third-order origin king. With such strength, even in the entire star territory, he was a peak existence with few rivals. He was naturally the king of evil. Jianghu had cultivated for 1,500 years, and it was rumored that he had some connections with Sword Union, one of the three great forces in the star territory. When he was young, he was also a young genius of Sword Union, and the higher-ups of Sword Union had high hopes for him. However, some kind of accident happened, and as a result, he killed his master and brother, betrayed Sword Union, and fled into Abandoned Lair. A few hundred years later, a ruthless blood pirate gang appeared here. Jianghu hair was completely white, indicating that he was in his twilight years. For a third-order origin king, this was very unusual. Even though he was already old, his figure was still ramrod straight like a sword. It seemed like the education he received in the Sword Alliance when he was young was still affecting him. As he sat there, his entire body was like a sharp sword that hadn't been unsheathed, and its edge was completely restrained. On the opposite side of the table, an extremely old man was lightly sipping his tea while his entire body was suffused with a bloody aura that caused others to feel extremely uncomfortable. Even though he was similarly old, if one observed carefully, one would notice that this person's body surged with a bloody glow, and his bloody aura was even more exuberant than a man in his prime. Moreover, this bloody aura wasn't ordinary, and it instead carried a ghastly aura that was extremely strange. "Did you find out anything?" The old man put down his teacup and asked softly. In this abandoned lair, Jianghu was the overlord. There had never been anyone who could speak to him as an equal, let alone ask him such a question. Although it was a question, there was a faint arrogance of a superior speaking to a subordinate. The old man's cultivation was also a third-order origin king, not any weaker than Jianghu, and the symbol on his clothes clearly indicated his origin. Great Desolate Star Territory, Netherworld Sect. This old man was a vice-sect master of Netherworld Sect. Jianghu still didn't know his name, only that he called himself Old Ing. The sword master's sword heart was resolute, and he would rather break than bend, not to mention a peerless sword master like Jianghu. If someone else dared to show even the slightest disrespect to him, Jianghu would have cut them down with his sword and let them have a taste of his own power. However, against this Old Ing, Jianghu wasn't sure he could win. What's more, although he was dissatisfied with Old Ying's condescending attitude, he didn't want to become an enemy of Netherworld Sect. Over the past dozen years, he had witnessed the strength of Netherworld Sect, and if they really fought, this abandoned lair wouldn't be able to resist Netherworld Sect's attack. Hearing this, Jianghu quickly said, "There is no useful information. The people in Noble Star's territory died too quickly, so no useful information was passed on." Olding said, "It's impossible that there is no clue at all, right? In recent months, the territory of Great Desolate Star had suffered heavy casualties. More than half of the results of the invasion over the past dozen years had been destroyed. They had lost contact with many stars, such as Monster Star, Shadowed Star, Water Moon Star, Green Mountain Star. He didn't care about the life or death of the cultivator of the other great forces, but he cared about the situation of the Netherworld sect disciples. What frightened him the most was that he had lost contact with Tongxian realm. One had to know that there was a vice sect master on the other side, and his cultivation was on par with Old Ying's. There was also the assistance of 4 other third-order origin kings. With such a lineup, how could Hangluo Star Field resist, let alone destroy them? Perhaps there was a small accident on the other side that caused the connection to be cut off. But when this conjecture appeared, Olding couldn't convince himself. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it, so he asked Jianghu to send someone to inquire about the situation. In the end, he got such an answer, which made him quite unhappy. There are indeed no clues. If Olding doesn't believe me, you can send someone to investigate, Jianghu replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Unlike Galaxy Ridge's submission to Great Desolate Star's territory, he chose the path of cooperation. He cooperated with Great Desolate Star's territory to destroy Sword Union and take revenge for the blood feud of the past. In terms of the results, the cooperation was not bad. Sword Union was indeed destroyed, and some of the cultivation stars in its possession fell into the hands of the cultivator on Great Desolate Star. Sword Union fell apart, and only the young Union Master escaped the disaster and went to Tongxian Realm to seek refuge. However, Tongxian Realm was also in a precarious situation. Once Netherworld sect's plan succeeded, Sword Union's young Union Master would have nowhere to hide and would die without a doubt. His 1,000-year enmity had been avenged, but Jianghu didn't feel much joy because he had mistakenly underestimated the strength of Netherworld sect. Although he was still the biggest leader of Abandoned Lair, the entire Abandoned Lair was basically controlled by Netherworld sect. He was no longer worthy of his title. If Netherworld sect really wanted to deal with him, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to escape. Asking a tiger for its skin was the reason for his actions today. However, there was no benefit in dealing with an unbending great sword cultivator, and it would only increase internal friction. That was why Netherworld sect tolerated him, but this cooperation was no longer possible. Jianghu had long lost the capital to cooperate with them. Although he hadn't become their lackey yet, when Hangluo Star Field completely fell, the first person Netherworld sect would deal with would be him. Olding faintly smiled. Coupled with his gloomy aura, this smile gave people a bone-chilling feeling. This old man can still trust the words of the chief. It's just that the events of the past few months have been bizarre. The chief is a local, so do you know who in this world has such heaven-defying methods? Jianghu raised his sword-like eyebrows and said in surprise, "Does Olding think that those who have lost contact with them are all doomed?" Olding sighed, "This old master doesn't want to think so, but I'm afraid it can't be wrong. If it was only 1 or 2 places that had lost contact, it could be explained as an accident, but in the past few months, there had been too many places where they had lost contact, so many that Olding was shocked. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he knew that some hidden master in Hangluo Star Field had come out of seclusion. This master was currently hunting down Great Desolate Star and Netherworld sect. Jianghu was slightly shocked. If even Olding said so, then he was probably right. After pondering for a while, he said, "Back then, there was an old man in Star Territory who was known as the strongest in Star Territory. His strength was unfathomable." "Who?" "Wu Dao." Who in Star Territory didn't know Wu Dao's name? When Jianghu was young, Wu Dao was already a third-order origin king. After so many years, Wu Dao's cultivation had probably improved, so it made sense if he was the one taking action. But it shouldn't be him. Jiang Xuesong slowly shook his head. Why do you say so? Olding asked. Because he left this star territory several decades ago and went to a more mysterious world. The star boundary. Old Ying's eyes flashed with a look of yearning, but it was quickly extinguished. The star boundary? Jiang Xuesong looked at Old Ying in amazement. This was the first time he had heard this term, so he was quite curious. Go on. Old Ying was too lazy to explain. Hangluo Star Field didn't know about the existence of the star boundary, but Great Desolate Star Territory knew about it. That was because the Netherworld sect's ancestral founder had gone to the star boundary and established a sect there, using the Great Divine Technique to send down a decree and some treasures. As the vice sect master of Netherworld sect, he was naturally not unfamiliar with the star boundary. The previous sect master, Yin Lisheng, had gone to the star boundary. The star boundary was a place that all cultivators yearned for as it had more complete world principles and a higher martial Dao path. If it weren't for his old age, he would also want to go to the star boundary. Jiang Xuesong said, since it can't be Wu Dao, then I can't think of anyone else. While speaking, he frowned and hesitantly said, it's also impossible for him. Who? A junior called Yang Kai. Since it's a junior, why mention him? Olding said unhappily. Jiang Xuesong said, although I have never met Yang Kai, he is not an ordinary junior. Wu Dao was able to go to the star boundary all thanks to him. Back then, it was Yang Kai who took Wu Dao and a few others away from the star territory. At that time, there were rumors in the star territory that in less than 100 years, this junior would become the strongest person in the star territory and replace Wu Dao's position, but he left so early. He sighed, it is this Zhang's regret that I couldn't fight him. If you have such a wish, then this young master will satisfy you. A person's voice came from afar. When the first word was heard, the person seemed to be still several dozen kilometers away, but when the last word fell, a heroic figure appeared in front of the hall. The dim light of the abandoned lair shone on his back, casting a long shadow that seemed to cover the entire hall. His face was obscured by the shadow, making it impossible to see his features, only his eyes were shining brightly. Jiang Xuesong and Olding both held their breaths. The newcomer did not emit any aura, but it made their hairs stand on end and their blood run cold. Chapter 3162. Who goes there? Jiang Xuesong roared as he stood up. The figure strode in and arrived in front of Jiang Xuesong in a few steps. Jiang Xuesong felt as if a giant dragon was pressing down on him. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back and fall into a chair. The sword heart that he had cultivated for 1,500 years actually made a cracking sound and a fine crack appeared on it. Had he become timid? Only now did Jiang Xuesong come back to his senses and realize what had happened to him just now, causing a look of extreme shock to appear on his face. His life had been bumpy and he had encountered countless powerful enemies, but no matter when or what kind of enemy he faced, he had never been timid or retreated. No matter how many tricks the enemy had up their sleeves, no matter how high their cultivation was, he would break them with a single sword strike, even if it meant being crushed to pieces. It was precisely because of this determination that he had tempered his flawless sword heart. But in that moment, he had felt timid for the first time in his life, causing a flaw to appear in his perfect sword heart. Yang Kai looked down at him, almost sticking his face to his face as he grinned, "Head chief, you really are forgetful. You were just talking about this young master, how could you forget in the blink of an eye? You are." Jiang Xuesong's eyes trembled as an extremely absurd idea appeared in his mind. He resolutely said, "That's impossible." "Anything is possible." Yang Kai turned around and sat down on the table before turning to Olding and asking, "Are you from the Netherworld sect?" His casual attitude made it seem as if he had not entered a dragon's lair, but rather a familiar neighbor's home. Even with Old Ying's rich experience, he could not help but feel that this was absurd. "Let me ask you something." Yang Kai stared at Olding. "Are you the Netherworld sect master?" "No." Olding shook his head. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said regretfully, "I didn't find the right place." Sword intent suddenly surged as a brilliant sword light flashed, illuminating the hall. Everything in the world seemed to lose their luster at this moment, leaving only the light of this sword. Jiang Shuasong had brazenly attacked without any warning. As a swordsman, he shouldn't be sneak attacking others from behind. In the past, he had never done so. He had always defeated his enemies fair and square. However, Yang Kai's forceful approach had actually caused him to feel timid. His sword heart was covered in dust, and he couldn't care less about anything else. Before the sword chi arrived, Olding raised his hand and a blood-red banner appeared in his hand. It was one of the two most commonly seen secret treasures of the Netherworld sect, the Blood Sea Banner. However, the Blood Sea Banner in Old Ying's hand was obviously more powerful than all the Blood Sea Banners Yang Kai had encountered so far. The aura it exuded was at the peak of Origin King grade, and if not for this world's restrictions, it would have become a Dao Source grade artifact with just a little bit of refinement. Olding waved the Blood Sea Banner and a rolling sea of blood gushed out from it, turning into a sea of blood that enveloped Yang Kai. At the same time, the unparalleled sword intent also slashed at Yang Kai. Jiang Shuasong felt a sense of loss. Although he didn't know what this young man's cultivation was, how could he survive being attacked by a sword cultivator within 3 meters of him? What's more, Olding was cooperating with him at this moment. Although the two of them had always been at odds with each other, at this moment, they were of one mind and cooperated with great tacit understanding. As the sword light slashed down, Jiang Shuasong's face changed drastically while Olding obviously felt something and his body shook violently. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Without any hesitation, they turned into two streams of light and rushed out of the hall, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Amidst the rolling sea of blood, a fist suddenly punched out, shattering the sea of blood and causing the sword light to disappear. Yang Kai took a step forward and arrived outside the hall. He didn't give chase and instead just leaned against a pillar, watching with interest. Jiang Shuasong and Olding rushed out of the hall. Looking around, they were immediately stunned. They saw over a dozen pitch-black warships had appeared in the abandoned lair that they had thought to be impregnable. A great formation surrounded the entire abandoned lair. Figures flew down from the warships one after another, charging onto the meteors of various sizes as they pursued the cultivator in the abandoned lair. Since when? The abandoned lair was easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was protected by a natural formation as well as the extremely terrifying star field storms. Only those who were familiar with the patterns would be able to find a safe passage in and out. Although the Netherworld sect was quite powerful, Olding knew that he would have to pay quite a price if he had to lead people to attack the abandoned lair. The reason why he could enter this place safely was because Jiang Shuasong had taken the initiative to contact him over a decade ago. However, at this moment, this seemingly safe place had been silently breached by someone. It was basically a nightmare. Powerful auras surged in from all directions, clearly telling Olding and Jiang Shuasong a cruel truth: today was probably going to be a bad day. A small figure suddenly flew towards them. Jiang Shuasong's eyes focused as he saw that it was a little girl around 7 or 8 years old. Olding had obviously noticed her as well. With a cold expression, he waved the Blood Sea Banner in his hand and pulled the little girl into it. Jiang Shuasong's figure suddenly retreated, quickly distancing himself from Olding. "What are you doing?" Olding looked at him angrily. "Quickly join hands with me and leave this place." This guy was simply crazy. Even at a time like this, he still wanted to distance himself from him. Did he really think that he could rely on a broken sword to kill his way out of this encirclement? Jiang Shuasong looked at him seriously and shook his head. "It's up to fate." Although he didn't see anything special about the little girl, when she approached him, the sword heart in his body actually sent out a strong warning. A voice shouted in his heart, "Go further, go further, go further. Are you crazy?" Olding was furious. "Right now, only you and I can." Halfway through his words, he suddenly looked down at his blood sea banner and saw a red flame appear on it, rapidly spreading in all directions and burning wildly. The scorching aura caused Olding to shiver. He desperately poured his Saint Chi into the banner in an attempt to extinguish the flames. But no matter how hard he tried, the flames remained unmoved and instead continued to expand rapidly. *Pooh, Olding coughed up a mouthful of blood. His artifact had been damaged and he had also suffered a backlash. The small figure stepped out of the blood sea banner and gently tapped Old Ying's head with a white jade-like finger. Old Ying's entire body immediately went limp like a deflated balloon. Lu Yen picked up Olding and looked forward, but Jianghu had already become one with his sword and turned into a streak of sword light as he flew away. What the hell? What the hell was this little girl doing? Not only was she safe and sound after being taken into the Blood Sea Banner by Olding, she had even managed to escape and destroy the Blood Sea Banner while severely injuring Olding with a single finger. Such strength was beyond his imagination. No matter how powerful his sword heart was, he couldn't summon up the courage to fight, only a single thought filling his mind. "Run, run as far as possible. Don't run," a clear voice like the tinkling of spring water sounded in his ear. Jianghu turned his head to take a look and saw the little girl walking side by side with him in an unhurried manner. She was even carrying the dying Olding in her hand. The corners of his eyes twitched fiercely and he almost had the urge to curse. Biting the tip of his tongue, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence as the sword light became even faster. "I said." Lu Yen stretched out her small hand and grabbed the long sword. The sword light instantly went from extremely fast to extremely still as she angrily shouted, "Don't run." The incomparably sharp Origin King-grade long sword that could split mountains and sever seas was held by her, unable to cause her the slightest harm. "Wah!" Jianghu coughed up a mouthful of blood, but this time, because of the impact, he turned his head to look at her, almost wondering if he was dreaming. A moment later, Lu Yen carried Olding in one hand and Jianghu in the other and returned to the hall, dropping the two of them on the ground. Old Ying's aura was weak and his injuries were not light. Although Jianghu situation was better, he had lost all will to fight and his eyes were dim, as if covered by a shadow. Yang Kai crossed his arms and leaned against a pillar, smiling slightly upon seeing this. "Thank you for your hard work." Lu Yen pursed her lips, as if blaming Yang Kai for being so polite to her, venting her anger by kicking Jianghu. Jianghu didn't say a word, not daring to say anything despite his anger. Yang Kai squatted down and stared at Olding. "Where is your Netherworld sect master now?" Olding looked up at him and said in a trembling voice, "I don't know." "How can you not know?" Yang Kai frowned and said fiercely, "Old thing, don't lie to me. Your cultivation is not bad, so you should be an elder. How can you not know where your sect master is?" Olding said with a sad face, "I really don't know. He might be in the Galaxy Ridge." "Might be?" Yang Kai frowned and said with a fierce face, "Is he there or not?" Olding said in a trembling voice, "This old one, can't be sure." "Trash!" Yang Kai scolded, grabbing his clothes and throwing him out. Olding screamed and flew 100 zhang away before exploding in the air. The Netherworld sect was the main culprit for the invasion of the Great Desolate Star's territory, and the sect master of the Netherworld sect was the main culprit. Yang Kai naturally wanted to settle the score with him, but he couldn't find him here. However, it didn't matter. This was the first battle of the Hangluo Star Field's counterattack. As long as the Netherworld sect master was still in the Hangluo Star Field, he would be found sooner or later. At this time, the Galaxy Ridge should have also made their move. They were led by Su Yen, so the Galaxy Ridge shouldn't be able to cause any trouble. At the same time, Yang Kai had sent Li Jiao and his family to guard the passage between the two planets. The Great Desolate Star's territory wouldn't be able to get any reinforcements from there, let alone escape from the Hangluo star field. The reason why Yang Kai had waited here for 10 days was mainly because he wanted to capture all of Abandoned Lair in one fell swoop, not letting a single enemy escape. He and Lu Yen could certainly rampage through this place, but Abandoned Lair was too large, and if they didn't have a corresponding number of helpers, there would definitely be some fish that escaped the net. Now, it was different. Of the two strongest people in Abandoned Lair, one was dead and the other was injured. The entire Abandoned Lair was surrounded by his own people. It was impossible for the Great Desolate Star's territory and the Star Pirates to escape. The sounds of fighting continued. Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at Jiang Shuesong, a trace of disgust flashing in his eyes. If you have any useful information, tell me and I'll give you a quick death. Chapter 3163. Half a day later, the noise gradually subsided. The Abandoned Lair was in ruins, and corpses were piled up like mountains. This sinful land that had existed for tens of thousands of years was finally cleaned up today. Deafening cheers resounded through the clouds. Everyone was venting the joy in their hearts. Since the invasion of the territory of the Great Desolate Star, this was the first large-scale victory in more than 10 years, and it was a crushing victory. Although they only destroyed the Abandoned Lair, which was far from killing all the cultivators in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, today's battle was like a spark that illuminated the territory of the Great Desolate Star. This spark could also start a prairie fire. I'll leave the rest to you. Yang Kai smiled at the people around him and floated away alone. This time, he didn't even take Lu Yen with him. The Dharmakaya, Lu Yen, Ruanbai Ting, and Su Yen were all beyond the limits of the territory of the star. In addition, there were many strong people in the territory of the star. Such a lineup was enough to easily solve the problem of the star territory. It only took time. Yang Kai didn't need to stay. He had more important things to do. Where is he going? Ruanbai Ting looked at Lu Yen, who was unhappy, and asked. To refine the territory of the star. Everyone was shocked. Could the territory of the star be refined? They had only heard of someone refining a cultivation star and becoming a star lord. They never knew that even the territory of the star could be refined. If the refining was successful, how amazing would it be? Could it be that he could become the master of the entire star territory? No one dared to imagine what kind of changes Yang Kai's trip would bring to the territory of the star, and no one dared to imagine how powerful Yang Kai was now. In the Wugan star field, Yang Kai went with the flow, without a specific goal or a fixed direction. He left the Abandoned Lair and flew away, constantly urging his power and leaving his aura along the way. The previous experiment proved that the idea in his mind was feasible. In this case, he would go all out. Although it was a little troublesome and took a little longer, it was still a path. Perhaps he could find a more effective method in the process of refining. 10 days later, the star field around Abandoned Lair was refined by Yang Kai. At the same time, the star field in the corresponding position of the star in his sea of consciousness changed color, seemingly becoming brighter. Although this brightening range was only a drop in the ocean compared to the entire star, it was still a good start. After successfully refining this star field, Yang Kai immediately set his sights on the next star field. Day after day, the cycle repeated. Not only did Yang Kai not feel bored, he even immersed himself in it. As the star field of various sizes was refined, and as the star in his sea of consciousness was lit up one by one, he vaguely felt that he had gained a weak connection with the entire territory of the star. With a thought, all the refined positions were within his grasp. If he had such a connection in the ancestral territory, he believed that he would not need to rely on the star to accurately locate the Hangluo star field. The territory of the star was vast and boundless, nurturing hundreds of millions of creatures. There were places of death, but there were also places where vitality flourished. During the refining process, Yang Kai seemed to be able to experience everything, giving him all kinds of different feelings. 1 month, 2 months, half a year, 1 year, 2 years, Yang Kai was like a leaf of duckweed, wandering in the territory of the star. And as large pieces of the star field were refined by him, the area lit up in the star also became larger and larger, and the refining speed also became correspondingly faster. Not only that, but he also found a faster refining method. In the endless meteorite sea, Yang Kai shuttled back and forth, jumping from one meteorite to another, leaving behind his own aura. Half a day later, he brushed past the meteorite sea. Looking back, the meteorite sea was like a rolling dragon, wandering aimlessly in the territory of the star. Wherever this meteorite sea passed, his aura would be scattered along the way, saving him a lot of time. This was one of the methods he found, borrowing the power of the meteorite sea to refine the star field it passed through, and the effect was not bad. In addition, there was a second method, which seemed a little overbearing and direct. Above one of the stars, yellow sand danced in the air, and the clouds were turbid yellow, obscuring the sun and moon. The environment of this star was extremely harsh, and from time to time, there would be strong winds blowing. Yang Kai descended from the sky, and when he looked around, he saw that this star was not a true dead star. Although the surface of the stars was mostly sand, there were occasional patches of greenery. There were some strange birds and beasts living on this star, and when they noticed Yang Kai's arrival, they fled in all directions. This was not a dead star. A dead star had no vitality, but at this moment, it was filled with vitality. Nor was it an aging star. Instead, it was a star that was slowly growing and exuding vitality. Although nothing special could be seen for the time being, if Yang Kai were to return here tens of thousands of years later, this star would definitely be full of vitality. Even if it was not as good as Shadowed Star, it would not be much worse than Tongxian Realm. Yang Kai naturally would not wait for tens of thousands of years. Suddenly, he leapt up and fell head first, his whole body spinning like a top. The earth hummed and a passage leading directly to the ground immediately appeared. 10,000 meters underground, Yang Kai appeared leisurely. In front of him was a mass of gray-white energy that was floating about. At first glance, it looked like a candle flame, dim and unclear, but filled with obscure world principles. This was the star's source of this star. It was not as good as the star's source of Yang Kai's Shadowed Star, nor was it as good as the source of Xia Ningchang's Tongxian Realm. This source was like a placenta that was still in the process of being born. The territory of a star was unimaginably vast, so it was not surprising that some stars that were recovering or growing would give birth to such a source, but the cultivator would not choose to refine this kind of thing because refining it would not bring any benefits to the cultivator and might even cause some harm. Who knew if such stars could really grow? If one day the situation suddenly changed, causing the stars to weaken and their source to collapse, the cultivator who refined them would definitely be implicated. However, Yang Kai was not afraid at all. In other words, he had come to this place precisely for this source that was still in the process of being born. If his grand plan succeeded, there would be no possibility of backlash, but if it failed, with his current strength, he was not afraid of such a small backlash. Reaching out to touch the source, Yang Kai found that the source seemed to have a trace of its own consciousness and wanted to avoid him, but in the end, it was still an inanimate object, so it could only react slightly. Yang Kai smiled lightly, "Follow me and you will have endless benefits." Regardless of whether it could understand the meaning behind it, he grabbed the source energy and activated the star refining art, refining it in a short while. In his knowledge sea, on the star chart, the light dot that symbolized this cultivation star suddenly flickered and became incomparably bright. However, it quickly returned to its original appearance, only becoming slightly brighter than before. Yang Kai observed the star, determined the location of his next target, and soared up. Fire Cloud Star. Looking down from the sky, the stars were brightly lit, and the major cities were peaceful. The common people lived and worked in peace, and the cultivator flowed endlessly. The invasion of Great Desolate Star's territory did not seem to have much impact on Fire Cloud Star. It still maintained its previous state, bustling with activity everywhere. It was not that the cultivator of Fire Cloud Star was very powerful. Although the overall strength of this star was good, it was still a bit worse than Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. The only reason it could remain intact was that it had a star master. It was different from Tongxian realm. Although Xiaoning Chang was also there, Tongxian realm's foundation was weak and couldn't withstand too much trouble. Even the star master couldn't cook without rice, which was why the people of Netherworld sect broke in and set up the 8 desolate spirit lock array. Fire Cloud Star was much stronger than Tongxian realm, and with the help of the star master, the Netherworld sect had to pay a certain price if they wanted to invade. This was why Fire Cloud Star had been spared from war for more than a decade. Existences like Fire Cloud Star were not unique in the entire star territory, and there were at least 5 or 6 such existences. The original plan of the Netherworld sect in Great Desolate Star's territory was to first deal with the other cultivation stars that were easy to break through before dealing with these stars with star masters. Unfortunately, man proposes but God disposes, and Yang Kai's return ultimately caused them to fail. Which friend has graced us with his presence? This Chihua has failed to greet you, but I hope this honored guest will come and have a chat. A majestic voice suddenly rang out from between the heavens and earth, and the entire Fire Cloud Star seemed to fall silent at this moment. Everyone raised their heads and many knelt on the ground, praying devoutly as they chanted, "May Master Chihua live for 10,000 years." This voice sounded like thunder in Yang Kai's ears, as if the god of thunder was striking a lightning rod in his ears. The world principles seemed to reject this voice, and if an ordinary third-order origin king encountered such a situation, they would likely suffer some internal injuries, but Yang Kai just picked his ear with his little finger and grinned before turning his gaze towards a certain direction, his eyes flashing like lightning. Is this a show of strength? Smiling lightly, Yang Kai responded, "Sure." Leaping up, he turned into a stream of light and flew off. 3,000 kilometers across the Flame Mountain range, magma tumbled and flowed. Numerous large and small volcanoes spewed out black smoke, like giant dragons swaying in the 9 heavens. The air was scorching hot, and if one's cultivation was slightly weaker, they would not even be able to get close to this place. Chihua's flame palace was built on one of the largest volcanoes. The palace was majestic and grand, crimson in color. At first glance, the entire palace seemed to be made of magma. At a glance, one could tell that its owner had a fiery temper. A moment ago, inside the flame palace, the sound of music and dancing filled the air as Fire Cloud Star's Star Master Chihua entertained the various masters of Fire Cloud Star. Because today was Chihua's wedding day, as people who made a living on Fire Cloud Star, they naturally had to come and congratulate him. On Fire Cloud Star, there was nothing more important than a Star Master's wedding, so whether they were willing or not, they all rushed to the Flame Mountain range. Chapter 3164. Chihua was Fire Cloud Star's Star Master and a third-order origin king. It could be said that he stood at the peak of star territory, so there was not much point in cultivating any further. As such, since 500 years ago, Chihua had begun to indulge himself in pleasure, drinking fine wine and sleeping with beautiful women. Although the concubine he had taken in today was only a first-order returning realm cultivator, she was a stunning beauty. Most of the martial artists did not pay attention to etiquette. In the hall, Chihua and the bride were both dressed in red, sitting side by side. All the guests were celebrating to their heart's content. When they came up to toast, they also gave generous gifts. There were many flattering words, causing Chihua to laugh loudly, his voice like thunder. The bride sat motionless with a faint smile on her face, showing a dignified and generous temperament. Many women secretly pointed at her, their words full of envy and jealousy, thinking that she had climbed up a branch and was now a sparrow or a phoenix. When it was time for a second-order origin king to come up and offer a toast, Chihua suddenly raised his glass and looked into the distance, his eyes seemingly able to penetrate the void, revealing an extremely dignified look. The hall fell silent instantly. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Chihua put down his glass and shouted loudly, "Which friend has graced us with his presence? This Chihua has failed to welcome you, so please come with me." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. They had never seen Master Chihua act so politely. He had reached the peak of his cultivation and was the Star Master of Fire Cloud Star. It could be said that he was in charge of the life and death of hundreds of millions of cultivators across the stars. Even third-order origin kings had to lower their posture in front of him. Who was it that could receive such solemn treatment from Master Chihua? What kind of person had such qualifications? Just as they were puzzled though, an extremely strange voice rang out in their ears, "Good." Everyone could not help feeling strange. Although they did not see the person who spoke, such a response was too presumptuous, simply not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Facing the Star Master of Fire Cloud Star, this person did not at least show some basic respect. The lively atmosphere in the hall suddenly cooled down as everyone wore strange expressions. Yang Kai's figure flashed like lightning, crossing the 3,000 kilometers of Flame Mountain, heading straight for the towering Flame Palace. Suddenly, a shout came from below, "Master, please give me a ride." Yang Kai looked down and saw a man standing on top of a black rock, surrounded by boiling lava and scorching heat. The environment was extremely dangerous. This person was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator and was quite young, looking about 27 or 28 years old. He had a square face and ragged clothes, obviously having suffered a lot on his way here. His exposed skin was covered with burn marks from the magma, and the Saint Chi barrier he was using to protect himself was dim, as if it would collapse at any moment. As Chihua's residence, the 3,000-kilometer Flame Mountain was not a place where ordinary people could trespass. If a second-order origin returning realm master did not have any guidance, they would eventually be buried here. However, he didn't back off. Even though he was battered and exhausted, his eyes were filled with determination. It was as though even if Yang Kai didn't agree to it, he would still barge into Flame Palace. Even if he were to die here, he wouldn't have any regrets. "Are you calling me?" Yang Kai stopped and looked at him. "Master, please give me a ride. Chui Mengyuan will be very grateful." The young man bowed deeply. Although his face was covered in dirt, his etiquette was impeccable. At a glance, it was obvious that he had received an extremely good education. "Why should I give you a ride?" Yang Kai grinned, "What benefits do you get?" Chui Mengyuan shook his head, "Besides my life, this Chui has nothing else." Yang Kai curled his lips, "Your life is worthless in my eyes." Chui Mengyuan's eyes dimmed and he sighed slightly. He no longer insisted and leaped up to fly out. At this moment, the rolling lava around him turned into living creatures and condensed into fire pythons that bit towards him. Chui Mengyuan's heart sank. He knew that he was going to die, so he didn't resist and just glanced at the Flame Palace longingly. The scorching heat suddenly disappeared and the pain he imagined didn't come. Chui Mengyuan was startled and only then did he realize that he had been saved. The fire pythons pouncing towards him turned into magma and fell down. He lifted his head and looked at Yang Kai gratefully, "Thank you, Master." "Forget it. Since you and I are fated, I'll give you a ride." Yang Kai grinned and grabbed Chui Mengyuan's collar. He carried him in his hands like he was carrying a chick. In a split second, the surrounding scenery receded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the peak of the Flame Palace. After being left behind by Yang Kai, he was still in a daze. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, he saw Yang Kai striding towards the Flame Palace. He gritted his teeth and followed closely behind. The palace door was wide open. The interior was resplendent and extremely luxurious. When Yang Kai walked in, pairs of eyes looked at him from all directions. They were scrutinizing and slightly hostile. At the top, a burly man with red hair and a red beard sat there like an iron tower. He was dressed in red and looked like a ball of flame that could burn the entire world. His red eyes were like two dazzling lanterns that shone with frightening radiance. Chui Mengyuan flashed out from behind Yang Kai. He looked at the bride beside Chihua with a complicated expression. He moved his lips and murmured. Although his voice was soft, it couldn't escape Yang Kai's ears. The bride was also shocked. However, she quickly lowered her eyes and returned to normal. Chihua and Yang Kai looked at each other. One was overbearing while the other was calm and profound. There seemed to be invisible forces colliding in the hall. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Suddenly, Chihua laughed and held the hand of the bride beside him. Today is my big day. It's really a joyous occasion to have a distinguished guest. May I know your name? Although he was asking, he still sat on the top seat and looked down. He didn't even look at Chui Mengyuan and treated him as if he was nothing. Yang Kai smiled slightly. A name is just a code name. Don't mention it. Today, I came uninvited because I have something to trouble Brother Chi with. Chihua lowered his eyes and said lightly, let's talk about it after today. Today is this Chi's wedding. If little brother doesn't mind, you can stay and drink a cup of wine. He turned around to ask but didn't get a corresponding answer. He was a little unhappy. He felt that this young man was too arrogant. How could he be in the mood to talk to him? Moreover, he actually called him Brother Chi. Wasn't he being too arrogant? Did he really think that by giving him some face, he would be able to talk to him as an equal? He didn't directly drive him away because he faintly sensed Yang Kai's strength. Coupled with today's wedding, he didn't want to experience any twists and turns in his life. Normally, with his temper, how could he endure it? The way he addressed Yang Kai had also unknowingly become little brother, giving off a sense of superiority. Initially, he thought that Yang Kai would listen to him. Unexpectedly, he shook his head and said, this is a serious matter. Although I'm not in a hurry, it's better to settle it as soon as possible. Please forgive me, Brother Chi. Chihua pulled a long face. He didn't know Yang Kai and didn't have any grudges against him. He just disliked his arrogance and didn't need to take action. However, if this guy went overboard, he didn't mind adding blood to the flame palace. He said in a deep voice, is that so? Why don't you tell me what's so serious about it? Yang Kai said solemnly, it concerns the peace of this star territory. Chihua was stunned. His laughter was thunderous. Many guests also laughed with mockery. For a cultivator to suddenly stand up and say that he had something to do with the peace of this star field, no one could hold back their laughter. It was like a frog had come to them and told them that the sky was falling. The guests were all smart and had long noticed the change in Chihua's attitude. When they saw Yang Kai acting like this, they couldn't hold it in anymore. Immediately, an old man with a goatee shook his head and said, Brat, this is the Flame Palace. It's not a place where you can speak without thinking. Go back to where you came from. Master Chihua is in a good mood today and probably won't hold it against you. That's right, brat. Get lost. Don't delay our toast. Master Chihua was so polite to him. He's actually a lunatic. What a joke. This star territory has been peaceful for a long time. How dare he spread such nonsense? Yang Kai wasn't affected by all the mockery. He frowned and looked at Chihua. Brother Chi, have you sealed off all the news? Why? These guests didn't seem to know what had happened in the star territory all these years. How dare they say that it had been peaceful for a long time? Didn't they communicate with the outside world? Yang Kai recalled the barrier he encountered when he first came to the Fire Cloud Star. He immediately understood that it wasn't that they didn't communicate with the outside world, but that the Star Lord had sealed everything. They couldn't get any news from the outside world. He turned to the old man with the goatee and said, "Do you know about the Netherworld sect in the Great Desolate Star territory?" The old man with the goatee frowned and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Where did this crazy brat come from? His crazy words are making people unhappy. Master Chihua, please allow me to throw him out," someone said with righteous indignation. This was supposed to be a good banquet, but it was ruined by this brat. They had lost the chance to bootlick, so they were naturally unhappy. "Brother Chi, why are you doing this?" Yang Kai looked at Chihua with a puzzled expression. Keep to himself? If that was the case, it would be too ridiculous. If the Hangluo star field fell, how could the fire cloud star resist? Chihua said indifferently, "It has nothing to do with you." Yang Kai thought for a moment and nodded, "That's true." He didn't want to care too much about other people's business, but he still reminded, "Brother Chi, you don't have to do this." The Great Desolate Star and the Netherworld sect have lost in the past 2 years. The cultivator in our territory has been winning and killing countless enemies, but the war is not over yet. If Brother Chi is willing, you can help them. I believe that with the help of the Fire Cloud Star, the war will end soon. Chihua grinned, "Why don't you help them?" Yang Kai said, "I have something more important to do, which is why I came here today." "Then I'd like to know what's more important." Yang Kai said solemnly, "Brother Chi, please lend me something." "Lend what?" Chihua asked in a deep voice. It was ridiculous. The guests here had all given him gifts, but he didn't have any, and now he wanted to borrow something. Chihua's heart was filled with killing intent. If Yang Kai dared to say something that displeased him, he would definitely attack. This star's origin. Yang Kai pointed at the ground under his feet. Chapter 3165. The hall fell silent as a thick murderous intent filled the air. Many guests looked at each other, wondering if there was something wrong with their ears. Otherwise, how could they have heard such nonsense? "What did you say?" Chi Hua's face suddenly sank. What an impudent brat. Daring to say he wanted to borrow the star source of Fire Cloud Star. How could the star source of stars be borrowed so easily? The reason why Chihua could act so high and mighty, to the point where even ordinary third-order origin kings had to bow down to him, was ultimately because he was a star master. If he were to lend out the star source of stars, what advantage would he have? What's more, he had never heard of the star source of stars being borrowed. If Yang Kai's attitude and words just now had made him slightly unhappy, this one sentence had triggered Chi Hua's murderous intent. The star source of stars could be said to be his reverse scale, so Chi Hua immediately determined that this little brat was here to cause trouble and secretly made up his mind that today, he would not let him leave. "Brother Chi, please calm your anger." Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "I came here with sincerity this time, so Brother Chi might as well let me finish." Chi Hua was so angry that he laughed. "Good, go on." He wanted to see just how eloquent Yang Kai was. "Brother Chi, if you're able to lend me the star quintessence, then you'll be able to ensure the safety of this region, and it can be considered to be a boundless benefactor. Of course, I know that the star quintessence is extremely important to Brother Chi, so I'll naturally not lend it to you for nothing." Chi Hua was startled for a moment before laughing loudly. Compensation. He was already standing at the pinnacle of the star field, so what in this world could be placed in his eyes? This brat's shameless boasting made him unhappy. Could it be that he was sent by his enemies to deliberately make fun of him? Compensation. Yang Kai said solemnly, flipping his palm and summoning a mass of brilliant energy. "This is..." Chi Hua's expression brightened as he suddenly stood up from his chair and stared at this mass of light in disbelief. The other guests also showed looks of shock and greed at this moment. This is also the source of stars, but there is no corresponding cultivation star. Yang Kai explained, "But with this compensation, I believe it won't have much of an impact on Brother Chi's cultivation." After the matter in this territory is settled, I will return the fire star source strength to Brother Qi in this way. Brother Qi has earned a share of the source strength of this star. Which star's origin is this? Qihua murmured. Yang Kai shrugged and said, as I said, this origin source doesn't have a corresponding cultivation star. He still had many such sources in his possession, all of which he obtained from the shattered star sea back then. He had given some to others, but he still had a surplus. Qihua's face changed. It wasn't because he was tempted by Yang Kai's offer. Even if Yang Kai gave him a new origin, without a corresponding cultivation star, he couldn't live up to his title as the Star Lord. How could he compare to tricking the Star Lord of Fire Cloud Star? He only had the thought of killing and snatching the treasure. However, just as this thought surfaced in his mind, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. It seemed to be warning him that if he really attacked the young man in front of him, he wouldn't have a good ending. This caused the hot blood in his body to instantly cool down, and his mind to clear up. He sat back on the chair and shook his head. I won't lend you the Fire Cloud Star's source strength. Please leave. He sneered in his heart. It seemed like this brat didn't understand the principle of not showing off one's wealth. Although he could suppress his greed and not attack him, as long as he left the Flame Palace, someone would attack him. By then, he could take the opportunity to see his background and decide whether to attack him or not. As the brilliance faded, Yang Kai kept the origin source. He rubbed his forehead and said with a headache, sigh, it's indeed impossible to talk nicely. He originally wanted to use peaceful means before resorting to force. Who knew that he still had to go all out? He turned around, grabbed Shui Mengyuan's collar, and shouted, Brat, what grievances do you have? Tell me now. I'll stand up for you today. Shui Mengyuan was shocked. Ever since he followed Yang Kai into the Flame Palace, his eyes had never left the bride. It was only when Yang Kai took out the source strength of stars that he was distracted for a moment. However, he quickly refocused his attention on the bride. Now that he was suddenly questioned by Yang Kai, he was naturally confused. What are you talking about? I heard everything you said just now. Do you know the bride? Yang Kai's saliva was about to hit his face. Shui Mengyuan nodded his head in a daze. This was also the reason why he fearlessly barged into the Flame Mountain. Did you fall in love with the bride and decide to spend the rest of your life with her? Shui Mengyuan nodded his head again. His eyes were filled with humiliation and unwillingness. Did this old man bully the weak? Did he not care about your feelings and snatch away your woman? Yes. Shui Mengyuan shouted. He clenched his fists tightly and his teeth were almost bleeding. Good. Yang Kai shouted and threw him aside. He turned to Qihua and said slowly, I can feel your determination. Today, I'll help you get the bride back. Shui Mengyuan was surprised and delighted. He never expected such a dramatic scene to happen. He barged into the Flame Palace alone with the determination to die. Who would have thought that someone would stand up for him? But soon, he seemed to have realized something. He said sadly, Master, thank you for your kind intentions. But, shut up. Shui Mengyuan shut his mouth immediately and didn't dare to say another word. In the grand hall, Qihua lowered his eyes with a gloomy face. He said indifferently, right or wrong, one speaks too much. Trouble comes from standing up for others. Junior, I'll give you some face. Don't think too highly of yourself. This guy was simply looking for trouble. Indeed, those with good intentions didn't come here with good intentions. Yang Kai laughed and pointed at Qihua. He shouted, Old man, the territory of the Flame Cloud Star is in chaos. Enemies are invading. Not only did you not help, you even sealed off the Fire Cloud Star. You are simply unreasonable. Today, I'm here for the sake of the common people. It's fine if you cooperate. But since you don't blame me for being merciless. He looked exactly like a villain who was standing on the moral high ground and was ready to commit murder and plunder. Instantly, the guests cursed him. Chihua's red hair and robe fluttered. Outrageous. Yang Kai said, "You have to lend me the origin of the stars even if you don't want to." As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced on Chihua. Presumptuous. Chihua was furious. With a thought, the power of heaven and earth trembled. An invisible pressure descended from the sky, causing everyone present to hold their breaths. It was as though a huge mountain was pressing on their chests. Yang Kai, who bore the brunt of the pressure, suddenly appeared. His body was slightly bent, as if he would be pressed down at any time. This was the power of a Star Lord. Above the stars, he could dominate everything. With a thought, he could kill his enemies. Many guests cheered and clapped their hands. Chihua's expression was extremely solemn. He wasn't happy but was shocked. Yang Kai's performance was beyond his expectations. This brat wasn't pressed down. Sure enough, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. With a thought, the pressure increased. Yang Kai groaned and the floor under his feet cracked. He sneered, "You have the power of the stars. Do you think I don't?" In the distant star field, one of the stars flickered and a beam of light shot out, crossing hundreds of millions of kilometers in the blink of an eye and landing on Yang Kai, causing his body to glow so brightly that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Although this place was not Shadowed Star and did not belong to Yang Kai, it was still within the territory of the same star, so Yang Kai could naturally draw the power of Shadowed Star to resist the world principles of Fire Cloud Star. In an instant, the pressure on Yang Kai lightened. However, this was not the end of it. Inside the territory of Endless Star, a vast expanse of star field also gathered its power and resonated with Yang Kai, becoming the source of his strength. This vast expanse of star field was what Yang Kai had spent 2 years refining. Although the power gathered in this vast star field was not as pure as the power of the stars on Shadowed Star, it was much greater in quantity and could naturally cause unimaginable changes. "Break for me!" Yang Kai shouted. Kacha, the sound of something shattering rang out. Yang Kai's hunched figure suddenly straightened up like a javelin. A look of disbelief flashed across Chi Hua's eyes as he stood up from his chair. Before he could think of anything else, a figure had already appeared in front of him. A large hand that was like an iron hoop grabbed him by the neck. The strength that came from the hand was so strong that he couldn't even summon any will to resist. An invisible shackling force enveloped his entire body, severing his connection with Firecloud Planet in an instant. Not only that, but even the star source he had refined within his body was suppressed. Chi Hua's eyes trembled violently. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Who was this person? Ding ding dang dang, the sound of wine glasses shattering rang out as a group of guests stared at this scene dumbfoundedly, as if they were in a dream, their eyes filled with shock. Star Master Chihua had actually been lifted up by a little brat with one hand, and from beginning to end, Chihua had not even had time to react. The confrontation between the two had happened in an instant, so fast that it was dazzling. Many people did not even understand what was going on before the outcome was decided. This scene could only mean one thing: one person's strength was far greater than the others, resulting in such an instant kill. But, Chihua was already a Star Master and a Third-Order Origin King, so who could surpass him by so much? Their minds were not enough to comprehend this scene. This scene was bound to be the most shocking moment in their lives. Chui Mengyuan cried out, her eyes glazed over. The surprise had come so quickly that she had not even had time to prepare. The new bride also covered her red lips with her small hands as she looked up at Yang Kai in horror. She only felt that this figure was as majestic as a mountain, and even though he was clearly so close, she could not see his face, as if he was far away from the 9 heavens. Yang Kai turned his head and grinned at her, "Quickly fly away with that little brat." Saying so, he waved his hand and, regardless of whether she was willing or not, directly threw her and Cui Mengyuan out of the 3,000 kilometers Flame Mountain. She was willing. After all, when Cui Mengyuan appeared in this hall, she showed an extremely worried look. Chapter 3166. You, who the hell are you? Qi Hua squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. He was tall and sturdy, a full head taller than Yang Kai, but at this moment, he was being held in Yang Kai's hand like a helpless chicken. Anyone who saw him would feel a strong sense of conflict. Does my name mean anything to you? Yang Kai sneered, ignoring him as he silently circulated his star-refining art. Qi Hua suddenly understood. He had asked for this boy's name before but had not received an answer, so he thought this boy was just being arrogant, but now it seemed he simply disdained to answer. Suddenly, an unbearable pain spread throughout his body and Qi Hua trembled violently as his eyes bulged. Obviously feeling something, he cried out in horror, "Don't! Come out!" Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and pressed it against Qi Hua's dantian, his 5 fingers forming a claw as he pulled. A mass of crimson light was immediately sucked out and Yang Kai tossed Qi Hua away before lowering his head to stare at the crimson light in his hand and nodding with satisfaction. On the other side, Qi Hua got up awkwardly, his face pale as his Yuan Qi was severely injured. Yang Kai did not hurt him, but his star source had been forcibly taken away, so how could he remain unscathed? Looking up, Qi Hua's eyes filled with grief. How could his star source be so easily snatched away by someone else? Qi Hua had risked his life for many years to refine this source, and it was with this source that he was able to become the Star Master and unify Fire Cloud Star. Without this source, he was just an ordinary third-order origin king, slightly worse than an ordinary third order. After all, his connection to his source had been severed and he had suffered some internal injuries. Seeing this, many guests could not help feeling a sense of pity, a chill enveloping their bodies as they froze in place, not daring to move. Fire Cloud Star's Star Master had not been able to withstand a single blow from this young man. Not only had he been instantly subdued, even his source had been forcibly taken away, so how could they dare to oppose Yang Kai? His eyes were filled with awe and shock. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Kai opened his mouth and stuffed the crimson light into it. In an instant, his skin turned blood red, as if it was being burned by flames. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan. His qi sank into dantian as he activated the star-refining art to suppress and refine it. However, he soon discovered a bad situation. The shadowed star source in Yang Kai's body seemed to be in conflict with the Fire Cloud Star's star source. The two seemed to be innately hostile, with the shadowed star source producing an unimaginable resistance to the Fire Cloud Star's star source. This was rather surprising. Yang Kai had refined the star sources of several stars before coming here, but the star sources of those stars were still very weak, so he didn't feel anything. It was only now that he had a reaction. The laws of heaven and earth of every cultivation star were different. Since there were differences, it was natural that they could not coexist. Yang Kai quickly understood this, but he didn't panic and continued to circulate the star-refining art. In his next plan, he didn't just need to refine a single star's source, but also all the star's star territory's star sources. If he couldn't even overcome this small obstacle, how could he carry out his plan? Dividing his attention, Yang Kai comforted the shadowed star's source while harmonizing and refining the Fire Cloud Star's star source. The characteristics that appeared on the surface of his body were that his left and right sides were blooming with different lights that attacked each other. The power of the star force rampaged, causing the flame palace to collapse in an instant. The majestic palace turned into ruins, and many guests fled in all directions. The guests who came to congratulate the Flame Palace were all powerful cultivators, so naturally, they wouldn't die because of such an accident. Instead, they were all shocked by Yang Kai's strength. The aftermath of the conflict between the origins of the two stars was already difficult for them to resist, so it was difficult to imagine how Yang Kai, who was at the center of the conflict, could remain unscathed. Yang Kai wasn't unscathed though. He felt like there were two naughty children fighting inside his body, vying for ownership of his body. He tried to calm them down, but it didn't have much effect. Instead, it caused his blood to boil and his face to turn red, making him extremely uncomfortable. In addition to these two naughty children, there were also several infants who were stirring up trouble. These infants were undoubtedly the origins of the stars that Yang Kai had refined recently. Compared to the origins of Shadowed Star and Fire Cloud Star, these origins weren't too complete and weren't too strong. They were originally obedient, but under the stimulation of Fire Cloud Star's star source, they became restless. Pacify, reconcile, pacify, reconcile, pacify and reconcile your grandmother's legs. All of you better behave. Shouting angrily, Yang Kai fiercely urged the star refining art to suppress the star's origins. The whole world suddenly fell silent. Yang Kai's aura gradually stabilized and the conflicting origins in his body slowly subsided. These naughty children really need to be taught a lesson. However, Yang Kai also knew that this was just a stopgap measure. Although there was no problem for the time being, as he refined more and more stars' origins in the future, this kind of conflict would only grow bigger and bigger. If he didn't come up with a foolproof plan when the time came, Yang Kai was afraid this would only lead to disaster. That would have to be dealt with later. In Yang Kai's knowledge sea, inside the star, the symbol of Fire Cloud Star flashed. At the same time, Yang Kai established an unbreakable connection with the entire Fire Cloud Star. With a single thought, the entire Fire Cloud Star came under Yang Kai's control. The heavens and earth shook and the clouds tumbled, seemingly informing the world that the Star Master had changed. A group of guests who had come to congratulate Qi Hua hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully, "Greetings, Master." Not to mention the terrifying strength Yang Kai had shown before, his current status as Fire Cloud Star's Star Master forced them to lower their heads. In the future, they would have to rely on him to survive, so how could they not be careful? "Greetings, Master." Qi Hua also lowered his head, looking as if he had aged several hundred years in an instant, his face bleak. He was also a man who was good at judging the situation. Before, he had dared to fight against Yang Kai because he had the confidence to do so. But now, it turned out that it was just an illusion. Now that he was under someone else's roof, how could he not lower his head? Even if he had hatred in his heart, he didn't dare to think about taking revenge. In his peak condition, he couldn't even withstand one move from the other, let alone now. Yang Kai looked at Qi Hua with a meaningful look, making him shiver. He was afraid that Yang Kai would kill him. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't have that intention. He looked around and said, "I need your help with something." The old man with the goatee who had looked down on Yang Kai before quickly said, "Master, just tell us what you need." "This old man will do it for you, Master." "Not bad, not bad. Please tell us, Master." Yang Kai said, "Qi Hua has sealed this star. I'm afraid you don't know what has happened in the past few years in this star's territory, right?" The old man with the goatee hesitated and said, "What does Master mean?" "The territory of the Great Desolate Star invaded more than 10 years ago. They stole our cultivation stars and killed our cultivator in the territory of our star. They have wild ambitions. Unforgivable." The group of people were shocked. Although they had heard Kai Yang mention this before, no one had taken it seriously. Now that they heard it again, they had no choice but to treat it seriously. There was another star's territory? And they had invaded? This kind of thing was simply unimaginable. Fortunately, the situation is not so bad now. The cultivator in our star's territory is fighting back. This young master wants you to go and support him. Kill all the cultivators in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. The old man with the goatee said, "I don't know, where should we go?" They had never even heard of the Great Desolate Star's territory, so they naturally didn't know where to go. Go and find out for yourself. Yang Kai had been alone for 2 years. He didn't know where the war had spread, but as long as he had the heart, he wouldn't be afraid that he couldn't find out. Fire Cloud Star was sealed by Qihua, but because of this, its strength was relatively intact. If they could go and help, it would be a good help. Yes, 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 the old man with the goatee responded repeatedly, lamenting that such a master was really temperamental. Don't waste time. Let's go. Yang Kai waved his hand and a gust of wind swept out. Like swatting flies, the group of Origin Kings lost their footing and were all blown away. In an instant, he was the only one left in the ruins of the Flame Palace. He found a place and sat down cross-legged. Immersing his divine sense in his knowledge sea, he observed the star. At a certain location, several light spots were flashing. They were the corresponding light spots of the cultivation stars he had refined recently. The brightest one among them was Fire Cloud Star. These light spots weren't random. If they were connected to each other with lines, they could outline an irregular polygon on the star. Yang Kai's mind flickered. Tens of millions of kilometers away, he urged the source strength of these stars. Suddenly, the invisible irregular polygon on the star started from the edges and spread towards the center. Wherever the light passed, the star field was infected by the aura of these stars and was then slowly refined by Yang Kai. Yang Kai clearly felt that the star field had his own aura. Overjoyed, he knew that his previous guess was not wrong and immediately continued his efforts. In just 3 days, Yang Kai had finished refining the star. Looking at it again, the irregular polygon outlined by several light spots on the star field was already connected to his mind. Such an irregular polygon might be insignificant on the star, but the corresponding star field was extremely vast. If Yang Kai had used the previous method to refine it, it would have taken him at least half a year. But now, using this method to refine it only took Yang Kai a month. He only needed to refine the star sources of a few cultivation stars first, and then use these cultivation stars as a foundation to spread his star field around, saving him a lot of time and energy. The territory of the star field was too large. It took him 2 years to refine the territory of the star field. In other words, according to his previous speed, it would take him at least 40 to 50 years to completely refine the entire star field territory. How long was 40 to 50 years? How could he have so much time to stay in the territory of the star field? Now that he had this method, his efficiency would be greatly improved. Coupled with the aura he had left behind in the asteroid sea, he could further improve it. 10 years, within 10 years, Yang Kai would refine the entire star field territory and become the master of the star field territory. Chapter 3167. In the territory of the Desolate Star, a pitch-black battleship sailed slowly and silently, like a huge ghost. On the battleship, a skull symbol showed its origin. It was the battleship of the Netherworld sect in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. The huge battleship drifted in the starry sky like a homeless wanderer, existing alone. Although it was an inanimate object, it exuded an extremely bleak aura, as if it was at the end of its road. It was sailing in the direction of a void bad passage, which had appeared in the past 2 years and was connected to the territory of the Great Desolate Star. As long as it could reach the void bad passage, it would have a chance to return to the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Since the Hangluo star field's counterattack 5 years ago, the cultivator in the territory of the Great Desolate Star began to have a hard time. All the invaders were eliminated one by one, and panic spread in the hearts of all the cultivator in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. They did not even understand why the Hangluo star field, which was supposed to be defenseless, suddenly rose up. All the sects and forces that invaded the territory of the Great Desolate Star paid a heavy price. The Thousands Beast Villa was destroyed, the Heavenly Sword sect was destroyed, and so was the Mad Thunder sect. Which one of these sects and forces was not the top existence in the territory of the Great Desolate Star? However, in front of the Hangluo star field, a ferocious beast that ate people without spitting out the bones, they did not have the slightest power to resist. The surviving cultivator in the territory of the Great Desolate Star even suspected that it was a conspiracy of the Hangluo star field. The previous decade of showing weakness was just to lure the enemy in, so that they could attract more cultivator here and kill them all. Although the Netherworld sect was not destroyed, it was almost done. The entire sect only had one battleship left, and it was still suffering from the flames of war. The battleship was full of holes and blood stains. There were traces of the war everywhere. It had escaped the siege with great difficulty and wandered in the territory of the Great Desolate Star for a long time before it got rid of the pursuers. Go home. I must go home. This territory of the Great Desolate Star was definitely not a place that could be invaded casually. The Void Bad Passage was just 1,000 miles ahead. In the battleship, the surviving cultivator of the Netherworld sect could even see the Bad Passage through the crystal window. The smell of his hometown lingered at the tip of his nose, as if a long-separated family member was waving at him. Everyone was overjoyed and excited. A white figure suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking the path of the battleship. The cultivators inside the starship quickly discovered the existence of this white shadow. Some cultivators manipulated the starship spirit array to enlarge the white shadow's figure and project it into the starship. In an instant, a beautiful woman with long hair cascading down her back like a waterfall appeared before everyone's eyes. Her face was indifferent, but her temperament was noble and pure, making anyone who saw her feel ashamed of their inferiority. A series of gasps rang out, and the entire warship suddenly became silent. Everyone held their breaths. It was her. The people in the territory of Great Desolate Star did not know her name, but this woman was a nightmare for all of them. That was because the Third Order Origin King Cultivator was as fragile as a child in front of her. When she swung her long sword, no one was her opponent. Inside the battleship, the cold air was rampant. Everyone's hands and feet were cold, and their bodies were cold. The huge battleship and the small figure formed a sharp contrast, but in front of the figure, the battleship creaked, as if it was groaning in fear. Cheap slut, do you really want to kill us all? Inside the Great Desolate Star, an old and angry voice sounded. Su Yen stood in the void, her beautiful eyes staring at the approaching Great Desolate Star, but she did not respond. Get out of the way, or this will be your burial ground today. The old voice threatened, but it seemed to be fierce in appearance. How could Su Yen give in? Raising her hand, she pressed the hilt of her sword. Courting death, run over. The old voice was undoubtedly enraged. Although this woman had shown extraordinary cultivation and strength in recent years, no matter how strong she was, how could she compete with a Great Desolate Star? The people in the territory of Great Desolate Star were anxious to escape back home and did not want to cause more trouble here, so he threatened her. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, you can die here. The Great Desolate Star hummed and suddenly accelerated, slamming straight towards Su Yen. The distance between the two sides quickly closed, but Su Yen still stood there quietly, not dodging, not drawing her sword, and not even showing the slightest change in her expression, as if it was not a behemoth, but a gentle breeze. When the distance between them reached 30 kilometers, a sword light suddenly flashed and instantly hit the huge Great Desolate Star. At the same time, the 30 kilometers around them were flattened, and the Great Desolate Star crashed into the place where Su Yen had been standing and sped away. Ha ha ha, you overestimate yourself. The old voice laughed, but his laughter came to an abrupt end because he suddenly discovered that Su Yen, who should have been smashed to pieces, had actually appeared behind the Great Desolate Star. The long sword at her waist had been drawn at some point, and at this moment she had her back to the Great Desolate Star. Sheathing her sword, she turned into a stream of light and flew away, not sparing the Great Desolate Star a single glance from beginning to end. What the hell? The old voice's owner was confused. But soon, he realized that something was wrong. The great desolate star's speed suddenly slowed down, as if there was an invisible force binding it. At the same time, an astonishing chill spread from the great desolate star and a crackling sound came from all around. Turning his head to look, he was immediately shocked. Inside the great desolate star, at some unknown time, snowflakes had appeared. These snowflakes were about the size of a fist, and one by one, they bloomed in every corner of the great desolate star, spreading and freezing all the operating spirit arrays. Even the cultivator, who was caught off guard, froze in place, their bodies covered in white snowflakes. The old man suddenly felt something cold on his hand. He looked down and his pupils shrank. A snowflake had also appeared on the back of his hand. The snowflake made him lose consciousness. 1 snowflake, 2 snowflakes, 3 snowflakes. This was the case inside the great desolate star, and outside the great desolate star as well. The dense snowflakes wrapped around the great desolate star layer upon layer, as if a naughty child had sewn a snowflake coat onto the great desolate star, making it pure white and flawless. Kacha, a shattering sound came as the huge great desolate star suddenly broke apart into pieces of ice. Even the cultivator inside the great desolate star was not spared. Under the influence of inertia, the great desolate star continued to drift forward, forever drifting in the endless void. Several streaks of light flashed by, chasing one another through the starry sky territory. The first 3 streaks of light all had profound auras and were at least first-order origin kings, with the leader being a third-order origin king. The last streak of light had a completely restrained aura, making it impossible to see any trace of cultivation. On top of that, the figure of this streak of light was that of a 7 or 8-year-old little girl. However, the 3 people flying in front of him didn't even dare to turn their heads back, fearing that they would see something terrifying. They only focused on running for their lives. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, after 10 full days, the 3 fleeing origin kings were a little exhausted. Although their cultivations were not bad, running for such a long time had consumed a lot of their strength. If they had not taken pills to supplement their energy, they would have already died from exhaustion. We should be able to escape, right? The 3 of them thought so at the same time. Looking back, the 3 of them suddenly felt their souls leave their bodies. That small figure was like a maggot following behind them not far away. Her delicate face was expressionless, and her clear black and white eyes were clear and deep, reflecting their fearful faces. What was even more despairing was that after running for such a long time, she did not react at all, her face not turning red, her heart not skipping a beat, just as indifferent as when they first met. Monster. This little girl is simply a monster. Let's kill her. The leader made a prompt decision, turned around, and sent out a palm strike towards Lu Yen. The remaining 2 also knew that running away was useless, so they immediately cooperated with each other. In an instant, an irresistible force flooded the small figure like a rolling torrent. Did we kill her? The 3 of them rejoiced in their hearts, but after seeing clearly, this joy immediately turned into deep despair. So boring, a childish voice rang out, seemingly tired of playing some kind of game. Lu Yen raised her hand slightly. A great sense of crisis enveloped the 3 of them, causing them to go stiff and unable to move. A cluster of flames burned, leaving a red trail in the eyes of the 3, the last thing they saw before they died. In the star field, Li Jiao's family was happy and harmonious. Although Yang Kai had assigned them an extremely boring task, and they had even been stationed here for 7 or 8 years, neither Li Jiao nor Lu Sanyang felt bored. Li Jiao even found a huge meteorite from somewhere and placed it in the star field, building a simple stone house on the meteorite for the family of 3 to live in. Thousands of miles behind the meteorite was a deep and chaotic void tunnel. This was the tunnel that the Great Desolate Star Territory first used to invade the Hangluo star field. The people from the Great Desolate Star Territory used this tunnel to arrive in this world. Li Jiao had been stationed here for 7 or 8 years, killing countless cultivator from the Great Desolate Star territory. These people probably heard that the cultivator of the Hangluo star field was easy to bully, so they all came here from the other side of the star territory. Unfortunately, before they could obtain any benefits, they were sent to meet the King of Hell by Li Jiao. Not only did they kill the cultivator from the Great Desolate Star territory, but more of them were the cultivator who wanted to escape back to the Great Desolate Star territory. In the past few years, the Hangluo star field fought back vigorously, working together as one, and with the help of several extremely powerful helpers, the cultivator from the Great Desolate Star territory was not their opponent at all. The cultivation stars that they had previously stolen were all taken back, and all of them fled for their lives like stray dogs. Many people wanted to escape back, but with Li Jiao guarding this place, who could escape? If one came, he would kill one, if two came, he would kill a pair. Li Jiao was like a millstone, lying in front of this void tunnel. No matter who entered or left, they were all crushed into meat paste by him, and not a single one was lucky enough to survive. Since the return of Yang Kai, the unstable situation in the star territory stabilized in a mere 7 or 8 years. The invaders were basically all killed, and even if there were some fish that escaped the net, they would not be able to cause any more trouble. Chapter 3168. On this day, Li Jiao had just finished dealing with a group of cultivators who wanted to escape back to the territory of the Great Desolate Star and return to the meteorite. Lu Sanyang greeted him with a smile. After all these years of getting along, there was no longer any estrangement between the two. Li Jiao even regarded Lu Yuqin as his own daughter, which moved Lu Sanyang greatly. She even had the thought of staying here with Li Jiao for the rest of her life. But she also knew that this was just her wishful thinking. Li Jiao and Yang Kai would definitely return to the star boundary, and at that time, she would also take her daughter and Li Jiao to the Fire Dragon Palace. Because of this, she cherished the good times in front of her even more. "Are you tired?" Lu Sanyang asked softly. Li Jiao said proudly, "Just a group of clowns." Although he had sealed his cultivation, he still had the foundation of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Killing a group of ants below the Origin King realm was simply overkill. He guessed that the reason why Yang Kai asked him to guard this place was mainly to give him time and opportunity to get along with Lu Sanyang. Reaching out, he wrapped his arms around Lu Sanyang's soft waist and gently kissed her forehead. Lu Sanyang blushed and said angrily, "Yuqin is here." Before her voice fell, Lu Yuqin suddenly rushed out of the stone house and covered her eyes with both hands. She turned into a stream of light and flew away, her voice drifting over, "I'm going out for a walk. It's so boring here. This girl." How could Lu Sanyang not know what her daughter was thinking? Li Jiao said, "She's not here anymore." Saying so, he bent down and picked up Lu Sanyang by the waist and strode towards the stone house. Lu Sanyang's heart skipped a beat. She snuggled into his broad chest and her whole body softened. Li Jiao's big stride suddenly stopped. The smile on his face froze as he suddenly looked up at the void corridor thousands of kilometers away. In that instant, he actually felt a sense of danger. He instinctively felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. After all, with his cultivation, what could make him feel threatened in the territory of this lower plane? To put it bluntly, in this territory, except for Yang Kai, no one could possibly be his opponent. Yes, he also wanted to get rid of Lu Yen. The void corridor didn't seem to have changed, but it seemed to have become even deeper. The darkness suddenly expanded in Li Jiao's field of vision, spreading in all directions at a terrifying speed. Large swaths of the star field were swallowed by the darkness, disappearing without a trace. The void corridor expanded at this moment. Not good. Li Jiao turned pale with fright and turned to look in the direction that Lu Yuqin had left. He saw that not far away, Lu Yuqin seemed to have been scared silly. She stood there in a daze, absent-mindedly looking at the darkness that was expanding towards her. Without thinking too much, Li Jiao carried Lu Sanyang with one hand and rushed towards Lu Yuqin. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lu Yuqin. He grabbed Lu Yuqin's hand and shouted in a low voice, "Let's go." His figure flashed like lightning as he fled at an extremely fast speed. Although he didn't know what had happened here, this wasn't something he could deal with. He had to tell Yang Kai as soon as possible. Suddenly, Li Jiao's hair stood on end. He felt as if someone was spying on him, a pair of invisible eyes observing his every move. A soft sound of surprise sounded in his ears. It was as if it was just an illusion. But in the next moment, Li Jiao felt a huge binding force wrap around him, causing his fleeing figure to stop abruptly. "Don't leave my side." At this critical moment, Li Jiao shouted to Lu Sanyang and her mother, his emperor qi wrapping around the two women. The darkness swallowed him, and the light in front of him disappeared. Day after day, year after year, Yang Kai shuttled through the stars' territory, forgetting the passage of time. All his thoughts were immersed in refining. In his knowledge sea, the star had been lit by more than 90%, leaving only a little bit. Over the years, his footprints had almost covered the entire star's territory, even the most remote places had not been missed. With the guidance of the star, he would not get lost. He could also clearly know where he had been and where he had not been. Everything was in order. Gathering thousands of stars came from one person and spreading his aura throughout the star's territory. This was an extremely magnificent project, but Yang Kai did not find it boring. As he continued to refine, he gradually gained more insights in his heart. Originally, after the experience of returning to the star's territory, he had great confidence in breaking through to the second-order Emperor realm. But now, he was almost 100% sure that as long as he returned to the star boundary, he would be able to break through immediately. It's not enough. There's still a little bit left to refine. In fact, he wanted to know how Wukong refined the source of the star's territory. He definitely would not use painstaking efforts to achieve his goal like Yang Kai. He might be able to do the same thing in the shortest time and with the fastest efficiency. But after all, he had lived for so many years, so it was normal for him to have mastered some amazing divine technique and secret techniques. Time passed, and he did not know how much time had passed. When the last part of the star in his knowledge sea was lit up, Yang Kai only heard a loud bang, as if thunder had exploded in his mind. The explosion made him dizzy, and he saw stars. After recovering, he was overjoyed. It's finally done. How long did it take? 8 years? 9 years? Or 10 years? He almost couldn't remember. But it wasn't over yet. For so many years, he had only divided the entire star's territory into pieces of jigsaw puzzles of different sizes. Although he had refined them slightly, a jigsaw was still a jigsaw. Even if they could be put together to form a complete picture, there would still be many flaws. If these flaws were not eliminated, he would never be able to become the master of the star's territory. There was only one last step left, but it was also the most difficult step to take. With a slight thought, Yang Kai's figure flickered among the pieces of the star's territory, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at the center of the territory. He took a deep breath and slowly adjusted his state. At a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and spread his arms, as if he wanted to embrace the entire star's territory. The space divine technique and spiritual energy were activated at the same time. His divine sense shuttled through the void, leaping forward, and radiating towards the entire star's territory. In an instant, Yang Kai felt that his entire body had disappeared, as if he had turned into nothingness, filling the entire star's territory. The divine sense in his knowledge sea was rapidly flowing away like a flood that had broken through a dam. The colorful soul-warming lotus seemed to have sensed this and suddenly bloomed with colorful light. A trickle of energy flowed out, making up for the consumption of Yang Kai's divine sense. In the sky above his knowledge sea, stars flickered, as if each star could blink, illuminating his knowledge sea. The vast stars' territory underwent a wonderful change at this moment. All the creatures in the stars' territory, no matter where they were, no matter what their cultivation was, felt a great will descend from the sky. This will was even more magnificent than the will of a star lord. This will was the will of the heavens and earth, the will of this star's territory. When Yang Kai divided this star's territory into countless jigsaw puzzles and began refining them, he did not feel any hindrance, but when he tried to refine and integrate the entire star's territory, the heavens and earth naturally did not allow it. Even the star, who had been peacefully staying in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, showed signs of wanting to jump out and abandon Yang Kai at this moment. Perceiving this, Yang Kai was also shocked. In order to refine a star's territory, the first thing one needed was the source of stars. If he allowed the star in his knowledge sea to escape, he would not be able to refine it at all. The light from the star chart flashed wildly and turned into a surging force that stirred up Yang Kai's knowledge sea, as if it was trying to force him to retreat and let it go. A heart-wrenching pain came from his knowledge sea. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and did not make a sound, sealing off his entire knowledge sea, refusing to let it go no matter what. With his divine sense damaged, Yang Kai only felt the sky darken. Fortunately, the seven-colored soul-warming lotus continued to pour out pure energy to nourish his soul, restoring his damaged divine sense immediately, causing the situation in his knowledge sea to fall into a stalemate. But as a result, Yang Kai had no spare energy to do anything else. His eyes flashing fiercely, Yang Kai summoned his soul avatar in his knowledge sea, stretched out his hand, and grasped a large saber in his hand. Pointing it at the star in the sky, he shouted, "If you dare cause trouble again, believe it or not, I'll cut you down." This saber was a soul-severing saber and had been nourished by Yang Kai's secret technique heaven-severing strike for many years. If this saber were to cut down, even the source of the star's territory would suffer. Murderous intent surging, Yang Kai was obviously not joking. The star, however, remained unmoved and continued to flash, releasing an invisible force that interfered with Yang Kai's knowledge sea. It seemed to have a mind of its own and could tell that Yang Kai was just putting on a brave front. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Yang Kai was furious. He could even cut down a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could a star dare to act so presumptuously? Unfortunately, he really couldn't do anything. If he didn't have this star, how could he refine his territory? Throwing away the soul-severing saber, Yang Kai formed a seal with both hands. In his knowledge sea, the seven-colored soul-warming lotus turned into a seven-colored treasure mountain and slammed upwards. Suppress. The seven-colored treasure mountain flew high into the sky and hovered above the star, suddenly releasing a huge suppressive force that slowly pressed down. The star's light flickered more and more fiercely. But as the seven-colored treasure mountain fell, it was pressed down bit by bit. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he saw this, knowing that his approach was correct. The star was the source of stars, and although it was rare and precious, it was not unique in this world. Every star territory had its own star territory source. However, the soul-warming lotus was like the immortal tree, one of a kind in this world, and there was absolutely no second one. From this point alone, whether it was the soul-warming lotus or the immortal tree, they were both much more precious and superior than the source of a star territory. It turned out that the soul-warming lotus did indeed have the ability to suppress a star. Under the suppression, the star was suppressed bit by bit, and its flickering frequency slowed down significantly, its interference becoming less frequent. Yang Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief and concentrated on urging the soul-warming lotus to display its unimaginable effect. Hong Long, the seven-colored treasure island fell, and the entire star was suppressed under it, falling into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. The seawater in his knowledge sea was formed by Yang Kai's divine sense, and after being enveloped by the seawater, the star became much more stable. At the same time, Yang Kai felt that the connection between him and the star had become much closer. Chapter 3169. Without waiting for Yang Kai to rejoice, an unforeseen event occurred. The tens of thousands of star sources gathered in his body suddenly erupted at this moment, a huge amount of energy rampaging through Yang Kai's body. As early as when Yang Kai was refining the star source of Firecloud Star, he had noticed that if there were too many star sources in his body, they would produce irreconcilable contradictions. At that time, he had used his powerful cultivation to forcibly suppress the star sources in his body. After all these years of refining, the number of star sources in his body was no longer just a few trifling star sources. Now, there were tens of thousands of them. In an instant, his body seemed to have turned into a battlefield. Tens of thousands of children were arguing and wrestling in this battlefield. If it were an ordinary cultivator, even if they had the cultivation of the Emperor realm, their meridians would have been damaged and their body would have collapsed. However, Yang Kai's body was extremely tough. After cultivating for so many years, he had always focused on body tempering, so the quality of his physique was not something to be trifled with. Coupled with his half-dragon body, this little bit of movement was nothing to him. He only felt a slight stabbing pain in his body. Yang Kai's soul avatar emerged from his knowledge sea and immediately noticed the abnormalities in his body. After the knowledge sea is the body? Refining the star sources of stars really isn't an easy task. He had already expected this to happen, so he didn't seem to panic and instead had a high fighting spirit. Multicolored light burst out from the pores of his body and Yang Kai's entire body seemed to be bathed in a rosy glow, one that was even more dazzling than an ordinary rosy glow. Even his eyes, nose, and mouth were dazzling. The star sources of stars were very different and their colors were also different. This was the scene that appeared on Yang Kai's body. If someone were here to watch, they would definitely worry that he would immediately explode and die. All sorts of similar but slightly different laws violently clashed with each other on his body. These laws were the laws of the star source itself, and the quantitative change quickly caused a qualitative change. It actually caused him great pain, and his body felt like it could collapse at any moment. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated the power of these naughty children. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai shouted, "Dragon! Transform!" A dragon's roar resounded, and the golden dragon silhouette flashed behind Yang Kai's back and plunged into his body. Kacha kacha, the sound of bones dislocating rang out, densely connecting together. Yang Kai's body, which could be considered handsome, started to swell rapidly as if someone had blown on it. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and two small lumps appeared on his forehead. Short dragon horns emerged from the lumps, and his exposed skin was covered with sturdy dragon scales. His hands turned into sharp dragon claws, and a dragon tail suddenly appeared behind him. 3 zhang, 5 zhang, 10 zhang, 15 zhang, 18 zhang. 20 zhang. In an instant, Yang Kai turned into a half-dragon, half-human monster, all alone in the star field. It was actually able to transform into a 20 zhang long dragon. This was a pleasant surprise. Yang Kai remembered that when he used the art of dragon transformation on the Dragon Island, he was only 18 zhang long. He didn't expect that after all these years, he actually grew another 20 zhang long. Although 20 zhang was not a lot, this was the embodiment of the purity of the dragon race's bloodline. He had taken so many dragon blood flowers and dragon blood pills in the past, but he wasn't able to absorb all of the medicinal effects in the first place. Many of the medicinal effects were hidden in his flesh and blood. This 20 zhang long body was undoubtedly the result of the effects of the hidden medicinal effects in these years. He lightly exhaled, and 2 streams of white smoke rolled out from his nostrils. Almost all of his cultivation burst out at this moment, and he didn't hold back anymore. The void trembled and collapsed. Such strength had already exceeded the limit of this world. Even if he didn't make a move, just by standing here, he could make this world tremble uneasily. Around him, the void was like the surface of a lake. Layers of ripples undulated, constantly fluctuating between collapse and repair. A great hostility shrouded him. That was the will of this territory. In the empty star field, arcs of lightning inexplicably flashed, and in a short instant, the land within 1,000 kilometers turned into a pool of lightning. Arcs of lightning leaped and merged into one, quickly turning into thick bolts of lightning that bombarded him from all directions. Yang Kai laughed loudly, as if he had gone mad, but he didn't deliberately resist, allowing these bolts of lightning to fall on his body as he focused on suppressing the origin of the myriad stars in his body. Hong Long Long, the light of the star field flickered as the bolts of lightning bombarded his body, quickly causing his dragon scales to crack and his body to be charred. The will and exclusion of this territory was really not easy to bear. Even if he had the strength to reach the heavens, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. However, he already had an extremely powerful recovery ability, and now that he had a half-dragon body, even if there were some injuries, he could quickly recover. Thunder burst out, and after an hour of bombardment, Yang Kai's body grew taller and taller. On his 20-meter-tall half-dragon body, the origin of the myriad stars was still clashing with each other. Light burst out from his pores as different principal powers tangled and collided with each other. Suddenly, the power of the thunder weakened greatly, and the surrounding arcs of lightning also decreased. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he coldly snorted. If he didn't have the origin of the myriad stars, if he didn't have the previous 10 years of hard work, he would never have dared to release all his strength like this, because the only result of doing so would be to be pushed out of this world, or to be reduced to ashes. But because he had suppressed the origin of the stars and because of his many years of hard work, his aura had long since infected the entire territory. Even if the worlds will sensed his actions at this moment and rejected him, he still had the ability to resist. The only thing the heavens and earth could do was to make him suffer a little more, so that he would know the difficulties and retreat. How could Yang Kai retreat? He had worked hard for many years just to refine this territory, and now that the results were at his fingertips, how could he be willing to give up? In a battle between two sides, one side was bound to retreat and lose, and Yang Kai believed that it definitely wouldn't be him. The weakening of the power of the thunder was undoubtedly the best sign, and even Yang Kai felt a little dissatisfied. It was only because he didn't expect this side of the world to show weakness so quickly. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction. Faintly, he felt that something was approaching him, but after carefully examining it, he couldn't find anything. While suppressing the myriad sources in his body, trying to stabilize them, he also observed with rapt attention. Sure enough, something was approaching him at an extremely fast speed, causing ripples to appear in the void, visible to the naked eye. At a certain moment, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the void 1,000 kilometers in front of him, as if the star field had been melted by something, and a behemoth jumped out from the black hole. At the same time as this behemoth appeared, a strange sound rang out. This sound was not sharp, nor was it forceful, but it was filled with a dreamy feeling. At first glance, it sounded like the sad cry of a dolphin, full of despair and yearning for life, but it was definitely not a sound that a dolphin could make. The size of this behemoth also looked like a dolphin, but a giant dolphin that had been magnified thousands of times. The star field was the sea it roamed, and the void was its home. A shocking void beast. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he recognized the identity of this behemoth. It was actually a shocking void beast. This was a rare sight. He had seen a shocking void beast once in his early years and had even killed one, obtaining its monster core. Shocking void beasts could be regarded as ancient descendants and were naturally proficient in the Tao of space. What's more, this kind of proficiency was innate, a skill that was deeply ingrained in their bones. It was rumored that they could freely shuttle between various worlds without any hindrance. The terrifying void energy was the resource that allowed them to grow. Their favorite place to stay was the void crevice, where they could devour the void turbulence as nutrients for their growth. It was for this reason that shocking void beasts were rare, because they spent most of their time wandering the void, making it difficult to see them in ordinary worlds. Yang Kai never expected that a shocking void beast would appear at this time. No, it's a shocking void beast king. Yang Kai compared this to his early memories and soon discovered that this was not an ordinary shocking void beast, but a shocking void beast king. Its mountain-like body was definitely not something an ordinary shocking void beast could possess. The dreamy voice rang out again, and regardless of whether Yang Kai was willing or not, it poured into his ears, causing him to feel dizzy once more. The shocking void beast king gently flapped its tail, causing ripples to appear in the void, and with a single leap, it arrived not far from Yang Kai, so fast that he barely had time to react. In front of this shocking void beast king, the difference between a 200-meter-tall dragon body and a mountain was like the difference between a speck of dust and a mountain. Yang Kai really did feel like a mountain was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. However, the shocking void beast king didn't seem to notice him at all as it opened its mouth wide, like a giant void corridor that connected the chaotic and nothingness, ready to swallow Yang Kai into its belly in the next moment. The shocking void beast king could not have appeared here for no reason, nor could it not have discovered him. Although it was powerful, it was not invincible. The aura Yang Kai exuded was not weak, so as long as it had a little bit of reason, it would not have directly charged over and opened its mouth to swallow him. At this moment, Yang Kai felt the thick malice of this world. The reason why this shocking void beast appeared here and seemed to be coming for him was definitely because of the guidance of this world. The weakening of the power of the thunder pool was only to prepare for a more powerful killing move. As the saying goes, the world is heartless and treats all living things like dogs. It was truly vicious. If it were any other time, Yang Kai would not have minded fighting this shocking void beast king, perhaps even killing it and taking its monster core. The monster core of a shocking void beast king was extremely beneficial to his cultivation of the Tao of space, but today, he had more important things to do, so he could only let it go for now. With a clap and pull of his hands, a huge crescent blade suddenly formed. With his current height of 60 meters, how could the crescent blade he condensed be small? If he really slashed out, even this shocking void beast king would not be able to ignore it. Chapter 3170. With the moon blade in hand, Yang Kai did not release it. At the same time, the shocking void beast king had already arrived in front of him. Apparently sensing something, the shocking void beast king's figure suddenly paused. It was difficult to imagine how it could freely control its huge body. From extreme movement to extreme stillness, it only took an instant. Then, the two eyes on its head looked down, focusing on the place where Yang Kai was standing. Humph! Yang Kai snorted, the aura of the moon blade in his hand becoming more and more dangerous. The shocking void beast king's mouth suddenly closed, as if it had just noticed him, its eyes flashing with a human-like light. Yang Kai raised his chin towards it, taking a stance of not retreating, his monstrous aura almost tangible. Two figures, one big and one small, faced each other in this strange star field. After a dozen breaths of time, the shocking void beast king suddenly leapt over Yang Kai's head, its huge figure like plunging into an invisible lake, melting into the void and quickly disappearing, leaving behind a huge void corridor that was slowly closing up. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, dispersing the space divine technique. Just as the shocking void beast king had discovered that he was not to be trifled with, he had also discovered that this guy was difficult to deal with. At the critical moment of refining the territory of this star, how could he be willing to complicate things? The shocking void beast king retreating like this was the best result. Otherwise, if they fought, not to mention whether or not he could kill the shocking void beast king, refining the territory of this star would most likely fail. What other moves do you have? Use them all, Yang Kai laughed, placing one hand on his waist and pointing to the heavens and earth. The hostility that had been shrouding the surroundings slowly faded, and at the same time, Yang Kai discovered that the conflict between the star sources of the myriad stars in his body had eased a lot. This discovery made him overjoyed. It seemed that, after everything that had happened just now, the will of this star field was showing signs of compromising and acknowledging him. This was for the best. Yang Kai was also a tactful person, so he naturally could not do anything to provoke the will of heaven and earth. He didn't hesitate any longer, and he immediately closed his eyes and started to refine the quintessence of the stars. Time passed slowly, and Yang Kai's body shrank day by day. However, the light emitted from his skin became less and less. This was clearly a sign that the refining process was progressing well. Until a certain moment, when the last ray of light disappeared, Yang Kai returned to his original appearance. He suddenly opened his eyes. There was a trace of exhaustion in his expression, but his spirit was extremely excited. The refinement was not complete yet. There was only one last step left. He spread his arms and shouted, "Let's go home, let's all go home." Thousands of rays of light suddenly overflowed from every part of his body, turning into stars that circled around him a few times before disappearing like lightning. All these years, he had been refining the stars' origins everywhere in order to turn the entire star's territory into pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, which would make it easier for him to refine them. Now, he had let these stars' origins leave for the final step. Simply suppressing them was not enough, only true recognition could connect their minds. The thousands of quintessences scattered and disappeared in the blink of an eye. With Yang Kai as the center, it was as if a meteor shower had fallen over the entire star territory. Only the last quintessence of the stars remained, fluttering around him, filled with nostalgia and dependence. Shadowed Star's origin. It did not leave immediately like the other origins, but instead stayed behind, as if it had its own thoughts and thoughts. Yang Kai smiled lightly as he stretched out his hand and picked it up. The star source wriggled on his palm, transforming into thousands of different forms. "Go!" Yang Kai said softly, and the shadowed star's origin turned into a stream of light and flew off in the direction of shadowed star. "Come!" Yang Kai shouted in his heart, closed his eyes, and immersed his divine sense into his knowledge sea. The seven-colored island transformed back into the soul-warming lotus and released its suppression of the star, allowing the star to slowly rise from his knowledge sea and intertwine with Yang Kai's divine sense, becoming indistinguishable from one another. With a bang, Yang Kai felt his whole body shake, as if something had exploded. Looking around, the star was once again suspended high above his knowledge sea, and looking up, he saw a sky full of twinkling stars. However, there was a big difference between now and back then. Back then, although this star had been placed in Yang Kai's knowledge sea and had some use to him, it did not truly belong to him. But now, this star was his, and every inch of the star contained his aura. So that's how it is. The moment he completely refined the star chart, Yang Kai's mind suddenly gained an additional layer of enlightenment. It was not until this moment that he understood why the Great Desolate Star territory could invade Hangluo star field. The reason for this was actually related to him. When Yang Kai went to the star boundary and took away the star, he had also taken away the star source of this territory. Without this star source, the originally impregnable barrier of the star territory showed a slight flaw. It was this almost insignificant flaw that formed a channel connecting the Great Desolate Star territory to Hangluo star field, allowing the cultivator from the Great Desolate Star territory to invade this place. Yang Kai scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed. The cultivator from the Great Desolate Star territory had invaded, killing many people and bringing disaster to many cultivation stars. Yang Kai had never expected that he was actually responsible for this. But now that things had gotten to this point, he could only apologize. Collecting his thoughts, Yang Kai's mind surged as he wanted to experience the feeling of becoming the master of this star territory. It was somewhat similar to the feeling of becoming the master of Shadowed Star. With a single thought, everything was under his control, but the range was thousands of times greater. His mind constantly spread out, and Yang Kai could perceive everything in any location he wanted. Soon, he saw Tongxian Realm. Tongxian Realm had indeed recovered a lot over the years, and there were no traces of the early contamination. With the 108 Profound Heavenly Spirit Array and Xia Ning Chang personally overseeing it, 10 years was enough for Tongxian Realm to recover its Yuan Qi. But, this was far from enough. Tongxian Realm's heritage was weaker than other cultivation stars, so it could not give birth to a powerful cultivator. The reason why Yang Kai was so eager to refine the star territory's source and become the master of this star territory was partly because of his own needs, and partly because of Xia Ning Chang and Tongxian Realm. Only by becoming the master of this star territory could he use the power of this star territory to bring great benefits to Tongxian Realm and allow Xia Ning Chang's strength to rise. Now was the time to experiment. Kai Yang stood motionless in the same place, only waving his two large hands. Tongxian Realm, 9 Heavens Holy Land. Xia Ning Chang was talking to Xueyu. Since the end of the war 3 years ago, the entire star territory had returned to normal, and there was no longer any need to worry about being invaded by powerful enemies. Hangluo Chamber of Commerce and Sword Union were both rebuilding, and as for Purple Star. Purple Star no longer existed in this star territory. Of the 3 great forces, High Heaven sect had replaced it and become the top force. Xia Ning Chang's aura had returned to normal, no longer showing any signs of weakness. His skin was ruddy and white, and his aura was restrained. Obviously, he had reached the peak of the third-order Origin King realm. Xueyu was not any worse. Although she was not a star master, she also had a special constitution and sufficient resources, so her cultivation progress was naturally not any slower than others. Suddenly, Xia Ning Chang raised her head and looked outside, as if she had sensed something. "What's wrong?" Xueyu asked suspiciously. "This is..." Xia Ning Chang got up, took a step forward, and arrived outside the hall. Xueyu's figure also floated over to stand beside him. The 2 pairs of eyes looked up into the sky and were immediately stunned. Under the clear blue sky, streams of light streaked across the sky, each containing an unimaginable amount of energy, like meteors falling from the sky. Xueyu's face couldn't help turning pale. Although she was far away, she could still feel the destructive power of these meteor-like things. Even if only one fell, Tongxian Realm would suffer heavy losses, but looking around, there was more than one. The sky was densely packed, and there were simply too many to count. Not only did they see this, but all the living beings on Tongxian Realm were also shocked by this scene. Xia Ning Chang's expression became solemn and he was just about to urge the star's source to block these meteors when he suddenly saw a huge cloud in the sky distort and transform into a clear human face. "Ah!" Xia Ning Chang exclaimed. "Husband!" Xueyu was also dumbfounded. The face formed by the cloud was undoubtedly Yang Kai's face. Although she didn't know how far away he was from the 2 of them, it was as if he could see them, smiling at them and even winking at them in annoyance. This moment of hesitation had cost them the opportunity to intercept. Moreover, the moment he saw Yang Kai's face, Xia Ning Chang knew that this was Yang Kai's handiwork and no longer had any intention of intercepting him. However, she was very curious about what Yang Kai was trying to do. This world-shattering momentum was not fake. The meteor fell to the ground, but it didn't cause the expected impact and destruction. Instead, it silently disappeared. A stream of light fell straight towards 9 Heavens Holy Land, filling everyone's vision with light and preventing them from seeing anything else. When the light dissipated, the world energy aura of 9 Heavens Holy Land was obviously richer, and there were also some other changes that were occurring. Xia Ning Chang's perception was the keenest. As a star master, she was clearly aware that Tongxian realm's world principles were gradually becoming more complete and stronger. More complete world principles meant that a more powerful cultivator could be born and could display more power. A joyful atmosphere spread throughout the stars, causing Xia Ning Chang to feel a sense of great joy. Ning Chang, this is... Shuiyu couldn't help asking when she saw the smile on her face. He succeeded. Xia Ning Chang replied. Shuiyu suddenly understood, her beautiful eyes flashing a strange light. He finally succeeded. After leaving 10 years ago, there had been no news of Yang Kai since. Occasionally, she would hear that someone had seen him in the star territory, but it was only a fleeting glimpse. No one had gone to look for him as everyone knew what he was busy with. It was just that no one had expected him to succeed in a mere 10 years. The abnormalities of Tongxian realm at the moment were the best proof of this. Only by successfully refining the star territory and becoming its master would one be qualified to use the power of the stars from the outer heavens to carry out such a transformation on Tongxian realm. It could be said that such a transformation was almost without any hesitation. The promotion of Tongxian realm was at the cost of drawing power from other places, but when it came to Xia Ning Chang, how could Yang Kai be stingy? Chapter 3171. What's going on? Suddenly, Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong. Above his knowledge sea, somewhere on the star, there was a fist-sized, ink dot. This ink dot looked so familiar, just like the scenery Yang Kai saw when he went to Tongxian realm and looked down from the sky. Yang Kai was now connected with the star territory source, so he immediately felt a strong malice from this ink dot. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, the location of this ink dot should be the connection between the Great Desolate Star Territory and the Hangluo Star Field. That place was extremely important, and as early as 10 years ago, Yang Kai had sent Li Jiao and his family to guard it. Yang Kai had thought that it was safe, but today, after completely refining the star, he discovered that something was wrong. With a thought, his vision seemed to drift across hundreds of millions of kilometers and suddenly pulled to the vicinity of the ink dot. What he saw shocked Yang Kai. The void within hundreds of millions of kilometers had become an unimaginably huge black hole, and everything in this star field had disappeared, including many dead stars. Not only that, the edge of the black hole was still expanding, and wherever the darkness passed, everything turned into nothingness. It was as if the darkness was devouring the territory of this star. Yang Kai was furious. He had refined the source of the star and had become the master of this star territory. In other words, this entire star territory was his back garden, and no matter what the hell this darkness was, it was invading his territory. As the master of this star territory, how could he tolerate it? Where was that old brat Li Jiao? Yang Kai had sent him here to guard this place, so why didn't he tell him that such a big thing had happened? Even if Yang Kai had been running around all these years without a fixed residence, if Yang Kai really wanted to find him, how could he not have a way? He couldn't help but grumble in his heart. With a sway of his body, he arrived at the edge of the huge black hole in a short while. Looking at it from a close distance, he could feel how terrifying the black hole was. All he could see was darkness. It was not inferior to the void crevice. The darkness was like a tide that slowly spread in all directions, assimilating everything in its path. Yang Kai felt like he was losing his territory bit by bit. With a stern expression, he communicated with the star with his mind. The star buzzed and trembled, as if it had received some kind of encouragement, emitting a dazzling light. The unhurried darkness that was advancing in all directions suddenly slowed down a lot at this moment. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He had never encountered such a thing before. To be honest, he didn't know how to deal with it. He just wanted to give it a try and stop the darkness from spreading. He didn't expect that after communicating with the star chart, there would be some effect. He immediately understood that since he was the master of the star's territory, his will was the will of the star's territory. With a single thought, he could resonate with the star's territory. Now that he had this answer, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and became more attentive to communicating with the star, borrowing the power of the entire star's territory to stop the darkness from spreading. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the spreading darkness slowed down and gradually stopped. Yang Kai wasn't satisfied and instead shouted, "Scram!" He pushed both of his arms forward and invisible world powers squeezed out from all directions. Instantly, the boundary of darkness shrank back by several tens of li, and it was still shrinking. In the place where the darkness faded, everything that had been swallowed was restored, and Yang Kai could clearly see a huge meteorite slowly emerge from the darkness, completely revealing itself. This discovery made him overjoyed. He had thought that the places swallowed by the darkness would no longer exist, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Although those places had been swallowed up, everything still existed, it was just that no one could see them. Only by expelling the darkness would their original appearance be revealed. What was this darkness? Yang Kai drove it away while investigating it with rapt attention. A moment later, his body shook and a look of shock appeared on his face. He had actually glimpsed the world-will from the darkness, a world-will that didn't belong to the Hangluo star field. This world-will was so similar to the Hangluo star field, as if the darkness was another world. Incredible, too incredible. Could it be that there was really another world that was eroding the Hangluo star field? Was that world the territory of the Great Desolate Star? After all, this was the territory of the two stars. If the territory of the Great Desolate Star was encroaching on the Hangluo star field, it was reasonable. Yang Kai suddenly rejoiced. If he hadn't refined the star and become the master of the star's territory, he wouldn't have been able to do anything about the current situation. The encroachment between worlds was no longer a problem that could be solved by the level of cultivation. He had to rely on the power of the world he was in to resist this encroachment. He had a faint feeling that the reason why he could refine the star so smoothly was related to the current situation. The Hangluo star field obviously wanted to rely on his power to resist this encroachment. Spit out everything you've eaten. Yang Kai had just become the master of the star's territory and was in high spirits. How could he be afraid of such a small obstacle in front of him? The power of the star's territory was drawn out and crazily squeezed towards the darkness. The darkness had no power to resist and was retreating. The star field that had been encroached by the darkness also returned. With Yang Kai's strength, the speed at which the darkness receded became faster and faster. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the darkness had retreated thousands of miles away. However, compared to the territory it had encroached, these thousands of miles were nothing, but it was still a good start. Yang Kai believed that as time passed, the speed at which he recovered his lost territory would become faster and faster. This was indeed the case. The entire Hangluo star field seemed to be aware of Yang Kai's intentions, and the star's territory's origin unreservedly cooperated with him, bestowing him with the power of the heavens and earth. 100,000 miles, 200,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles, the darkness had obviously shrunk. At this speed, Yang Kai would be able to take back all the things he had lost from the darkness in less than a month. However, at this moment, Yang Kai's hair suddenly stood on end, and a great sense of crisis enveloped him. His eyes widened as he stared at the darkness in front of him. There was nothing there but chaos and nothingness. Not only was there no life, there weren't even dead things, but he firmly believed that the crisis came from the darkness. A light suddenly bloomed in front of his eyes and attacked him in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai raised his head, opened his mouth, and bit down on this light. The light continued to tremble, as if it was alive. Yang Kai clenched his teeth, and his sharp fangs turned into an indestructible blade. With a crunch, the sound of something being crushed rang out, and the struggling in his mouth suddenly stopped. Bah! Yang Kai spat out the object, reached out, and caught it, his eyes narrowing. It was a flying knife with an exquisite shape. It was about a foot long, and its whole body was smooth and flawless. However, there was a row of teeth marks on it at this moment. Moreover, there were dense cracks on it. Yang Kai's bite had destroyed the spirituality of this throwing knife. This is... Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. An emperor artifact? The thing that had attacked him from the darkness was actually an emperor artifact. Although its spirituality was damaged and it was full of cracks, Yang Kai was not blind, so how could he not recognize an emperor artifact? There was even a trace of emperor qi left on this throwing knife. Raising his head and looking into the darkness again, Yang Kai's eyes burned like flames. Great, I thought that the invasion of two worlds was just a natural disaster, but in the end, it was actually a man-made disaster. This throwing knife emperor artifact could not have attacked him for no reason. From the remnant Emperor Yuan Qi, it was clear that someone wanted to kill him from another world, and the attacker was definitely someone from the Emperor realm. Even Yang Kai could not attack from another world. The barrier between worlds was too strong, and only the great emperors could do this. However, the Hangluo star field and the Great Desolate Star's territory were not completely separated, and the darkness was the place where the two worlds connected. It was not difficult for a hidden enemy to attack him from another world. As for the reason, it was none other than him obstructing the invasion of the Great Desolate Star's territory. A bold idea popped up in Yang Kai's mind. Although he was not sure, he guessed that it was probably the case. Finally, it's a little interesting. He could not help but grin. His smile was ferocious as he stared into the darkness, as if he could penetrate the barrier between worlds and see the strong enemy hidden in another world. Ever since he had returned to the star field, even though he had been rejected by the heavens and earth, the enemies he had encountered were all weak little fish and shrimps that couldn't even stand up to a gust of wind. Now that such a powerful enemy had suddenly appeared, his long-awaited battle intent quickly rose. It is impolite not to reciprocate, take this. He clapped his hands and a huge moon blade leisurely formed. He did not immediately slash out, but instead continued to pour power into it. The moon blade buzzed and fluctuated, as if it could collapse at any time, but under Yang Kai's control, it was more stable than ever. After a long time, Yang Kai raised his eyes and first threw the broken throwing knife into the darkness in front of him, then slashed out with the moon blade. Without a sound, the flying dagger and the moon blade disappeared. In the territory of the Great Desolate Star, in the endless star field, the scenery was exactly the same as that of Yang Kai, with great darkness surging. At the edge of the darkness, a sallow-faced middle-aged man frowned and stared ahead. Suddenly, a throwing knife appeared in the darkness. He raised his hand and pinched the flying knife in his hand. Before he could check the condition of the flying knife, a pitch-black moon blade slashed at him. He was not a careless person, but he did not notice the moon blade until it was in front of him. The main reason was that the moon blade was too strange. It was silent and was exactly the same as the darkness, so it was difficult to notice. Perceiving the terrible power of the moon blade, the middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and showed a surprised look, but he did not panic. Suddenly, another throwing knife appeared in his hand, which was exactly the same as the one that Yang Kai had intercepted before. He raised it high, and the throwing knife shone brightly and turned into a huge blade, slashing down. Chapter 3172. The moon blade collapsed, but the middle-aged man's eyebrows twitched. His heart thumped as he hurriedly retreated. However, it was too late. The moon blade exploded, and the power of space was rampant. Cracks appeared in the void. Those cracks weren't arranged in a disorderly manner. They actually outlined 3 large words in front of his eyes: "Fuck your mother." Space Divine Technique. The middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise, revealing a shocked expression. However, he didn't care about Yang Kai's insults. The main reason was that the Space Divine Technique was too treacherous and unpredictable. It was also difficult to cultivate. Moreover, how could someone who could use the space divine technique to such an extent be an unknown person? Could it be him? A figure appeared in the middle-aged man's mind. If the person in front of him matched his imagination, then it would be difficult to deal with him. The reputation of the Spirit Beast Island's martial beast couldn't be ignored. That person was a general under the martial beast Mo Huang, and it would be quite troublesome to deal with him. However, he had never heard of this person having any connection with the lower plane star territory. How could he suddenly appear in the Hangluo star field? He suddenly remembered the family of 3 who were swept into this world 3 years ago. He didn't deliberately pay attention to them, but now it seemed that it was time to have a chat with them. Perhaps he could find out some information from them. Before the darkness, Yang Kai waited with rapt attention. After waiting for a day and a night, he didn't see any signs of counterattack. He suddenly felt bored. He didn't know if his moon blade had hurt the other party, but he thought that it shouldn't have. Although the barrier between the 2 star territories had weakened, allowing him to launch an attack across the star field, the power wouldn't be great. The other party had extraordinary means, so how could he be hurt so easily? However, he didn't know why the other party didn't move. Yang Kai was too lazy to think too much. Since the other party didn't make a move, he could peacefully restore his star territory. The darkness continued to recede, revealing the originally devoured starry sky. At a certain moment, Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he grinned, "You've got guts." Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab something in front of him. Suddenly, a figure fell out of the boundless darkness. Yang Kai frowned. When he saw the figure, he immediately pulled back his hand. Then, he pulled the figure in front of him. "Yuqin?" Yang Kai looked down at the little girl in front of him and frowned. Lu Yuqin was not injured, but his face was extremely pale. It was obvious that he had been frightened. His pupils were dilated and he was trembling. Yang Kai called her twice, but she didn't respond at all. Left with no choice, Yang Kai could only urge his power to calm her down. It took a while for Lu Yuqin to recover. Her eyes gradually focused, and when she saw Yang Kai's face clearly, she began to cry. Tears rolled down her cheeks. "Why did you come from there? Where are your parents?" Yang Kai felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. "Lord Yang, please save my parents." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He said in a low voice, "They are over there. I beg you, please save them." Lu Yuqin grabbed Yang Kai's arm and cried like a pear blossom in the rain. "Tell me, don't cry," Yang Kai comforted her. After a while, Lu Yuqin calmed down and told him what had happened in the past few years. One day 3 years ago, the void corridor that connected the Hangluo star field and the Great Desolate Star territory suddenly exploded. The darkness swept over and swallowed their family of 3. When they came back to their senses, they found that they had arrived at another star field. Later, they found out that this territory was actually the territory of the Great Desolate Star. However, with Li Jiao, who was in existence beyond the star territory, their family didn't encounter any danger. They just couldn't find the way back. Just one day ago, a middle-aged man suddenly found them and chatted with Li Jiao for a long time. Lu Yuqin didn't know what they talked about. In the end, the middle-aged man grabbed her and threw her into the darkness. "What's that guy's name?" Yang Kai knew that there was a guy on the other side of the darkness that was devouring his star territory. Now that Lu Yuqin confirmed it, he knew that his guess was wrong. Lu Yuqin shook her head. She had never seen that person before yesterday. She only knew that even her parents weren't his match. When he captured her, her parents tried to stop him, but they couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. His strength was simply unfathomable. What did he say? Yang Kai continued to ask. Since that person threw Lu Yuqin back, it was obvious that he wanted her to pass on a message. Lu Yuqin said, "He told me to pass on a message to you." If you want my parents to live, hand over the star territory source. Ha! Yang Kai's eyes twitched. Is there something wrong with his head? Although he had been with Li Jiao for many years and their relationship was quite good, it hadn't reached the point where he would be used as a pawn. If it had been Su Yan and the others who were captured, Yang Kai might have considered it. What's more, even if he really handed over the star territory source, the other party might not keep their promise to release them. If Yang Kai lost the star territory source, he would no longer have the capital to resist the other party. The Hengluo star field would also not be able to escape the fate of being devoured. That guy had asked Lu Yuqin to pass on a message. Was he deliberately trying to disgust him? Lord Yang. Lu Yuqin looked at Yang Kai with a pleading expression. I'll send you back first. Don't worry, I'll definitely save your parents. Yang Kai patted her on the shoulder before diverting a part of his attention to continue suppressing the darkness. His figure flickered as he quickly flew towards Shadowed Star. Star territory was vast, and anyone would have to spend a lot of time traveling across its territory, but Yang Kai was now the master of star territory, so he naturally had a degree of convenience that others did not have. With a single thought, he could travel tens of thousands of kilometers. After a few leaps, Yang Kai saw Shadowed Star, and with a flicker, he appeared directly in High Heaven Sect. A stream of light flew out from a certain spirit peak. It was Su Yan, who had sensed Yang Kai's return, and under her lead, all the masters of High Heaven Sect had gathered. A short time later, all the elders had gathered. Yi Shiyun stepped forward and said, Sect Master, there is something I need to tell you. Saying so, she turned to look at Lu Yuqin, who was leaning against Yang Kai, with some surprise. The matter she wanted to report was the disappearance of Li Jiao's family of 3. You don't need to say anything, I understand. Yang Kai handed the unconscious Lu Yuqin to Su Yan and said, look after her. For eyes met, and everything was understood without words. Su Yan gently nodded before carrying Lu Yuqin back to her spirit peak. Inside the hall, Yang Kai took his seat while the others scattered to the left and right. Looking around, Yang Kai said, all of you have worked hard these past few years. I have seen everyone's efforts, and although I did not participate, I still want to thank everyone for their efforts over the years. Yi Shiyun nodded, of course, but I wonder what sect master knows about the expanding black hole. Yang Kai said, I only discovered it not long ago. Rest assured, I will deal with this matter myself. Hearing him say this, Yi Shiyun's heart relaxed, the worries she had held for several years finally disappearing. Although Yang Kai was often elusive, leaving everything to her to deal with, he was still very reliable when he was serious. Husband, what is that black hole? Why is it eroding star field? Shanqing Luo asked in confusion. Yang Kai said, it's the power of Great Desolate Star's territory. Great Desolate Star's territory again? The group of people suddenly showed looks of righteous indignation. Since the end of the war 3 years ago, the entire territory of Great Desolate Star had entered a period of rest and recuperation. They had thought that they would be able to settle down for a while, but in less than 3 years, Great Desolate Star's territory had once again begun to stir up trouble, and this time it was even worse, actually beginning to erode star field, leaving them completely at a loss as to how to deal with it. Yi Shiyun frowned and said, Sect Master, how can the territory of Great Desolate Star erode our territory? Could it be that the level of Great Desolate Star's territory is higher? Yang Kai shook his head and said, that's not the case. There is not much difference between the territory of the 2 Great Desolate Stars, nor is there any difference in level. The reason this situation is occurring is because someone is secretly pushing it. Someone? Who is it? Could it be? Yang Kai nodded and said solemnly, the master of Great Desolate Star's territory. The guy who was secretly fighting with him was definitely not an ordinary person. Since he could push the territory of Great Desolate Star to swallow one another, there was only one possibility, this person was the master of Great Desolate Star's territory. just like his identity at the moment. A series of gasps rang out, but soon everyone remembered that Yang Kai was also the master of Great Desolate Star's territory, so there was nothing to be afraid of. But if these two masters of Great Desolate Star's territory were to fight, who knew how much of an impact it would have on their respective territories? After all, if they fought, it would definitely not be a one-on-one battle, but rather a confrontation supported by the forces of their respective Great Desolate Star's territory. This was bound to set off stormy waves in both Great Desolate Star's territory. Dare I ask, Sect Master, who is stronger and who is weaker? Yi Shiyun asked the question everyone was concerned about. He is not my opponent right now, Yang Kai said lightly. The place shrouded in darkness was his own territory, so even if it was being swallowed up, he still had a certain advantage, so it would not be difficult to drive him out. Now? Yi Shiyun keenly grasped the key point in Yang Kai's words. What about later? Yang Kai laughed. Who can say what will happen in the future? We will do our best and leave the rest to heaven's will. Yi Shiyun wanted to ask something more, but Yang Kai raised his hand to stop her and smiled meaningfully. There's a little bug here. Saying so, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed forward, his movements neither too fast nor too slow. The void in front of him suddenly became chaotic as Yang Kai's big hand reached into the void, seemingly grabbing towards a distant place. When he retracted his hand, an old man with white hair and a white beard appeared in the hall. This old man had a look of surprise on his face and his body was trembling slightly, as if he could not stand steadily. The aura on his body was not strong, only an origin returning realm master. Everyone in the hall looked at each other, not knowing why Yang Kai had suddenly grabbed this old man and brought him here. They did not even know where Yang Kai had brought him here. After becoming the master of this Great Desolate Star's territory, Yang Kai's various means had become more and more incredible. The stooped old man looked around and was startled. The faces around him did not recognize him, but he recognized most of the people here. A trace of panic flashed across his eyes as he pretended to be calm and asked, Where is this place? Chapter 3173. Above the hall, Yang Kai looked at the old man with a smile, while everyone else's expressions were also filled with surprise and doubt. The old man asked, Greetings, Master, who are you? Acting dumb. This old man doesn't know what little brother is talking about. Yang Kai looked him up and down before grinning. Seeing that the corpse chi on your body is quite thick, you should be proficient in corpse refining. Which netherworld sect are you? Netherworld sect. The faces of Yi Shiyun and the others changed as they glared at the old man. Although they could not see what was so special about this old man, since Yang Kai said so, he could not be wrong. All the cultivators in the entire star territory hated the name Netherworld sect. They thought that everything had been settled after sweeping through the world 3 years ago, but now, a fish had slipped through the net and appeared right under their noses. Little brother must be mistaken, this old man is not a Netherworld sect. What do you want to do on my shadowed star? What are you looking for? The old man shook his head and said, This old man does not understand. Yang Kai raised his hand and a thick murderous intent enveloped the old man. In an instant, the old man's hunched figure suddenly straightened up and his aura erupted. Yi Shiyun and the others were dumbfounded as they realized that this old man in front of them was not an origin-returning realm master but a peak origin king. His aura was stronger than any other origin king they had ever encountered, as if he could break through the shackles of the origin king realm at any time. It was unknown what kind of secret technique this old man had used to conceal his cultivation so well that if it were not for Yang Kai's keen observation, no one present would have been able to see through it. However, the killing blow Yang Kai was expecting did not come and instead, he lowered his raised hand. The old man did not know that he was being toyed with and no longer pretended to be calm, simply coldly snorting, You forced my hand. He had indeed been lurking on Shadowed Star looking for something and had not wanted to confront High Heaven sect so quickly, but the heavens had not allowed him to do so. Now that things had gotten to this point, he had no choice but to kill. As he spoke, he summoned a large banner in his hand. As the banner rolled, blood energy surged, and the entire hall was dyed a dark red. Inside the hall, everyone from High Heaven sect suddenly felt as if they had fallen into a rolling river of blood, as the blood chi around them gave off a strong corrosive aura that made it difficult for them to breathe or even circulate their saint chi. Their expressions changed. They all knew about the Blood Sea banner. In the past few years of fighting with the cultivator of the Netherworld sect, every single one of them had experienced the might of the Blood Sea banner. However, they had never seen a Blood Sea banner as terrifying as this. It seemed that as long as this Blood Sea banner was summoned, even a third-order origin king cultivator would not be able to resist. There is a path to heaven but you don't want to take it, there is no door to hell but you insist on barging in. Today, this old man will turn all of you into. The old man was halfway through his words when he suddenly bit his tongue. This was because in the Blood Sea, a small figure was slowly walking in front of him, raising its head and looking up at him innocently. The figure did not give off the slightest ripple of energy, yet strangely, it was unaffected by his Blood Sea banner. The short figure suddenly became as lofty as a mountain, making him feel like he needed to look up for no apparent reason. How is this possible? The old man paled in shock. This artifact of his had long surpassed the limits of what could be reached in star territory. It was also a treasure bestowed to him by a master, and it was because of the power of this artifact that he was able to act so fearlessly after his identity was exposed. It was impossible for anyone in star territory to escape the imprisonment and decay of his Blood Sea banner. Anyone who fell into it would die without a doubt. But now, this 7 or 8-year-old little girl had completely ignored the power of his Blood Sea banner. The little girl in front of him blinked her eyes, raised her small hand, and made a grabbing motion. The old man felt as if he had been struck by lightning and could not help but take a few steps back. His face paled slightly as he became more and more shocked. The connection between him and the Blood Sea banner had been severed. Looking up again, the blood-red color that had enveloped the hall had disappeared and the Blood Sea banner had been grabbed by the little girl. She casually stuffed it into her space ring before turning around and walking back without even looking at him. The old man only felt his throat become slightly dry as he forcefully gulped. His greatest reliance had been so easily taken away, and even his mind had suffered a backlash. The originally arrogant old man immediately became like a venomous snake whose fangs had been plucked. His aura withered and he no longer had the arrogance from before. Compared to the trauma of having his artifact taken away, the shock he received was even greater. The feeling that the little girl gave him was not much weaker than that master. How could there be such a powerful person in this star territory? No wonder the territory of Great Desolate Star had been exterminated in recent years. With this person overseeing it, how could the invasion succeed? This artifact, was it that person who helped you improve it? In the hall, young Kai sat with his face propped up in his hand as he looked at the old man calmly. The old man trembled as he bowed to the ground and respectfully said, "Master, if there is anything this old man would like to know, this old man will tell you everything he knows. Please, Master, spare this old man's life." Since he was in a disadvantageous position, he immediately became much more obedient. "You don't seem to be qualified to negotiate with me." The old man lowered his head. "I beg Master to spare this old man's life. This old man has never done anything harmful to this star's territory." Yang Kai thought about it seriously for a moment before nodding. "Good, I won't kill you." "Master, can you keep your word?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Usually, when I say this, I'm just bluffing." The old man's face suddenly paled. "However," Yang Kai's tone suddenly changed, "since I said I won't kill you, I won't kill you." "Many thanks, Master." The old man shed tears of gratitude. "What does Master want to know?" "You are the sect master of Netherworld sect, right?" Yang Kai asked. The old man was stunned and then smiled bitterly. "Master's vision is like a torch. using the war between the cultivator and the territory of the two stars to create chaos in the Hangluo star field and affect the situation in the Hangluo star field. Only in this way could the star's territory's source be revealed. At that time, as long as the old man found the source of the star's territory, the person on the other side of the darkness could devour and refine it. Once he succeeded in refining the source of the Hangluo star field, the territory of the two stars would really be integrated and there would be no distinction between them. At that time, that person would be the master of the territory of the two stars, and his strength would also rise with the tide. The method was not very clever, but it was extremely effective. If Yang Kai had not returned to the star's territory, he was afraid that at this moment, he would have succeeded. At that time, the Hangluo star field would definitely become a vassal of the great desolate star's territory. This old man doesn't know the purpose of that master. The Netherworld sect master lowered his eyebrows and eyes. Is that so? Yang Kai smiled at him meaningfully, which made the Netherworld sect master's heart skip a beat. Forget it. Come with me. Yang Kai said this and stood up. With one hand holding the old man's collar, he took a few steps and was already in the star field. Master, please spare my life. The old man shouted, his face full of fear. Previously, when he faced that strange little girl, he had a feeling that he was no match for her, but he did not expect that after facing Yang Kai, he would understand that he could not even think of resisting. This was the power of the master of the star's territory. He did not think that Yang Kai's strength was much stronger than his. The reason why he could control him so easily was all because of the recognition of the source of the star's territory. If he also had such an opportunity, why are you shouting? Yang Kai slapped the back of his head. Chapter 3174. After being slapped by Yang Kai, the Netherworld sect master immediately became obedient, and the scenery in his field of vision quickly passed by. Huge stars brushed past each other before being left behind and turned into specks of light. In a flash, the two had traveled tens of thousands of kilometers. Suddenly, the old man's figure came to a halt as he was dropped by Yang Kai. Quickly stabilizing his figure, he looked around and narrowed his eyes. In front of him was a huge black hole that was wriggling like the maw of a giant beast, gnawing at this world and trying to swallow it into its belly. That side is the territory of your great desolate star. Yang Kai pointed to the place where the darkness was the thickest. The old man's eyes lit up. Do you want to go back? The old man nodded repeatedly. Good, I'll let you go, but you have to tell me one thing. The old man asked cautiously, what is it? Tell that guy for me to wash his neck and wait for me to chop it off. Scram. Yang Kai grabbed him by the collar again and threw him into the darkness without any explanation. The old man screamed in horror and wanted to resist, but he couldn't even condense his Saint Chi, so he could only crash into the darkness and disappear in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai shaded his eyes with his hand and glanced around before whistling softly. On the other side of the darkness, 3 figures stood at this moment. In addition to the sallow-faced man, there were 2 acquaintances of Yang Kai. Li Jiao and Lu Sannyang. The auras of the 2 people were still intact. They had not suffered any torture or injury, but they did not have the intention to escape. In this world, no matter if it was Li Jiao or Lu Sannyang, they were unable to display their full strength, but the middle-aged man in front of them could. Pinching them was as easy as pinching a conch, and neither Li Jiao nor Lu Sannyang had the slightest ability to resist. No matter who you are, you must pay the price. Li Jiao looked at the middle-aged man with a sinister expression. Lu Yuqin had been thrown into the darkness right in front of him, and he didn't know if Lu Yuqin was dead or alive. Naturally, Li Jiao was furious, and hated that he had fallen from grace. If they were in the star boundary, he would have already fought a life-and-death battle with Lu Yuqin. Even if he wasn't Lu Yuqin's match, it would still be better than being so angry. The middle-aged man turned a deaf ear to him and said indifferently, why are you so confident? Li Jiao sneered, because you don't know who you have provoked. The middle-aged man finally turned his head to look at him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Li Jiao said, if I had the ability, I would have twisted your head off long ago. Are you pinning your hopes on that Yang Kai? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows, secretly amused. He had never even heard of Yang Kai's name, so how strong could he be? Even if he was lucky enough to become the ruler of a star territory, he probably wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. He had only learned of Yang Kai's existence after chatting with Li Jiao for a while. It wasn't that Li Jiao was willing to betray Yang Kai, but Lu Yuqin and Lu Sanyang were beside him, so he had to answer some questions. Just you wait, you will regret it. Li Jiao sneered and didn't say anything else. No matter where this guy came from or what his cultivation was, as long as he wasn't one of the great emperors, he believed that Yang Kai could deal with him. After all, he had even broken through a place like Dragon Island, so what in this world would be difficult for him? I hope he really is as you say, otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring? The middle-aged man smiled slightly. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned his head to look into the darkness. A layer of ripples appeared in the darkness, and immediately after, a figure flew out from it. He was dancing with joy, and his face was filled with shock. The middle-aged man reached out and grabbed the figure in his hand. The old man was still shouting, and the middle-aged man shouted, calming him down. Master. When the old man saw the appearance of the person in front of him, he immediately exclaimed, and his eyes couldn't help but show the joy of surviving a disaster. The moment he was thrown into the darkness by Yang Kai, he thought he was dead for sure. Who knew that Yang Kai really kept his promise and let him live? Not only that, but he also sent him back to the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Why did you come from there? The middle-aged man looked at the old man curiously and slowly let go of his hand. The old man hurriedly said, this little old man endured humiliation and saved my life. I specially came back to inform the master. Did that person let you come back? The middle-aged man frowned slightly and asked the truth. The Netherworld sect master looked embarrassed, but he could only nod and say, yes, he asked me to come and pass a message to the master. What message? That arrogant brat said that sooner or later, he would ask the master to teach him a lesson. The old man chose his words carefully. Naturally, he didn't dare to convey Yang Kai's words. That's all? The middle-aged man frowned slightly, obviously a little surprised. He turned his head and glanced at Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang. Didn't that person care about the life and death of these two at all? That's all, the Netherworld sect master bowed his head and said. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and raised his hand to grab the Netherworld sect master's head. This action startled the old man and he instinctively wanted to resist, but he knew that even if he resisted, it would be useless. After a moment of hesitation, the middle-aged man's hand had already covered his head. His body suddenly stiffened, and even his thoughts seemed to have stopped. I'll see for myself, the middle-aged man said lightly. The middle-aged man said indifferently. His divine sense surged and poured directly into the old man's knowledge sea, prying into the old man's memories with astonishing methods. This method could easily cause indelible damage to the old man, but for the middle-aged man, he obviously didn't care too much about the life and death of the Netherworld sect master. Suddenly, the old man's knowledge sea tumbled violently, and a ray of light rushed out from the sea. This ray of light contained an aura that didn't belong to the old man. It turned into a sharp and unparalleled attack and slashed towards the middle-aged man's divine sense. Yang Kai had buried a killing move in the old man's knowledge sea at some point in time, waiting for the middle-aged man to walk into the trap. Humph! The middle-aged man coldly snorted. Although he was a little surprised, he didn't panic. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace, and it was unknown where he was smashed to in the star field. What's going on? The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief, but soon, he understood how Yang Kai had done this. Logically speaking, in his own star territory, even if Yang Kai had heaven-defying methods, it was impossible for him to cause any harm to him. However, that punch was obviously not an ordinary one, but one that contained the power of the opponent's star territory. This was the only way to explain why he had such powerful strength. Brother Yang. Li Jiao was pleasantly surprised. Let's go. Yang Kai used his other intact hand to grab Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang, grabbing them in the palm of his hand, and then plunged into the darkness behind him without looking back. That kind of punch could only be used once, and it was impossible for a second punch. Yang Kai had also caught his opponent off guard. If he waited for that guy to stabilize himself, not to mention escaping with Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang, he himself would not be able to leave this star territory. Chapter 3175. You want to leave? An enraged voice came from behind him, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze at this moment. Yang Kai's figure that was leaping into the darkness suddenly stopped, and he was fixed in place. He was only a few feet away from the darkness, and he was about to escape. Turning his head, he saw the middle-aged man that he had blasted away flickering and rapidly approaching him. It had always been him using the divine technique of space to imprison others, but he never thought that he would be the one being imprisoned. The middle-aged man did not grasp the divine technique of space, but as the master of this star territory, he could naturally mobilize thousands of laws and all kinds of powers. Fighting him in this star field was indeed very disadvantageous. After suffering a loss, the middle-aged man's expression was extremely ugly, but his eyes were extremely excited, as if he wanted to get rid of Yang Kai once and for all. This was indeed a heaven-sent opportunity, and if he missed it, he would probably never be able to devour the Hangluo star field again. Let's go. Yang Kai threw Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang into the darkness, and his brute force and space laws were pushed to the limit. Kacha, tiny cracks appeared in the surrounding space, swimming around like fishes. His imprisoned body finally gained a bit of freedom. He clenched his uninjured fist, and in his palm, he secretly held something. He prayed that his guess was correct, or else he would be in deep trouble this time. Your Excellency is truly righteous, and your spirit soars to the heavens. However, such a method is simply stupid. The middle-aged man could not suppress the joy in his heart, and in a few steps, he rushed to Yang Kai. Although the power of Yang Kai's punch was not small, it did not cause any substantial damage to him. As the master of this star territory, standing in this star territory, he had countless methods to dissolve the power of that punch, so he only suffered a slight surge in his blood and qi. On the other hand, Yang Kai had one arm crippled, and another arm was sent over. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist, preparing to cripple that arm as well. When the two fists collided again, the smile on the middle-aged man's face suddenly froze. He turned into a meteor again and was blasted away. His eyes were blank and full of puzzlement. There was only one question in his heart. How could this be? How could this be? The fact that he couldn't withstand the first punch could be explained as him underestimating the enemy. Furthermore, the other party had just come over from his territory and could use a little of the territory's power there. However, it was impossible for the second punch to have such an effect. He had already sealed the space he was in and cut off the connection between him and the territory of that side of the star. No matter what, he could not use the power of the star territory again. However, from his fist, the middle-aged man clearly felt the power of an entire world crashing towards him. It was different from the first punch, but it was very similar. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai laughed wildly. When the middle-aged man heard his laughter, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. This feeling was akin to an adult fighting with a child and being thrown to the ground time and time again. It was extremely infuriating. Of course, Yang Kai was not a child, but in this star territory, there was no difference between him and a child. An even more infuriating voice sounded in the middle-aged man's mind, "Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll beat you until even your mother can't recognize you." After leaving these words behind, Yang Kai turned around and stepped into the darkness. When the middle-aged man pounced a second time, there was no trace of Yang Kai. Clenching his fists tightly, he gritted his teeth and growled, "Yang Kai." There was no enmity between him and Yang Kai. It was just that there was some filth because of the invasion of Star Devourer's territory. However, when the middle-aged man came up with the plan to invade Star Devourer's territory, the Hangluo Star Field did not have a Star Territory Master. What he wanted to devour was just an ownerless Star Territory. In the end, it was Yang Kai who ruined his plan. In other words, it was Yang Kai who ruined his plan. At this moment, he had been teased twice and was covered in dirt. Naturally, he was filled with anger. In his heart, he had already listed Yang Kai as an enemy. If there was a chance, he would definitely fight him to the death. In the Hangluo Star Field, Yang Kai's figure flashed out, and he had already returned to his human form. Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang both stood in the void, anxiously looking into the darkness. When they saw him walk out, they were overjoyed and looked at him with concern. When they saw Yang Kai's arms drooping down, as soft as noodles, how could they not know that he had suffered a great loss? "Brother Yang." Li Jiao's eyes were a little moist. After he was captured by the middle-aged man, he didn't expect Yang Kai to save him at all. This was because he knew that even if he had some weight in Yang Kai's heart, it was absolutely impossible for him to compare to an entire star's territory. Within this star's territory, there were his friends, family, and sect. How could he possibly give up this star's territory for him? Li Jiao had already prepared for the worst, but who knew that Yang Kai would be willing to take such a huge risk and break into the star's territory controlled by the other party to save him? Moreover, he had even succeeded. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he would repay such great kindness with great kindness. Yang Kai looked at him with disdain and said, "My hand hurts a lot right now, and you're making my head hurt like this." Li Jiao's old face reddened. Yang Kai said again, "I was just making an attempt. If I can't save you this time, then it's your fate. Of course, I will avenge you." Li Jiao nodded, "This Li understands. In any case, I will be grateful." Lu Sanyang wanted to say something but hesitated. Yang Kai said, "Yu Qin is fine. She is now in High Heaven sect, you should go as well." "What about you?" Li Jiao asked with concern. Yang Kai said, "I'll stay here and observe the situation. I also need to tend to my wounds." After a pause, he asked, "Right, do you know the identity of that person?" Li Jiao replied, "That person called himself Wu Heng." "Another one surnamed Wu?" Yang Kai frowned, his expression becoming strange. There was no good person surnamed Wu. The greatest villain in the history of Star's territory was surnamed Wu. Li Jiao obviously knew what he was talking about and shook his head. This person shouldn't be related to that person, they just happen to have the same surname. It's best if they aren't related, Yang Kai nodded. If Wu Heng really had something to do with Wukong, then they would be in big trouble. Star's territory could not afford another heaven-devouring Great Emperor. The original Great Emperors of Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor were still alive. After exchanging a few more words, Yang Kai sent Li Jiao and Li Jiao back to Shadowed Star without knowing the origins of this Wu Heng. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Yang Kai pushed his strength to restore his arms. Both of his arms had been shattered. Although he had caused Wu Heng quite a bit of trouble just now, it was not without a price. Various kinds of world principles had flowed through his arms, wantonly destroying his physique and meridians. If it had been anyone else, their arms would likely have been completely crippled. Fortunately, Yang Kai's physique was quite good and his restorative ability was extremely strong. Now that he had returned to his own territory, with the help of the surrounding power, he was able to easily draw out the many world principles from his body and disperse them into the void. Not only did he not suffer any losses, he even managed to replenish the energy of his star territory, although it was insignificant. After a long time, Yang Kai raised his arms slightly. The hidden danger had been removed, so all he needed to do was slowly restore himself. It shouldn't take long for him to fully recover. Yang Kai took out some healing pills and swallowed them, further shortening the time it would take to restore himself. His right hand was tightly clenched, and he hadn't loosened his grip until now. Only now did he open his palm, and a pearl the size of a longan lay quietly in his palm. The sealed world bead. Yang Kai's first punch was able to send Wuheng flying because of the element of surprise, and because he had just crossed over from his own territory. Standing at the junction of the two star territories, Yang Kai was able to slightly mobilize the power of his star territory. Yang Kai's second punch did not rely on the power of his star territory, but on the sealed world bead. If the star territory was a world, then the sealed world bead was also a world, just of different sizes. The sealed world bead, compared to the entire star territory, was simply the difference between a grandson and a grandfather. However, there was one thing in common, and that was that they were both supported by the power of the entire world. As the owner of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai could naturally mobilize the power of this small world. In the past, he had mobilized the power of the sealed world bead to deal with enemies, but as a result, the small sealed world was ruined and its world principles collapsed. Later, he went to the five-colored treasure pagoda in Star Soul Palace and used the sealed world bead to devour a lot of source strength to repair the sealed world bead and upgrade it to the next level. This time, he used the same trick as a last resort. Fortunately, the result did not disappoint him. Without the sealed world bead, even if his second punch could destroy mountains and overturn seas, it would not have been able to force Wuheng to retreat half a step. God bless me. God bless me. Yang Kai held the sealed world bead with both hands and muttered a few words. Then, with a resolute look on his face, he immersed his divine sense into the sealed world bead and investigated it. The corners of his eyes twitched as his expression changed. After a long while, a miserable howl resounded throughout Star Field. As he expected, the small sealed world was in a mess again. The world that had been repaired in the five-colored treasure pagoda had collapsed again. World principles were in chaos, mountains and rivers were upside down, rivers flowed in reverse, and void cracks spread across the small sealed world like scars. At first glance, this world was simply ruined, as if it could collapse at any time. Yang Kai's heart was bleeding. This time, in order to save Li Jiao, he had spent a lot of money. Fortunately, he was saved. Fortunately, there was no damage near the medicine garden. The medicine garden was the most important part of the small sealed world. On one hand, it was because he had deliberately protected it, and on the other hand, it was because the immortal tree and the firmament tree were planted in the medicine garden. Whether it was the immortal tree or the firmament tree, they were the only ones in the world. Their existence could not be destroyed, so the place they were planted in was naturally extremely sturdy. After a while, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense from the small sealed world and returned to normal. Although the small sealed world was seriously damaged, it was not destroyed, so there was always a chance to repair it. In the future, Yang Kai would have to see if there was a chance to enter the five-colored treasure pagoda again. However, thinking of the scene when he left Star Soul Palace, Yang Kai dismissed this idea. The last time he entered the five-colored treasure pagoda, he had caused a lot of trouble for Star Soul Palace. It was likely that the great Emperor's Mingyu would not allow him to enter again. Putting away the sealed world bead, Yang Kai turned his gaze to the darkness ahead. Right now, the most important thing was to solve the problem in front of him. Chapter 3176. When the Hengluo star field had no owner, the robber Wu Heng had barged in and plundered wantonly, and no one had been able to stop him. Now that Yang Kai had become the owner of the territory, how could he allow him to be unbridled and rampant in his own territory? Just as he was no match for Wu Heng in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, Wu Heng was no match for him here. Using his divine sense to communicate with the star chart in his knowledge sea, Yang Kai faced the vast darkness, took a deep breath, spread out his arms, and pushed them forward, assuming the posture of an immeasurable sea. The rolling darkness rolled back like the receding tide, retreating thousands of miles in an instant, and it was still shrinking. Where the darkness passed, the original star field reappeared. As the saying went, spit out what you ate. Yang Kai was not just joking, he was really going to put it into action. The retreating darkness suddenly slowed down, as if there was a force blocking the end of the darkness. You're still being stubborn with me. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and laughed sinisterly. He did not know that Wu Heng could not take this lying down and was secretly fighting with him. He wanted to force back the darkness that was devouring the Hengluo star field, while Wu Heng was exerting force on the other side to hinder his actions. However, this was meaningless. Even though the speed had slowed down a lot, Yang Kai continued to do so, and the darkness was still retreating. 3 years ago, the darkness here had erupted, and the devouring had begun. Wu Heng had spent 3 years and devoured more than 100 million miles of the star field. However, compared to such a long time, the devouring speed was not too fast. Now, the speed of recovery was much faster. The darkness retreated, compressing bit by bit toward the center. The black hole that shrouded the vast space of the territory gradually disappeared, and the void was rebuilt. In less than a month, all of the darkness had been driven away, leaving only the first void corridor behind. The mission of Li Jiao's family of 3 was to guard the front of the void corridor and prevent rescue and escape in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. On the other hand, Yang Kai and Wu Heng had been secretly fighting each other for a month. However, there was no suspense in the final result. Yang Kai emerged victorious. Staring at the dark entrance to the corridor, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. The appearance of this passageway was mainly due to the fact that he had taken away the source of the Hengluo star field when he went to the astral boundary. The source was not in the territory of the astral boundary, and the boundary wall of the territory of the astral boundary was weak. Perhaps it was a coincidence, or perhaps it was Wu Heng's intention, but the weak point turned into a passageway between the 2 astral boundaries. Presently, he'd already brought the quintessence back and successfully refined it to become the master of the territory of the stars, so he naturally possessed the ability to repair this passageway. With his current abilities, it would not take much effort to do such a thing. He only needed to spend some effort. However, once the tunnel was completely repaired, it meant that the connection between the territory of the 2 planets would be completely severed. How could Yang Kai make such a choice before taking his revenge? That was why he left the tunnel there. Not only did he not repair it, but he also came up with a devious idea. Since he wanted revenge, the best way was naturally to give him a taste of his own medicine. Since Wu Heng wanted to annex his Hengluo star field, then Yang Kai would take over his Great Desolate Star territory and let him have a taste of his own medicine. But before that, Yang Kai had to come up with a good plan. Otherwise, with Wu Heng in charge, his plan would not succeed. Once accumulated to a certain extent, it would inevitably cause great harm to the practitioner. It might even cause the practitioner's cultivation to regress and become the demon race. Wukong had a way to resolve it, so he could use the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to dominate the world. Yang Kai knew that he did not have this ability, but the embodiment did. The stone mongoose race had a unique physique. They could devour metals and stones, so the difference of attributes was nothing to them. They could directly refine things in their bodies. Everything returned to one. Strictly speaking, there was no race in the world that was more suitable for practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique than the stone mongoose. This was probably something that even Wukong did not expect. The embodiment had been practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique for many years and had never encountered any problems. He had even devoured the origin of stone fire. In terms of understanding and comprehension of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, the embodiment was the only one in the world other than Wukong. A huge amount of information poured into his mind. Yang Kai slowly digested it, and suddenly found that this secret art was far more profound and mysterious than he had imagined. If Wukong was not evil, he would be a rare genius. Half a day later, the embodiment stopped and looked at the black hole not far away. He stood aside to guard Yang Kai in case of any accidents. Time passed little by little. Yang Kai was immersed in comprehending the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. The more he comprehended, the more desperate he was to practice this secret art. This secret art was incredibly powerful. Wu Mengchuan had been practicing it for so many years, but he still had not reached the Emperor realm. However, he had been wandering for many years and had a good temperament, so he was able to curb this greed. After a full month, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, which were clear and bright. He stood up, stretched his body. Crackling sounds came from all over his body. He shook his hands and found that they were as good as new. 1 month was enough for him to fully recover. Staring at the void corridor, Yang Kai grinned fiercely. Time for revenge. He communicated with the star map and urged the power of the star field to rush into the tunnel. At the same time, he used the heaven-devouring battle law to test his strength. Knowing the pros and cons of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, Yang Kai naturally would not practice the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique himself. At this moment, he was using the entire star territory as the foundation to stimulate this powerful secret art, which was equivalent to letting the Hangluo star field operate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. No matter how much energy of different attributes was devoured, he did not need to digest it himself. The star territory naturally had the ability to do so. This was a heaven-defying technique that only the master of a star region could use. At the other end of the void corridor, Wu Heng's face was gloomy. After waiting for a month, he was bored to death. He originally wanted to use the method of invading the star territory to cultivate, but who would have thought that it would be ruined at the last moment and that someone would break into his house and punch him. He instinctively felt that Yang Kai was not someone to be trifled with, and was afraid that he would cause trouble again. Who would have thought that this month would be peaceful and nothing would happen? He thought that it seemed that Yang Kai also knew that he could not do anything to him, so he would probably give up. The void corridor was there, but he did not repair it. Because if he did, it would seem that he was afraid of Yang Kai. How could he be willing to lose face? In fact, for him, it would be best if this matter was left unsettled. Invading the star territory was not a trivial matter, and he only had this idea because he noticed that there was no master in that star territory. If Hangluo star field already had a master, he would not have done this. Wu Heng was willing to turn big problems into small ones, and small ones into nothing, but Yang Kai was not willing to do so. The kindness of a meal must be repaid, and the enmity of a grievance must be avenged. What's more, because of the invasion of the great desolate star territory, countless people in Hangluo star field were separated from their families, and even Tongxian realm was almost destroyed. His little senior sister had almost died. If he did not vent this anger, what was the use of Yang Kai's cultivation? Suddenly, there was an abnormal movement in the void corridor. Wu Heng raised his head and looked in that direction. His face sank as he gritted his teeth and said, "Shameless thing." He felt that being willing to turn big problems into small ones was already the biggest concession he could make, but who knew that Yang Kai would not give up and instead wanted to invade his star territory. Wu Heng made up his mind to make Yang Kai suffer a big loss, otherwise, the other party would not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Darkness spread out from the void corridor like a tide, like thick ink, crazily spreading in all directions. Wherever the darkness passed, everything turned into nothingness, revealing a chaotic black hole. Wu Heng ignored it and kept retreating, because it was not yet time to act. If he acted now, he would certainly be able to suppress the darkness, but he would definitely be caught in an endless tug-of-war with Yang Kai. He had to wait for a good opportunity to finish things once and for all. The black hole was still expanding without any sign of stopping, and its speed was also increasing imperceptibly. Wu Heng's face was as pale as if his parents had died. The territory of the Great Desolate Star was damaged, and the most direct change that was fed back to him was a black spot in the territory of the Sea of Consciousness. Compared to the whole star, this black spot was not too big, but it was like a drop of ink on a delicate picture scroll, destroying the harmony and beauty of the whole. What was more frustrating was that this drop of ink was still expanding in all directions. Sooner or later, the whole picture scroll would be dyed black. At that time, the territory of the Great Desolate Star would be changed to Yang Kai. It wasn't that he didn't resist. In the past month, he had been constantly contending with Yang Kai, but he couldn't stop him from devouring. How could a master of the territory of the stars, who had just refined the origin of the stars, have such amazing means? If he had such means, he would have turned the Hengluo star field into his back garden. Only now did Wu Heng realize that the situation was not good. If this matter was not handled well, not only would his cultivation improve, but he would also suffer a double loss. Otherwise, if we continue to fight, it will only make the billions of creatures in the territory of this star territory suffer. Yang Kai widened his eyes and looked at him in surprise. Are you begging for mercy? Wu Heng said in a deep voice, this king is just proposing a solution to the problem. Begging for mercy? What a joke. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. He just didn't want to make a strong enemy. Just a suggestion. Yang Kai showed a disappointed expression and shook his head. No, no. What's wrong with it? Stopping and making peace is good for both of us, Wu Heng asked patiently. Yang Kai said, you drove the people in the territory of the Great Desolate Star to run amok in my star territory. Countless people under this young master's command have been killed and injured. If I stop now, won't I suffer a great loss? Wu Heng disagreed in his heart, but on the surface, he nodded and said, it makes sense. If you think it's inappropriate, this king can make up for it. What kind of compensation? Wu Heng said, the star field that has been devoured belongs to you. Yang Kai laughed, it was originally mine. Can you take it back? The star field that had been digested by the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique had long been integrated with the Hengluo star field. No matter how powerful Wu Heng was, he could forget about separating it. Then what do you want? Wu Heng asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai looked into the corridor and shook his head. Bad omen, a very bad omen. Wu Heng's eyes twitched. You still don't trust me. Although he didn't have any good ideas in mind, he obviously couldn't show it. Yang Kai said seriously, wrong, wrong. What's wrong? Wu Heng asked in a low voice. I mean, Brother Wu, you have a bad omen. Look back if you don't believe me. There was no need to look back. When Yang Kai said this, Wu Heng clearly felt the pressure from the Hengluo star field suddenly increase. He panicked and hurriedly resisted with all his strength, but he still couldn't stop the darkness from spreading to this side. There was some abnormal movement behind him. He turned his head and saw that Yang Kai had already stepped into the void corridor. He turned back and gave him a warm smile, saying loudly, "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Wu. See you another day." "Bastard!" Wu Heng cursed. With a thought, the void corridor collapsed, trying to kill Yang Kai, but it was obviously too late. After waiting for a while, his face changed again. How is this possible? Yang Kai had clearly gone through the void corridor to the Huangquan star, which was billions of miles away. Why didn't the pressure from the Hangluo star field show any signs of weakening? Previously, he thought that Yang Kai was able to control the origin of the Hangluo star field because he was too close to it. It was because of this that he decided to send him further away. As long as he went deep into the hinterland of the Great Desolate Star territory, the origin connection with the Hangluo star field would definitely weaken or even be cut off. When that happened, he would be able to free himself to deal with Yang Kai. With a thought, he could consign him to eternal damnation. It was only now that he understood why Yang Kai was so fearless. It was because no matter how far away he was, the devouring of the Hangluo star field showed no signs of stopping. In fact, it was even more intense than before. He had no choice but to focus and resist with all his strength. How would he have any energy left to deal with Yang Kai? Could it be that he really wasn't the owner of the Hangluo star field? He felt uneasy. He didn't know if sending him to the Huangquan star was right or wrong. He felt that he had planted a disaster, and it would come sooner or later. Huangquan star, one of the highest grade cultivation stars in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. After all, it was the home star of the Netherworld sect and was no worse than the water moon star of the Hangluo star field. The world energy here was extremely rich, and there were mountains and rivers everywhere. The Netherworld sect was the owner of this cultivation star. However, the last invasion of the Great Desolate Star territory had caused the Netherworld sect to suffer heavy losses. Now, the ones left on Huangquan star were just a bunch of weaklings, with only a few origin kings remaining. Yang Kai stepped out of the void corridor and arrived directly above Yellow Spring Star. Looking around, he examined his surroundings and was extremely satisfied. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to put his plan into action. First, he flew around Yellow Spring Star for a while before he landed on a large mountain. This mountain was towering and filled with rich world energy. At first glance, it was obvious that it was extraordinary. There were countless birds and beasts roaming about, and there were also several secluded cultivator caves, all of which were protected by powerful spirit arrays. Obviously, there were people cultivating here, but Yang Kai didn't know if they were from the Netherworld sect. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to these things and went directly to the highest peak. With a flip of his hand, a longan-sized bead appeared in his palm. The sealed world bead. This was a trophy Yang Kai obtained from the Star Emperor sect. Tracing back tens of thousands of years, it was a treasure that Yang Yen had brought from the star boundary. According to Yang Yen, this was a treasure that one of her friends had refined. Because Yang Kai, like that person, cultivated the space divine technique, Yang Yen left it to Yang Kai. After so many years, the sealed world bead had left many indelible brand marks in Yang Kai's growth, and it had helped him a lot on many occasions. The sealed world bead had long been one with him, and it was one of his most important cards. His plan this time was very simple. He would use the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to devour cultivation stars and repair the damaged small sealed world. This was a sudden idea, and Yang Kai didn't even know if it could be realized. But with the precedent of the Hangluo star field devouring, Yang Kai felt that this plan was very feasible. The Hangluo star field was a world, and since it could become the carrier of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique and devour another world, the sealed world bead could naturally do the same. The sealed world bead was also a world, and fundamentally speaking, it was not much different from the Hangluo star field. The only difference was that it was bigger than the Hungluo star field. If the sealed world bead was a small world, then the Hungluo star field was a medium world, and the star boundary was a great world. Worlds could devour each other. The cultivation stars in the star territory were also small worlds. The Yellow Spring Star, as one of these countless small worlds, was the target that Yang Kai planned to use the sealed world bead to devour. If he succeeded, the small sealed world was very likely to be repaired, and it could even be improved to the next level. At that time, with the embodiment driving the Hungluo star field on the outside, and him using the small sealed world to stir up trouble on the inside, the great desolate star territory would definitely be plagued by both external and internal threats. Wu Heng would also be tired of dealing with them, and after a long time, killing him would not be a problem. After calming down and deducing the feasibility of this plan, Yang Kai suddenly looked solemn and flicked his finger, sending the small sealed world flying. At the same time, he sat down cross-legged and communicated with the sealed world bead with his mind, transforming it into the world will of the small sealed world. Suddenly, Yang Kai's vision changed, as if his body had become the small sealed world. This feeling was not unfamiliar to him. When he communicated with the Hungluo star field source, he also had a similar feeling, as if his whole body had turned into the world will, becoming its spokesperson. Using the small sealed world as a medium, Yang Kai unhurriedly urged the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method. He had similar experience before, so he was familiar with all this without the slightest hesitation. The sealed world bead immediately released a strange aura, an aura that could devour all things in the world. Wherever the sealed world bead passed, the void collapsed and melted, revealing a dark void crack, like a piece of delicious food that had been cut off by someone. Sure enough, it works. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he saw this and immediately understood that his previous guess was not wrong. The original space in the void crack had obviously been swallowed by the small sealed world because Yang Kai clearly felt that there was something extra inside the small sealed world. Yang Kai didn't know the name of Yang Yan's friend, but his methods were heaven-defying and he was able to refine an entire world to form the sealed world bead. Yang Kai's actions at this moment were definitely better than that person's. For a long time, the sealed world bead's role for Yang Kai had been to store people, plant spirit flowers and plants, or to avoid being hunted down. Its biggest function was to pull enemies into the small sealed world and fight them to the death. However, since Yang Kai had the ability to pull enemies into the small sealed world and use the world force to crush them, he could probably win with his own ability, so this function was a bit useless. But from today onwards, the sealed world bead might be able to play a bigger and more powerful role. Yang Kai could not wait to see the final results. After swallowing such a spiritual mountain, Yang Kai clearly felt that the black hole formed by the small sealed world bead expanded a little. In other words, its territory had increased. The larger the territory of the small sealed world bead increased the efficiency of the devouring process. After a day of experimentation, Yang Kai confirmed his conjecture. At this point, he no longer hesitated and flew off into the distance. Below him, the black hole formed by the small sealed world bead was like a rolling black ball, plowing a deep gully in the ground. In this gully, what was missing was not only the earth of the Yellow Spring sect, but also its principles and world energy. Such a gully would never be able to be restored. In the wilderness, a starship with a striking skull symbol was approaching. It was Yellow Spring sect starship, but this starship's grade wasn't very high, only origin returning grade. In order to invade the Hungluo star field, Yellow Spring sect had mobilized almost all of its forces, from the sect master to the disciples. More than 90% of them had gone, leaving only 10% to guard the sect on Yellow Spring Star. A few days ago, Wu Zimin and the others went to Yellow Spring sect and finally met with a steward of Yellow Spring sect. They reported what they had seen, but the steward didn't take it to heart and didn't report it. In recent days, more and more people came to Yellow Spring sect and reported that a terrifying person had appeared on Yellow Spring Star. That person was controlling a black ball and was devouring the earth. Wherever it passed, whether it was the wilderness, mountains, deserts, or even cities and sects, everything was devoured by the black ball. Nothing remained. Only then did Yellow Spring sect realize that the situation was not good. The elder who stayed behind immediately gathered people and prepared to meet the perpetrator. The starship was only 1,000 kilometers away from Yellow Spring sect when a rumbling sound suddenly came from the front, like thunder rolling across the earth. What happened? Inside the starship, an old man asked. It was the elder who stayed behind to guard Yellow Spring sect. Immediately, a disciple projected images of the outside world into the starship. In their field of vision, a hair-raising scene suddenly appeared. In the distance, a young man was flying over, and 1,000 feet below him, a huge black ball was moving. The black ball crushed the earth, leaving an indelible mark. The mark stretched for an unknown distance, as if a wound had appeared on the earth. It's him! Wu Zimin cried out in horror. It had only been a few days, so how could he forget this person's face? Only now did he know that he was not an alarmist when he said that he would devour the entire Yellow Spring Star. That's the black ball that devours everything. The elder's eyes also widened. Although he had received a lot of reports in the past few days, it was hard to imagine that such a bizarre thing could happen in this world without seeing it with his own eyes. The information he received was not wrong. That black ball was indeed terrifying. The place where the darkness enveloped was completely devoured. Not good, he's coming towards us. A disciple cried out in horror. Get out of the way. The elder shouted. Although he had not truly fought with Yang Kai and had only seen an image, he knew that he was definitely not his opponent. Regardless of the gap in their cultivations, just that black ball alone made the elder feel extremely uneasy. If he was contaminated by that black hole, he would not be able to escape and would be devoured. It's too fast, we can't dodge. The disciple's voice was already filled with tears. As he spoke, a figure had already brushed past the battleship, flying away as fast as lightning. He did not even look at the battleship, as if it was nothing. The black ball also rolled past the starship. Before everyone could rejoice, they heard the ground shake behind them, as if something had collapsed. Turning around, the elder cried out in grief, "Don't!" This place was less than 1,000 kilometers away from the Yellow Springs sect. Although the starship was lucky not to be devoured by the black ball, the Yellow Springs sect, which stood on the ground, was not able to avoid it. The black ball rolled past the Yellow Springs sect and split it in half, with a large piece missing from the middle. The so-called sect protecting array could not resist for even a moment before collapsing. Oh, this is the Yellow Springs sect, Yang Kai glanced back, then we'll have to take good care of it. Thus, everyone on the starship soon discovered an even more shocking scene. The black ball actually returned and rolled several times inside the Yellow Springs sect. After a few breaths, the Yellow Springs sect was gone. Chapter 3181. Inside the small sealed world, large pieces of land appeared out of thin air. Invisible world principles and world energy also filled this small sealed world and merged with the world principles and world energy of the small sealed world itself, making this small sealed world even more solid and complete. Along with the appearance of these pieces of land, there were all kinds of creatures. Most of them were humans, but there were also some monster beasts that had been swallowed by the black sphere. Having suddenly arrived in another world, they were all in a state of shock. These creatures were all swallowed by the black sphere because they could not avoid it in time. They thought that they were doomed, but when they came back to their senses, they found that they were safe and sound. They were all in disbelief. They hurriedly ran away, ready to explore the mysteries of this world and figure out their situation, but they were imprisoned in a certain place by an invisible force, unable to move too far away. The entire Yellow Spring Star was in chaos. As time passed, everyone came to know that there was a demon-like existence who was driving a huge black sphere that could devour everything and wreaking havoc on Yellow Spring Star. This person's divine technique was unparalleled, and even the famous Yellow Springs sect was flattened. As a result, the cultivator who had the ability to escape from the Yellow Springs sect set off one after another, not daring to stay on this stars any longer. Those who did not have the ability to escape could only pray that the heavens were merciful, but what awaited them was a terrifying devouring. 2 months later, the entire Yellow Spring Star had completely changed. Looking down from the void, this stars that the Yellow Spring sect used as their home star, which was originally full of world energy and had given birth to countless creatures, had become dead silent. Large and small cities had disappeared, and so had all the sects and families. Even the many spirit mountains and rivers had disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the entire Yellow Spring Star looked like a huge meteorite. There were still endless and deep ravines on the meteorite, and its size had also shrunk significantly. If a cultivator from another star within the territory of the Great Desolate Star were to come and take a look, they would definitely not recognize that this was the Yellow Spring Star. They would probably think that this was a silent dead star. How troublesome, Yang Kai muttered as he hovered above Yellow Spring Star and used his divine sense to explore the small sealed world. Yang Kai had not expected that so many people would suddenly appear in the sealed world bead, but there was nothing he could do about it. The Netherworld sect was not a dead star, but a cultivation star with an extremely vibrant population. He urged the sealed world bead to devour the stars. The cultivator above the Saint King realm on the Yellow Spring Star could escape if the situation turned bad, but how could the cultivator below the Saint King realm escape? There were also many mortals. He could not expect them to leave the Yellow Springs planet and escape into the territory of the Yellow Springs planet. That would only be courting death. As such, Yang Kai simply swallowed all these creatures into his sealed world bead along with the earth around them. Now, how to deal with these creatures was a troublesome matter. Should he take them to another cultivation star and set them free? But there were more than 100 million of these creatures. More than 80% of the creatures on the entire Yellow Spring Star had already been taken into the sealed world bead. Even if he wanted to set them free, he did not have the time. Moreover, with the transfer of power, birth, old age, illness, and death were the norm. The most important thing right now was how to resist the encroachment of the Yellow Spring Star's territory. Who would have thought that in just 3 months, Yang Kai would give him such a big surprise? He did not know what method Yang Kai used to make the entire Yellow Spring Star disappear. It was truly gone. It had completely disappeared. How did he do it? How could this be possible? A cultivation star was stolen just like that? Wu Heng would not believe it himself. It was not something that could be put in a space ring, it was a real star. If it was not stolen, then where did Yellow Spring Star go? He was the master of the Yellow Spring Star's territory and controlled the star territory's source. As long as he wanted to, he could pay attention to anything that happened in any aspect of the Great Desolate Star territory. The disappearance of Yellow Spring Star was not an illusion. Wu Heng felt terrible. Because of this distraction, the power to resist the darkness weakened greatly, causing the encroachment of the Yellow Spring Star's territory to speed up again. Flustered, he hurriedly restrained his thoughts and did not dare to be distracted, but the feeling of uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger, almost filling his heart. He knew he had made a mistake this time. He had never expected to fail so miserably in the territory of a lower star. Therefore, he didn't need to think too much about it. Ao Wei's expression changed, but he refused to back down. As a Star Master, he had no room to back down. His figure flickered as his peak origin King Realm aura filled the air. At the same time, scales began to appear on his face along with traces of a monster beast. From his appearance, it was obvious he was not human. Even though he knew he was no match for Yang Kai, once he attacked, he would not have a good end. Ao Wei still stood in front of him and shouted coldly, "If Master insists on doing so, then step over this Ao's corpse." His voice was not loud, but under the influence of the world will, it spread across the entire Cultivation star. The hundreds of millions of inhabitants on Wild Wave Star were moved, feeling that Wild Wave Star had such a responsible Star Master. Imperceptibly, Ao Wei's momentum rose to a new height, as if he had obtained great benefits with just a few words, but this still did not make him feel the slightest sense of security. "Oh? You're a flood dragon?" Yang Kai looked at the scales on his face and the traces of beast transformation on his body and smelled a familiar aura in the air. Ao Wei nodded. There was no need to hide this matter, after all, it was not a secret. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I know a flood dragon, but, you're too weak." Even though Ao Wei had always been polite and humble, and his attitude had always been humble, he was still greatly unconvinced after hearing this. He was already standing at the peak of the Origin King realm and was the Star Master of Wild Wave Star. Almost no one in the entire territory of Great Desolate Star was his opponent, yet his cultivation was actually being evaluated as too weak? The anger in his heart washed away the fear in his heart as he grit his teeth and said, "Is that so? Then this Ao would like to see Master's means." Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "You won't believe me if I tell you. That guy can probably last a few moves against me, but as for you," Ao Wei shouted angrily, "then this Ao would like to see how many moves Master can defeat me." Saying so, he rushed towards Yang Kai. A faint dragon roar rang out, but it was not so pure. Although flood dragons had the bloodline of the dragon race, it was very thin after all, so how could they compare to a true dragon? However, with the support of the entire Wild Wave Star, Ao Wei's momentum was quite impressive. In an instant, the sky changed color and the clouds surged. The Star Master's attack was extraordinary. Yang Kai didn't seem to be on guard, nor did he take any stance, just staring blankly at Ao Wei who was rushing towards him. "This person is too arrogant, he doesn't even put me in his eyes. I must teach him a lesson." Yang Kai's attitude undoubtedly angered Ao Wei completely, and he no longer held back, going all out. An invisible force suddenly spread out from Yang Kai's body. Ao Wei's figure suddenly froze as his eyes bulged, revealing a look of extreme shock. At that moment, he seemed to see a giant dragon, hovering in the air, its huge head overlooking him, his strength rapidly collapsing, unable to condense at all, and even unable to breathe. Then, the dragon head rushed over, opened its big mouth, and swallowed him. Ao Wei screamed as his clothes were soaked in sweat. At his level of cultivation, he was rarely frightened by anything. Just now, when Yang Kai came with the rolling dragon, he could directly question it and even fight back, but facing a giant dragon, he didn't even have the courage to look at it. This was the suppression of bloodline. When he came back to his senses, there was no dragon in front of him, only a young man with a hateful face looking at him with a smile. Was it an illusion? If it was an illusion, then it was too real. Without waiting for him to figure it out, Yang Kai had already raised his hand and said, "Come in." The rolling dragon opened its big mouth and swallowed him in one bite. "My life is over." A thought flashed through Ao Wei's mind. He closed his eyes and poked his neck, but after waiting for a while, there was no pain. When he opened his eyes, he was immediately surprised. He had actually appeared in another world. This world looked rather messy, and there were millions of pieces of earth and stone scattered all around. As far as the eye could see, this was the only scene in his field of vision. After feeling it a little, he was surprised again because the world energy here was extremely rich, several grades better than that of Wild Wave Star. Only the world's principles seemed to be somewhat broken, making the circulation of power in his body somewhat sluggish. What the hell is this place? Wasn't I swallowed by the giant black beast? How did I end up here? There was a shiny object nearby that attracted his attention. It was pressed under a huge rock. He walked over and lifted the huge rock. Immediately, a horizontal board came into view. Netherworld Sect. Ao Wei's eyes narrowed, almost unable to believe his eyes. Isn't this the plaque of Netherworld Sect? Although he was the Wild Wave Star's Star Master, he had been to Netherworld Star and entered Netherworld Sect a few years ago. This plaque was erected in front of Netherworld Sect. He believed that he was not mistaken, and that weather-beaten feeling was not fake. This was definitely the plaque of Netherworld Sect, so how could it appear here? Thinking of the rumors on Wild Wave Star during this period, an extremely bold conjecture emerged in his heart. His ears twitched, and some voices entered his ears. Ao Wei flew up and looked into the distance, seeing a group of people coming over. He immediately flew over and exchanged a few words with these people, and his face became even more shocked. These people were actually the residents of Netherworld Sect. Master Ao Wei was defeated. Master Ao Wei was swallowed in one gulp. Doomsday is coming, doomsday is coming. On Wild Wave Star, countless pairs of eyes saw Ao Wei being swallowed by the giant black beast without even the strength to resist. This visual impact made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. They had never thought that Ao Wei, a Star Master, would be so easily defeated. They had hoped that Ao Wei would save them from the fire and water, but now, that hope had immediately turned into deep despair. When Yang Kai drove the rolling star toward Wild Wave Star, no one dared to stop him. The rolling star's mouth opened and closed, swallowing large and small islands one after another, and even the boundless sea water was swallowed into its stomach. Crying for their parents and running for their lives, countless people were cursing and swearing. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to them and sat cross-legged on the back of the rolling star, gnawing in a direction along the entire Wild Wave Star. A group of ignorant people. This young master wants to take you to paradise, but you don't appreciate it. You guys are unlucky to run away. Suddenly, his heart moved. What was the difference between him and the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperor's Wukong in the past? Wukong wreaked havoc in the territory of the chaotic star, and also destroyed countless stars. In the end, he provoked the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people, and was besieged by the emperors. No, Wukong was Wukong, and he was himself. His way of doing things was very different. On the stars of Wukong's destruction, all living creatures were wiped out, but he only sent those creatures to another world and didn't do anything to them. Instead, many years later, they would probably be grateful to him. Order was re-established in chaos, and only by experiencing destruction could it be reborn. Chapter 3184. At the border of the territory of the Great Desolate Star, Wu Heng's face was livid. He had been confronting the all-devouring darkness for half a year. He had tried his best but could only slow down the speed of its devouring and spreading. He could not stop it at all. In half a year, he had lost hundreds of millions of miles of star field. Such a large territory was almost several times larger than the Hangluo star field he had devoured in the past 3 years. Who was the person opposite him? How did he do it? He had once driven the territory of the Great Desolate Star to devour the Hangluo star field, so he naturally knew how difficult it was. It was a painstaking effort that needed to be pushed forward bit by bit. It was not something that could be done overnight. At that time, the Hangluo star field did not have an owner of the territory of the Great Desolate Star field, so his devouring was almost unhindered. But now, with him here, the erosion of the opposite side was still so fast. What was the reason? If that was all, it would be fine. There was another thing that troubled Wu Heng. In the past 6 months, in the hinterland of the Great Desolate Star territory, he had lost 3 cultivation stars one after another. From the Yellow Spring Star to the Wild Wave Star to the Flying Crab Star, they disappeared from the star one after another, as if they had never appeared. Those were 3 cultivation stars, not 3 meat patties. In the end, what method did Kai Yang use to steal them? In the territory of the Great Desolate Star, there were many cultivation stars. Losing 3 was not a big deal. The key point was that this was just the beginning. Losing 3 cultivation stars in half a year, what about 1 year, 10 years, 100 years? If there were no more cultivation stars in the entire Great Desolate Star territory, what was the point of the existence of the Great Desolate Star territory? He, the owner of the Great Desolate Star territory, would only exist in name. To Wu Heng's relief, after the Flying Crab Star, Yang Kai did not seem to do anything else. He did not know what he was doing here. As the owner of the Great Desolate Star territory, if he really wanted to spy on Yang Kai, it would be easy. However, he did not dare to do so. Because a slight distraction would cause the erosion of the opposite Great Desolate Star territory to increase rapidly. It could not go on like this. If it went on, he would definitely not have a good ending. Did he really have to do that? Wu Heng's expression kept changing, of anger. Above a dead star, billowing was suspended in midair. The huge pitch-black body was constantly shrinking and expanding, repeating the same cycle. Kai Yang stood next to it, paying close attention to it. Along the way, Rolling had swallowed a total of 3 cultivation stars, and when it finally swallowed the Flying Crab Star completely, it closed its mouth, no longer making that crunching sound. Then, it stopped at the position where the Flying Crab Star originally was and began to undergo such a change. Yang Kai wanted to communicate with the small sealed world, but found that his mind could not enter it, so he could only wait and see. If his senses were correct, then Rolling was currently digesting. After all, 3 cultivation stars were not so easy to swallow. Even if they were swallowed into the small sealed world, they would still need to be digested. Otherwise, the slightly different world principles would be enough to cause the small sealed world space to collapse, and the creatures on the 3 cultivation stars would definitely die without a burial. After this time's change, the entire mysterious small world would likely undergo a complete makeover, so Yang Kai waited quietly with great expectations. He wanted to check the situation with the embodiment, but he was too far away now, and he was in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, so he could not establish contact with the embodiment at all. However, Wu Heng was definitely not having a good time. Otherwise, Yang Kai's recent actions would not have been so smooth. If Wu Heng could spare some time, he would definitely give Yang Kai a hard time. Thinking so, Yang Kai grinned. Those who provoked him never had a good end. Even Wukong had suffered a big loss, let alone Wu Heng. Days passed little by little. There was no sunrise or moonlight in the star field, so Yang Kai did not know how much time had passed. But every time Rolling wriggled, it seemed to cause some changes to its body. Yang Kai could clearly feel that Raleigh's consciousness had become much clearer. This could only mean one thing: Raleigh had successfully digested the world principles of the 3 cultivation stars and fused them together, no longer distinguishable from each other. After a while, the consciousness became even clearer. Although it was not to the extent that it could communicate with Yang Kai, it could already give some reactions to Yang Kai's contact. The most obvious change was the shape of the Rolling. Originally, it was just a huge black ball. After swallowing the Yellow Spring Star, a big mouth appeared. Now, a tail grew out directly opposite the big mouth. The tail slowly grew longer, and at first glance, the Rolling looked like a huge tadpole. It looked quite funny. Finally, one day, after wriggling for a while, the rolling stopped changing. The big mouth opened again and made a crunching sound, conveying the urgency of hunger. After digesting the 3 cultivation stars, it began to devour again. Its body size had also become much larger. When it arrived at Wild Wave Star, it was 100 kilometers in diameter. At this moment, it was probably more than 200 kilometers in diameter. Yang Kai did not intend to stop it and let it go. The rolling immediately turned around and rushed in a certain direction. Even though it was dark there, Yang Kai knew that there was definitely a cultivation star there. It seemed to be extremely sensitive to cultivation stars. Even though it was separated by a large star field, it could still smell the delicious smell coming from cultivation stars. Yang Kai flashed into the small sealed world bead. This was the first time he had entered the small sealed world after the rolling changed. As soon as he came to this world, Yang Kai was stunned. Because this was no longer the small sealed world he was familiar with. The whole world had become many times larger. Even after stretching out his divine sense for a long time, he still could not find the end of it. The original small sealed world could only be regarded as a small world. Even the world principles were pieced together by Yang Kai. Most of the origin kings within the territory of Great Desolate Star knew about the existence of the star boundary. After all, there had always been a path connecting Great Desolate Star's territory to the star boundary. Several decades ago, the previous Netherworld sect master Ian Lusheng had entered the star boundary with several masters from Great Desolate Star's territory, but no one knew what the final result was. However, it was undeniable that entering Great Desolate Star's territory through that passage was bound to be dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could lead to death. So even though the passage had always existed, no cultivator within Great Desolate Star's territory dared to pass through it unless they had great confidence in their own strength. But now, there was another opportunity in front of them. It seemed that as long as one was recognized by the master of this world, they could be introduced into the star boundary. Chapter 3185. The stars were resplendent and had existed since ancient times, but they were collapsing and disappearing one after another, as if an invisible hand was erasing them from the vast star field. Wu Heng couldn't bear it any longer. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Yang Kai!" Up to this day, he had been at a complete disadvantage in the battle against Yang Kai. Not only had he lost a large part of the vast star field, but he had also lost as many as 5 cultivation stars in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. If this silent battle continued like this, he would definitely lose everything he had. Deep regret welled up in his heart. If he had stopped when he noticed that a Star Lord had been born in the Hangluo star field, perhaps there wouldn't be so many troubles now. But at that time, he had bullied Yang Kai, who had just become the Star Lord of the territory, and did not put him in his eyes. He even wanted Yang Kai to hand over the Hangluo star field. Their enmity had already been formed. But now, it was useless to regret. No matter what, he had to get rid of Yang Kai first. Even if he had to suffer more losses, he could not tolerate him doing whatever he wanted in his own territory. Thinking of this, Wu Heng no longer hesitated and divided a part of his mind to investigate Yang Kai's situation. In the extremely distant star field, Wu Heng quickly found traces of Yang Kai. After seeing the situation there, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded and absent-mindedly asked, "What is this?" More than half of the 6th cultivation star had already disappeared. And on this broken cultivation star, a giant black tadpole-like monster was leisurely moving back and forth. As its mouth opened and closed, it swallowed the cultivation star piece by piece, as if it was eating a delicious cake. In the blink of an eye, a large piece of the cultivation star had disappeared. Even though Wu Heng was very knowledgeable and experienced, he couldn't recognize what this black monster was, but when he saw it, he instinctively felt a little frightened. Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the rolling beast's back, seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and glanced at the star field, grinning. At the next moment, Wu Heng appeared before him. As the master of the star territory, it was naturally not difficult for him to traverse a distance of hundreds of millions of miles in an instant. He raised his hand, clenched it, and shouted, "Die!" The power of this planet's territory was instantly mobilized, turning into invisible shackles that suddenly tightened Rolling's huge body. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Rolling's round body was constantly shrinking. His mouth was wide open, and his teeth were clattering as if he was struggling against something. Yang Kai also felt the pressure as heavy as a mountain. His entire body stiffened and he couldn't move. He felt as if all his bones were being crushed by Wu Heng. It was indeed not a good thing to be too presumptuous in someone else's territory, but it was probably a little too late for Wu Heng to make a move now. If Wu Heng had been so decisive in the beginning when Rolling Beast was still not a threat, he might have had a chance to win. But now, did he really think that he was a soft persimmon that he could pinch at will? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a secretive smile. Wu Heng's expression suddenly changed. He felt that the shackles he had imposed on them were being broken bit by bit as the black monster opened and closed its mouth to gnaw at them. No, it wasn't breaking, it was disappearing. Just like the cultivation star in front of him, the power of the star territory that he had mobilized was also being devoured. Walla, a vibration that came from the depths of his soul rang out. Rolling Yasuo's body suddenly returned to normal, and he regained his freedom of movement. The rolling beast suddenly became excited, and without Yang Kai's instructions, it actually took the initiative to rush towards Wu Heng, as if it wanted to swallow him as well. How could Wu Heng wait helplessly for his death? Relying on the convenience of the Star Territory Master, his figure twisted and turned, avoiding the rolling beast's attack, while constantly gathering the power of the Star Territory between his hands and turning it into attacks. In an instant, the world inside the small sealed world suddenly changed. Streams of light streaked across the sky, as if it was a meteor shower, and the small sealed world was filled with lightning and thunder, as if doomsday was coming and the world was about to collapse. The hundreds of millions of creatures, regardless of their cultivation, were all trembling, prostrating themselves on the ground, begging the Master God for mercy. They didn't even know how they had offended the World Master who had appeared before, they only thought that it was the World Master's anger that caused the world to change. Above the sea, waves rose and fell, the ground in the wilderness cracked, and countless newly built buildings collapsed. In an instant, the peaceful world became full of danger and murderous intent. It made people feel more and more what it meant to have divine grace as deep as the sea and divine might as deep as a prison. Let's see where you can run after this young master devours the territory of the great desolate star. He was extremely happy. No wonder Wu Heng had the idea of devouring the Hengluo star field. After becoming the owner of the star territory, devouring the territory of another star gave him a great feeling of joy. He could clearly feel the change of the world's power while devouring. He had made up his mind to devour the entire territory of the Great Desolate Star and combine the two star territories into one. By then, he would be the owner of the two star territories. Facing his mockery, Wu Heng's face was as calm as water. He seemed to have accepted his fate, but his eyes flashed with a trace of determination. He suddenly took out a jade tablet from the space ring. The jade tablet was dotted with stars, as if there were countless stars on it. It was a brand that emitted an extremely mysterious aura. From a million miles away, Yang Kai saw this scene and couldn't help frowning. Although he wasn't close, he could feel that this jade tablet wasn't an artifact. What was he going to do with it at this time? Having said that, he didn't know what this jade tablet was, but it didn't look like an ordinary object. Wu Heng's expression was solemn as he formed a few mysterious seals with his hands, pointed his finger at the jade tablet, and then raised it high and shouted, "Star Envoy, please." Dots of fluorescent light suddenly emerged from the jade tablet, like hundreds of millions of fireflies flying out, converging into a dazzling pillar of light that shot straight to the sky. Above Wu Heng's head, at the top of the pillar of light, a white light bloomed and gathered into a circle that covered an area of several kilometers. This circle was filled with complex patterns that rotated irregularly, dazzling anyone who saw it. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was startled, because those patterns looked somewhat familiar. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Wasn't this the spirit array he needed to arrange a space array that could cross territory? What the hell was this jade tablet? How could it construct such a pattern in an instant? The power of space fluctuated. Yang Kai suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. Combined with what Wu Heng shouted before and what he saw in front of him, Yang Kai keenly felt that there seemed to be someone coming out of the pattern. Sure enough, in the dazzling light, a big foot suddenly stepped out of the large circular array, like a banished immortal descending from the sky, slowly revealing his figure. Yang Kai stared with wide eyes and was surprised to find that it was a handsome man with a feathered crown on his head and a feathered fan. This man was as handsome as jade, so handsome that it made Yang Kai feel disgusted. There was a long sword hanging from his waist, which made him look like a Confucian hero. When he descended from the circular pattern, his eyes were closed. Wu Heng, on the other hand, stood there with a solemn expression and looked up. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes, which flashed like lightning, as if he could see through all things. Wu Heng hurriedly lowered his head, as if looking at this man any longer would be disrespectful. On the other hand, Kai Yang felt the hairs on his body stand on end as a great pressure descended upon his heart. Yang Kai didn't know much about Wu Heng's true strength and estimated that he was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, but he had seen many third-layer Emperor Realm Masters before, so he didn't feel any pressure facing him. However, this man with a feathered crown who descended from the sky made his breath catch, and this was under the premise that this man wasn't deliberately targeting him. There was only one kind of person who could make him feel this way. This man isn't from the Emperor realm, he's one of the great emperors. Which great emperors are they? The names of the great emperors kept flashing through Yang Kai's mind, but he found that none of them matched this man. What made him feel even stranger was that Wu Heng was able to summon him. What did he mean by inviting an emissary just now? Star Soul Palace also had the title of emissary. Xiao Yuyang was a Golden Star emissary, but it wasn't a position in Star Soul Palace. Xiao Yuyang's position in Star Soul Palace was an elder. The so-called emissary was a title established in the entire Southern Territory. Star Soul Palace's emissaries were mainly responsible for communicating and reconciling the conflicts between the various sects in the Southern Territory. Star Soul Palace's emissaries also held other positions in Star Soul Palace. The two were independent but did not conflict with each other. This star emissary obviously wasn't from Star Soul Palace. The Bright Moon Great Emperors were only a so-so. No, he seemed to be a little worse than the Bright Moon Great Emperors, but Yang Kai's experience was limited, so he didn't know what the difference was. Master. Wu Heng cupped his fists and saluted. The man with the feathered crown looked down at him and said lightly, "Wu Heng." Yes. Boy, you should have some self-awareness, the feathered crown man impatiently said. He looked at Yang Kai as if it was an honor for him to have taken a fancy to Yang Kai's things. if you want to exchange with this king, I won't let you suffer a loss. This king can make the decision to give the neighboring star's territory to you. You can refine and devour it to your heart's content and even hand over the star's source to you. With just a few words, the fate of the great desolate star's territory was decided. Yang Kai wondered what Wu Heng would think if he heard this. Yang Kai shook his head, no. The man with the feathered crest said, within 10 years, I will help you break through to the Third Order Emperor realm. Yang Kai stared at him, what's wrong, sir? Are you trying to take it by force? Even if this man was really a great emperor, Yang Kai had seen great emperors before and had even fought alongside great emperors, so how could he be intimidated by this man's might? If he provoked him, he would transform into a 200-meter-long dragon and let this man know what it means to have a dragon's pressure as vast as the sea. Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The man with the feathered crest's face sank, obviously angry. He felt that he was being sincere, as even he would have to pay a huge price for a star's territory and a Third-Order Emperor realm breakthrough within 10 years. All he wanted was a small world, but he didn't expect the other party to refuse so readily. Yang Kai grinned, I won't accept a toast or a forfeit. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the vast star field crazily pressed down on the man with the feathered crest. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Although he hadn't been in contact with this man for long, Yang Kai could tell that this guy wasn't a patient person. Since he had made up his mind not to exchange the small sealed world with him, sooner or later, he would have to shed all pretense of cordiality. Instead of passively waiting to be beaten, it was better to take the initiative and perhaps have the strength to fight back. In an instant, the space around the man with the feathered crest turned into a solid cage. Space force fluctuated and entangled as void cracks swam around the man like fish. Although Yang Kai was only a First-Order Emperor realm master now, in this Hang Luo star field, he was the master of heaven and earth. Even if the other party was really a great emperor's, bearing the power of the entire territory would not be easy. Looking closely, Yang Kai's heart jumped and he was dumbfounded, almost suspecting that he was seeing things. He saw that although the man with the feathered crest was full of flaws, his surroundings were not affected at all. The power of the star territory that Yang Kai had mobilized couldn't press down on him at all, only lingering around him. The man with the feathered crest was wearing a treasure robe that was blooming with starlight, blocking all the power outside. His expression was also slightly startled at this time, probably not expecting Yang Kai to be so bold as to attack him. He was so angry that he laughed, you court death. If Yang Kai hadn't taken action, the man with the feathered crest would have just taken it by force at most. After all, the master of the star territory couldn't be killed just because he said so. After all, his duties did not allow him to do so, otherwise, others would be able to use his weakness against him and he would have endless troubles in the future. Since Yang Kai took the initiative to provoke him, he might as well kill him and no one would say anything. Slowly raising his hand, Yang Kai instantly became vigilant as if he was facing a great enemy. The man with the feathered crest drew the sword at his waist and fiercely slashed forward, shouting, break. An invisible but extremely mysterious power burst out, not harming Yang Kai at all, but causing him to tremble and cry out in alarm, how is this possible? This was always the line that his opponents used, and at this moment, he finally understood how his opponents felt when they said this. Unbelievable, beyond imagination, completely incomprehensible. The man with the feathered crest's sword had actually severed the connection between him and the Hang Luo star field. It had to be known that Yang Kai had spent a great deal of effort to refine the star source of the Hang Luo star field, becoming the master of this star territory. This kind of refining had formed a connection that went deep into his soul, and unless someone could kill Yang Kai, it would not be severed. But under the power of the man with the feathered crest sword, this impossible had become possible. The surging power of the star territory was suddenly dispersed. Yang Kai tried to communicate with the star, but he could not get any response from it. There seemed to be a pair of shackles that had locked up the star source of the entire star territory, causing his advantage as the master of the star territory to disappear. You actually dare to attack me? The man with the feathered crest slashed out with his sword, but did not take the opportunity to attack. Instead, he looked at Yang Kai with a mocking expression. This king is the Star Court's emissary, in charge of thousands of star territory. You actually dare to attack me? Star Court. Yang Kai's expression changed. This was really a mysterious name that he had not heard for a long time. He knew about the existence of the Star Court. It was said that after the War of Emperors, the surviving great emperors created it in order to prevent something like Wukong from happening again. Its purpose was to seal and suppress the passage to the star territory of the lower star territory and to protect and monitor the creatures in the lower star territory. The Star Court would not take the initiative to intervene in the matters of the star territory. They would let them live and die on their own, but if another Wukong appeared, the Star Court would definitely take action in time. The Star Court was extremely mysterious, and not many people in the entire star boundary knew of its existence. Yang Kai wanted to return to the Hangluo star field back then, so he asked around. Someone told him that he could go to any star territory through the Star Court. But that person did not tell Yang Kai where the Star Court was. Yang Kai was able to return to the Hangluo star field because of Wukong. If Wukong had not used the power of the Dragon Palace to forcefully break open the Void Passage, he was afraid that he would really have to go to the Star Court to look for a way out. There were many powerhouses in the Star Court, and there was always a great emperor overseeing it all year round. It was said that the one overseeing the Star Court these years was the Iron Blood Great Emperor. No wonder this feathered man could cut off his connection with the Hangluo star field with a single sword strike, causing his biggest reliance to lose its effect. Since the other party was an emissary from the Star Court and was in charge of the star territory, it was natural for him to have this ability. The treasured clothes on his body and the sword at his waist were probably specially made for the star territory of the lower star territory. They could protect him from or reduce the rejection of the laws of heaven and earth when he went deep into the star territory. Yang Kai had a feeling that this person was not stronger than the other great emperors, but because of his identity and the environment he was in, he gave him this illusion. Oh? You don't know about the existence of the Star Court? The feathered man observed Yang Kai carefully before nodding. So that's how it is. You've only become the Star Territory's lord not long ago, no wonder you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Generally speaking, any Star Territory's lord who became the Star Territory's lord would have to register with the Star Court and have their own dossier. Wu Heng was like this, and so were the other Star Territory's lords. Every Star Territory's lord was a powerhouse from the star boundary, and it was impossible to become a Star Territory's lord without a three-layer Emperor Realm lord. They had to go through the Star Court in advance and obtain the qualifications to refine the Star Territory. Once they succeeded, they would naturally report it to the Star Court, create a dossier, and leave their name. This was a kind of restriction, but also a kind of responsibility. At his level of cultivation, it was very difficult for him to be hurt by external objects, but the soul-splitting saber combined with the heaven-shattering slash was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It had been many years since the last time he used the soul-splitting saber. Over the years, Yang Kai had been using his divine sense to nourish the soul-splitting saber, accumulating a terrifying amount of power. At this moment, he used the heaven-shattering slash secret technique imparted to him by Tian Yen, and sure enough, it was effective. Little brat. The feathered-crowned man's face instantly turned ferocious as he flew into a rage out of humiliation. He never thought that he would actually suffer a loss in front of this brat. He thought that this brat was just an ant he could easily crush, but who would have thought that he would be bitten by this ant? Kong, A huge fist suddenly appeared in front of the feathered-crowned man's eyes and an earth-shattering force rushed towards him. The feathered-crowned man's body suddenly shot out like a meteor, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai withdrew his fist and stood up straight. At some unknown time, his body had transformed into a 200-meter-long dragon with dragon horns on his head and a dragon tail on his back. His exposed skin was covered in dragon scales, giving him an insufferably majestic appearance. "You old dog, are you done calling me little brat?" Before his voice fell, a cold light flashed as the feathered-crowned man became one with his sword and rushed forward from tens of thousands of kilometers away, slashing his sword towards Yang Kai's dragon head. Yang Kai's dragon claw reached out and grabbed the long sword. With a clang, the sound of metal colliding rang out and sparks flew everywhere as the dragon scales cracked. Yang Kai gripped his sword tightly, not caring about the damage the sharp sword chi was causing him, allowing the unparalleled sword chi to rush into his body and wreak havoc. At the same time, Yang Kai's other dragon claw formed a series of seals with one hand and a mysterious principle energy immediately surged. "This is..." The feathered-crowned man's eyes drooped. At this moment, he actually felt as if time had stopped flowing, causing his five senses to produce an illusion. Time principle. Flowing time, great emperor's withering glory, shuttling dream. Yang Kai pressed his palm towards him with a solemn expression. Flowing time, great emperor's shuttling seal. The feathered-crowned man's expression changed slightly for the first time and he actually recognized the name of this divine technique. Obviously, he recognized this divine technique of the flowing time, great emperors. A trace of hesitation flashed through his eyes, but it quickly turned into determination and he retreated. But it was already too late. Yang Kai's palm pressed down and the flowing time, great emperor's withering glory completely enveloped him. Yang Kai frowned and looked up, only to see a few dozen kilometers away, the feathered-crowned man's body flickering with light, resisting the corrosion of the principles of time. It only took a moment for him to disappear. Separated by a few dozen kilometers, the feathered-crowned man carefully sized up Yang Kai for the first time. He had a half-dragon body and had even cultivated the flowing time, great emperor's shuttling seal. Just where did this boy come from? Although the flowing time, great emperor's shuttling seal he displayed was only a fraction of the flowing time, great emperor's shuttling seal, compared to the great emperor's, it involved the extremely mysterious time principle. If he hadn't retreated quickly just now, he would have suffered some minor injuries. That injury wasn't unbearable, but once it was corroded by the principles of time, he would have to pay a price to get rid of it. As the son of a rich family, he wasn't willing to pay the price he could afford. "Boy, what's your name?" The feathered-crowned man stared at Yang Kai with a hint of caution. If it was just the flowing time, great emperor's shuttling seal, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, the great emperors of the flowing time, great emperor had fallen many years ago. Even if he had obtained the mantle of the flowing time, great emperor by chance, he was just a lucky man, not enough to make the feathered-crowned man fear him. However, that 200-meter body gave him an extraordinary feeling. Obviously, it was only a half-dragon body, but it made him feel like he was facing a real dragon. Moreover, he had never heard of anyone who could cultivate a half-dragon body to such an extent. "You're asking me?" Yang Kai grinned at him, his left hand gripping the long sword so tightly that blood dripped down. When the feathered-crowned man retreated just now, although he wanted to take the long sword with him, how could he let him succeed with Yang Kai's brute strength? As such, he simply left the sword behind. When the feathered-crowned man heard this, he suddenly had a bad feeling and hurriedly said, "Forget it, this king doesn't want to, you don't deserve to know this young master's name." Yang Kai laughed loudly, a look of arrogance on his face as if he had finally gotten his revenge. The feathered-crowned man's face darkened. How could he not know that Yang Kai was deliberately returning his words? His expression suddenly sank as he formed a hand seal and shouted, "Sword, come." Although his long sword had been left behind by Yang Kai, it was his artifact and was connected to his mind, so Yang Kai couldn't really take it away. With just a thought, he could take back the long sword, which was why he had retreated without hesitation just now. Hearing this order, the long sword in Yang Kai's hand immediately began to vibrate, desperately trying to break free from Yang Kai's control. The sword chi wildly swam about and drilled into Yang Kai's arm, destroying his flesh and meridians. Peng peng peng, bloody holes appeared on Yang Kai's arm one after another, from which sword chi flowed freely. However, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and refused to let go, his face contorting with pain like a demon. The feathered-crowned man watched this scene and sneered, "An ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating yourself. There's an ox flying in the sky." Yang Kai looked up at him, a pair of eyes shining brightly under his thick black eyebrows. The feathered-crowned man was startled, thinking that Yang Kai had used some kind of trick again, but when he looked up, he saw nothing. Yang Kai smiled and said, "You're bragging to death." The feathered-crowned man was stunned for a moment before recovering, the corners of his eyes twitching as he changed his hand seal again and shouted, "Sword, come." In an instant, Yang Kai's 5 fingers released sword chi, releasing a dazzling sword chi. It was as if what he was holding was not a sword, but a stars that were about to explode. The sharp sword chi was so sharp that even his dragon transformation could not resist it, cutting off pieces of his flesh, revealing his white bones. "Father won't give it to you." Kai Yang roared, his voice was like a deafening dragon's roar. Looking around, his eyes lit up, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Raleigh. Ruthlessly, he threw the sword directly into Raleigh's mouth. Rolling Stone swallowed the sword and then closed its mouth, its huge body suddenly beginning to expand and contract violently. "You!" The feathered-crowned man was furious, never having expected that in such a battle, his artifact would be snatched away. A thick sense of shame filled his heart, and he could not wait to grind Yang Kai's bones into dust to vent his anger. Satisfying. Kai Yang's left hand drooped down, his arm a complete mess. He didn't even have the strength to lift it up. The flesh on his palm had been completely obliterated, leaving behind only white bones. However, there wasn't the slightest trace of pain on his face, only wild joy. Exchanging his arm for his opponent's long sword, this trade was not a loss. "You, die, here." The feathered-crowned man no longer paid any attention to his long sword. Now that it had been swallowed by Rolling Stone, even if he had the means to reach the heavens, he would not be able to retrieve it immediately. It was tantamount to being banished to another space, causing the connection between him and his sword to become extremely weak. Chapter 3190. However, how could his cultivation stop at just a single sword? Even if his artifact was taken away, he still had 100 ways to kill this boy in front of him. Yang Kai stretched out his little finger and picked at his ear, casually saying, "My ears are growing calluses from hearing these words. If you have the ability, why don't you fucking kill me right now?" "As you wish." The feathered man's furious expression suddenly calmed down and he took a few steps forward, arriving in front of Yang Kai like a ghost, clenching his fist and raising his thumb towards Yang Kai's huge head. This move of his was not fast, on the contrary, it was extremely slow, almost like a tortoise crawling. In a battle between masters, every breath was the key to victory, but this youth seemed to be doing the opposite, his posture relaxed and carefree, as if he was about to crush a bug to death. Yang Kai felt as if he was facing a great enemy, seeing his opponent's thumb pressing towards his forehead, he felt as if he had been struck by a body-lock curse, his entire body becoming stiff and unable to move. As his fist approached inch by inch, Yang Kai could clearly see space collapsing around him. If this move were to land on his forehead, his head would likely explode. Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth and let out a series of dragon roars, shaking the surrounding stars. A violent force burst out from his mouth, causing the feathered man's robes and hair to flutter wildly. Inside his knowledge sea, it was as if a giant dragon was flying, causing the sea to tumble, diverting his attention. Dragon breath. The feathered man's eyebrows jumped, feeling even more incredulous. Although the dragon race was rare and had not appeared for a long time, he had once dealt with a dragon race in his early years, so he had some understanding of the dragon race. Dragon race were proficient in using dragon breath, but this was not a secret technique, but a divine technique of the dragon race. The power of dragon breath was not inferior to top-secret techniques in the slightest, and because it was a divine technique, it was extremely convenient to use. This was the advantage of being born a divine spirit, something that other creatures could never hope to achieve. As soon as Yang Kai opened his mouth, the feathered man immediately felt the power of the dragon breath. Moreover, this dragon breath was extremely pure, as if it was the breath of a real dragon race. The dragon race he met a few years ago had just reached adulthood and only had a level 9 dragon bloodline. The dragon breath he spat out was not as powerful as this kid in front of him. What was going on? Even if he had cultivated some kind of secret technique that allowed him to transform into a half-dragon body, he shouldn't have been able to spit out such a dragon breath. There were countless secret techniques related to the dragon race in the star boundary, but there was absolutely no secret technique that could achieve this level. His thumb stopped 3 inches away from Yang Kai's forehead, and he couldn't press it any further. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he grinned, so you're not completely unsuppressed. He finally realized that even if this guy was an emissary of the Star Court and was in charge of the territory of thousands of stars, he couldn't do whatever he wanted after coming to the territory of the lower planes. Perhaps, it had something to do with the fact that he had snatched his sword. In short, this feathered man couldn't display his full strength at this moment. Yang Kai's confidence greatly increased. Although the connection between him and Hangluo star field had been severed by the sword, and he couldn't take advantage of the various advantages of being the master of this territory, he still had one advantage over his enemy: he wasn't suppressed in the slightest in this star territory, and even the laws of heaven and earth no longer rejected his existence. He could use his strength as he wished, provided that he didn't care about the damage he would cause. Facing a suppressed enemy in his peak state, even if this person was a great emperor's, there was nothing to be afraid of. Then why are you acting so arrogant in front of me? Suddenly, an object appeared in Yang Kai's right hand. It was a small bell, and as soon as it appeared, it grew bigger and bigger, reaching a height of several dozen feet. Yang Kai grabbed the bell by its ear as if he was holding a brick and fiercely smashed it towards the feathered man's forehead. The feathered man was startled as he felt an indescribable suppressive force enveloping him, giving him a feeling that he couldn't escape. At this time, it was too late for him to withdraw and retreat. Just as Yang Kai said, without the sword, he was restrained in this star territory, so he couldn't display his full strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a bad state. Steeling his heart, he urged all his strength and pressed his stiff thumb towards Yang Kai's forehead. He had hoped that Yang Kai would retreat in the face of difficulties and avoid a mutual destruction, but unexpectedly, Yang Kai had no intention of stopping. The big bell whistled and smashed into his head, producing a deafening sound. The feathered man only felt a burst of dizziness and was sent flying again. The treasured robe on his body flashed wildly, and if it weren't for the protection of this treasure robe, the consequences would have been dire. Yang Kai's dragon head also jerked backwards, and his entire neck seemed to have been broken. It was strangely bent at a 90-degree angle, and his towering mountain-like body stiffened in place, not moving for a long time. Schwa, the feathered man returned, a look of lingering fear on his face, and his face was slightly pale. Although the treasured robe on his body had helped to offset most of the damage, the pure strength of his body was unable to withstand it. His internal organs were still tumbling, and the taste of blood was still in his throat. Looking at the 200-foot dragon in front of him, a complex expression appeared on his face. If someone had told him before that there was someone in this star territory who could injure him, he would never have believed it. But now, someone had really done it. His eyes turned to the big bell in Yang Kai's right hand and saw vivid images of flowers, birds, fish, beasts, mountains, rivers, and rivers flowing endlessly, exuding an extremely ancient and desolate aura, as if it had crossed time and space from the barbaric era. The mountains and rivers bell. The feathered man's eyes narrowed before he became ecstatic. This was actually the mountains and rivers bell. This was an extremely famous treasure from the ancient era. The Yuan Ding great emperors had relied on the mountains and rivers bell to become great emperors, so its value could be imagined. The woman said, "That's right, a new star territory lord has appeared in my territory, so I naturally have to come and take a look. Otherwise, I would have been killed by you." The feathered man snorted, "He's courting death." Yang Kai was unhappy when he heard this, and immediately withdrew his gaze from the woman and pointed his chin at the feathered man, putting on an insufferably arrogant posture. "If you're not convinced, then let's fight again and see who will win." The feathered man's face sank, and he sneered, "Since you've escaped with your life, you should rejoice. If you dare speak rudely again, what are you going to do?" The feathered man flicked his sleeve and said, "Forget it, this king won't lower himself to your level." Since this woman had appeared, it wouldn't be good for him to bully the weak. Just now, he had made up his mind to kill this brat here because no one knew about it, but now that there were witnesses, he could only give up on this idea. Not to mention, if he really did attack this brat, this woman definitely wouldn't stand idly by. After all, this territory was under her jurisdiction. In short, today's matter could only be left unsettled. Hand over this king's star-slashing sword, and today's matter will be dropped. The feathered man crossed his hands behind his back and coldly looked at Yang Kai. So it was called the star-slashing sword. Yang Kai's heart stirred, but he looked around as if he hadn't heard what the feathered man had said. The feathered man's forehead throbbed with anger. "Brat, this king is talking to you, are you deaf? What did you say? I can't hear you." Yang Kai tilted his head and put a hand to his ear, his voice shaking the world. Chapter 3192. What kind of joke is this? This guy inexplicably came to help Wu Heng and even fought with me, and now he wants me to return his star-splitting sword? Go home. In fact, it wasn't just the man with the feathered crown who was a little annoyed. Yang Kai was also annoyed. His reinforcements had come too early. If the man with the feathered crown knew about this, he would probably laugh at him for overestimating himself. But in any case, the star-splitting sword was his trophy, so how could he return it so easily? Unless the man with the feathered crown knelt down and called him grandfather, he might consider it. There is nothing to worry about. Do you think this king won't be able to get his star-splitting sword back? The man with the feathered crown looked at Yang Kai coldly before glancing at Rolling next to him. This time, Raleigh hadn't been able to contribute in this battle. It wasn't that Yang Kai deliberately held back, but rather that after the star-splitting sword was swallowed by Raleigh, it was rampaging through the small sealed world, so Raleigh had to urge the entire small sealed world's power to suppress it. Even so, there were some signs of instability in its suppression, and the slightest carelessness could cause great damage to the small sealed world. Yang Kai was about to speak when the woman said, "Leave this to me." The man with the feathered crown glanced at her and gently nodded, "Good." Since she had spoken, he naturally couldn't refute. The woman turned around and stared at Yang Kai. When their eyes met, Yang Kai seemed to see her winking at him, but it also seemed like an illusion. A pleasant voice suddenly sounded in his mind, "The star-splitting sword must be returned." Yang Kai frowned, "Can't I keep it?" That sword was extremely strange. It could actually cut off his connection with Hangluo star field, and this time, he was able to fight against the man with the feathered crown. It was all thanks to him that he had banished the star-splitting sword into Rolling's body at the beginning. Yang Kai had a feeling that if he hadn't done so, he would have been defeated long ago. He can't keep it. The star-splitting sword doesn't belong to him, it belongs to the Star Court. I also have one in my hand, it is the sword of a star envoy. If you insist on keeping it, you will only become an enemy of the Star Court. It's actually something from the Star Court. Yang Kai was surprised and said excitedly, so, if I insist on not returning it, he will be in big trouble? The woman was obviously stunned, and she seemed to have never expected that he would actually think in this way. Normally speaking, when one found out that the star/sword belonged to the Star Court, one would definitely have no choice but to return it. After all, one couldn't do anything against the Star Court. However, his thoughts were focused on another result instead. He laughed involuntarily and said, "That's right. He will be severely punished, and even lose his status as an emissary." He changed the topic and said, "But your days won't be easy either." "Understood, understood." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. As an emissary, he had actually lost the sword bestowed by the Star Court. This was a serious dereliction of duty. And Yang Kai, who had snatched the star-slashing sword, would also be punished for despising the Star Court. "If you trust me, leave this matter to me. I won't let you suffer a loss. I trust you." How could he not? If you really are her. All right, I'll go talk to him. Slaughter him. Yang Kai sent out a divine sense message. The woman pursed her lips and smiled, then turned her head and communicated with the feathered-crowned man. The two's divine senses surged, and Yang Kai didn't know what they were talking about. He only saw the feathered-crowned man's expression constantly changing, sometimes dignified and sometimes angry, and he kept shaking his head. Obviously, the woman had given him some conditions that were difficult to accept, which made Yang Kai feel very good. This battle was originally a struggle between the masters of the two star territories, but in the end, it involved two emissaries. Am I also someone with a backer? Yang Kai looked at the familiar yet strange face and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Thinking about it, she had come to this star territory before, so as an emissary, it was natural for her to govern this star territory. Silently withdrawing his dragon transformation secret technique, Yang Kai's figure returned to its original size. A sense of exhaustion washed over him and the pain in his left hand was unbearable. Today's battle had not been long, but it had been extremely dangerous. As the master of this star territory, Yang Kai didn't have the home field advantage at all, he had relied entirely on his own strength. Fortunately, he had made a breakthrough in his dragon transformation secret art, so he hadn't come out empty-handed. Circulating his strength to resolve the injury on his left hand, Yang Kai waited for the result. A moment later, the woman stretched out her hand to Yang Kai and said, "Give it to me." Yang Kai naturally knew what she was referring to and immediately used his divine sense to communicate with the small sealed world bead. Rolling Star immediately opened its mouth and a sword light shot out like a bolt of lightning, slashing straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression didn't change as he sneered. The star-splitting sword suddenly changed direction a meter away from him and flew around him before falling into the feathered-crowned man's hand. The feathered-crowned man's face went pale as he sheathed his sword and cupped his fists to the woman. "I'll take my leave first." Turning around, he stepped into the darkness behind him and disappeared in the blink of an eye. From beginning to end, he didn't know Yang Kai's name, and Yang Kai didn't know his name either, but they had inadvertently formed a grudge. After the feathered-crowned man left, the woman turned around and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai also grinned and rushed over to her, looking her up and down as if he was trying to get to know her all over again. The woman's smile faded and her pretty face filled with anger as she shouted, "Bold bastard, you dare cultivate the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique? Speak, how do you want to die? This queen can give you a quick death. Yang Kai was startled and suddenly felt that the woman in front of him had become extremely unfamiliar. He couldn't help wondering if she was the same person he knew. Don't make trouble. Opening his arms, Yang Kai pulled her into his arms. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times as her bright eyes filled with surprise, as if she had never expected such a situation to occur. Caught off guard, she was hugged by him. However, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest desire. Chapter 3193. The reason he accepted his fate so quickly was mostly because his immediate superior was Yang Inflammation. If it had been the man with the feathered crown, Yang Kai would not have been so happy. Yang Inflammation looked at him strangely. What do you want to do to this star territory? Why are you so against the jurisdiction of the Star Court? What can I do? Yang Inflammation smiled. Actually, you don't have to be like this. Although it is said to be jurisdiction, no one cares about this. You are still the master of this star territory. You can do whatever you want. Of course, the only thing you can't do is destroy the territory of this star. At the end, her voice suddenly became low. Her beautiful eyes looked into the endless darkness, revealing a dignified expression. Yang Kai quickly changed the topic. I understand. Speaking of which, you appeared in such a timely manner. Have you been paying attention to this star territory? Not really. It's just a coincidence. Although she was in charge of the Hangluo star field, how could she pay attention to this place all the time? What's more, even if she was in the Star Court, it would take a lot of effort to pay attention to this place. How could she have so much free time? However, when the man with the feathered crown received the summons and came to the territory of the Great Desolate Star, she sensed something and inadvertently looked at the situation of the Hangluo star field. Then, she discovered the existence of Yang Kai. In the end, she had no choice but to come here and block the disaster for Yang Kai. However, she always felt that Yang Kai seemed to have another trump card. Even if she didn't do anything, Yang Kai wouldn't have died under that move. He even had the strength to resist. In just a few decades, he had grown to this extent. When she left that year, she deliberately didn't take him with her because she wanted him to train more. The strength that he worked hard for was truly his own. What others gave him would always be external. She had long known that Yang Kai was not a fish in a pond, but she didn't expect that Yang Kai could ride the wind and become a dragon in such a short time. She had underestimated him. Whether it's a coincidence or not, thank you in advance. Yang Kai casually touched his stomach. The seal there had almost been released. If Yang Inflammation hadn't arrived, he would have used his dragon form to demonize. At that time, he would have given the man with the feathered crown a big surprise. You still haven't told me what conditions you reached with that guy. He took the star-slashing sword. Isn't this going too easy on him? That guy, his name. She had watched the battle between Yang Kai and the feathered-crowned man from beginning to end, so she naturally knew about the exchange of words between the two. One day, he will take the initiative to tell me his name, when he is on the verge of death, Kai Yang said firmly. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Yang Inflammation didn't try to persuade him. It wasn't a bad thing that Yang Kai had such hatred. At least, he could be brave and work hard. Hatred and women had always been the two biggest motivators for men to become stronger. She waved her hand and pointed at the endless darkness. The swallowed territory belongs to you from now on. Yang Kai looked at her expectantly. After waiting for a while, she didn't say anything else. He was speechless. That's it? Yang Inflammation said with anger, then what do you want? Yang Kai gritted his teeth. You're not Yang Inflammation. Tell me, who are you? In the past, he had been so calculative for a few crystals. How could he be so generous now? Yang Kai had hoped to swallow the entire territory of the Great Desolate Star. They were all rare geniuses, but in the end, they all died in the hands of Wukong. She didn't dare to be too sure that it was the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique. She would rather miss it than let it go. She tricked Yang Kai, but she didn't expect to get an answer that made her feel despair. Wukong was an eternal sinner. The root of this was the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique. Anyone who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique could not be tolerated in the world. She said that if the Iron Blood Great Emperor knew about this, Iron Blood would definitely tear her into pieces. She wasn't exaggerating. Iron Blood was a forthright person. He liked to fight, and he couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes. The Zhonghai Great Emperors who died in the hands of Wukong in the War of the Great Emperors were his best friends. If Iron Blood knew that there was someone in this world who had inherited the mantle of Wukong, how could he let it go? At that time, even if Yang Inflammation and Lin Yun pleaded for leniency, it would be useless. The agreement she reached with the man with the feathered crown was that Yang Kai would return the star-slashing sword, and the swallowed star field would belong to Yang Kai. This was a condition that was easy to accept. Yang Inflammation didn't treat the man with the feathered crown too harshly. It was only because of this that the man with the feathered crown would regard today's matter as a disgrace. He would probably never mention it in front of others. Naturally, no one would notice the changes in the Hangluo star field. The territory of the Great Desolate Star was under the jurisdiction of the man with the feathered crown, and the Hangluo star field was under the jurisdiction of Yang Inflammation. As long as the two emissaries didn't report this matter, it could be left unsettled. That was why she said that Yang Kai didn't suffer a loss. Just by concealing this matter, it was enough to make the man with the feathered crown bear a great risk. Yang Yan's voice was filled with grief, as if she had expected better from Yang Kai, causing him to feel as if he had done something wrong. Suddenly feeling a bit guilty, he pursed his lips and said, "It's not a big deal, is it?" He also knew that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method couldn't be exposed, so he had been very careful all these years. However, he always felt that there was no evil in this world. The evil was people. The characteristics of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method were a little strange, but no matter how strange a battle method was, it was still a battle method. However, he didn't expect that Yang Inflammation would have such a big reaction. His heart felt warm. Although Yang Inflammation had changed a lot, in the end, she still cared about him. Only when she cared would she be sad. If she didn't care, she could just capture Yang Kai and report back to the Star Court. She could also clear her name. What do you know? Yang Inflammation sighed. It was no wonder that her cultivation was so amazing in just a few decades. After cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method, how could her cultivation not be fast? That was the battle method that could increase one's cultivation and strength the most. She looked up and suddenly came to Yang Kai's side. She grabbed his arm with one hand, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai was shocked. He felt a trace of unease from those bright eyes. Yang Inflammation said, "Your aptitude is good and your heart is strong. Even if you start all over again, it won't be a big deal. Don't worry, this time I will take you back to the Star Court and personally guide you in your cultivation. I guarantee that you will recover your strength within 100 years. What do you mean? Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong. Yang Inflammation said resolutely, "I will destroy your cultivation." Yang Kai was furious and raised his fist at her. "You dare!" How many times had he risked his life to attain this level of cultivation? How could he let it go just like that? You have to agree even if you don't want to. Yang Inflammation insisted, her face full of self-blame. This is also my fault. I kept you here out of kindness, but I didn't expect you to go down the wrong path. You're the one who went down the wrong path. Your whole family went down the wrong path. Let go, or I will beat you. Don't think that I won't beat you just because you are a woman. Hit me, hit me. Yang Inflammation took the initiative to move her head closer. Yang Kai swung his fist, causing a strong wind to blow, but Yang Inflammation didn't dodge. The fist stopped 3 inches in front of her and Yang Inflammation smiled proudly. Crazy woman. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed. Yang Inflammation said seriously, don't be afraid, it will be over soon. Just bear with it. Calm down. Yang Kai grabbed her other hand and held it tightly. Calm down. You are the one who needs to calm down. Okay, I've calmed down. I was really confused by your anger. Yang Kai was speechless. And, listen to what I have to say first. If you still want to waste my cultivation when the time comes, I won't resist. Really? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Then tell me. Yang Kai sorted out his thoughts and said, you said the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique. That's right. I do know the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique, but I haven't practiced it. Chapter 3194. At that moment, Yang Kai told her the whole story, from how he entered the star boundary, ended up in the Blue Feather sect, met Wu Mengshan, and helped him escape by teaching him the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Then, he went to the Shattered Star Sea to kill Wu Mengshan, perfecting his embodiment's secret art. Yang Yen listened quietly, frowning from time to time. After listening, she turned to look at the embodiment summoned by Yang Kai with a thoughtful look on her face. The embodiment had been hiding nearby, and Yang Kai's original plan was to wait until he unlocked the demonization seal on his dantian before summoning it to join forces with him to fight against the man with the feathered crown, but at the last moment, Yang Yen suddenly appeared and stopped him, causing the embodiment's surprise attack to lose its effect. So, it's your embodiment that has cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques? Yes, Yang Kai looked at her with some vigilance. You don't want to waste its cultivation, do you? Having said that, the embodiment was not made of flesh and blood, so it did not have any meridians or dantian meridians. Even if Yang Yen really wanted to destroy it, it would be difficult for her to do so unless she completely destroyed it. Using the stone mongoose's body to cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Yang Yen walked around the embodiment a few times with a look of amazement, as if she had found a novel toy. How did you think of it? It was just a coincidence. Yang Kai laughed. Back then, Wu Mengchuan taught me the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Although I didn't know the purpose, I always felt that it was not a good thing. However, that secret art was really mysterious and I couldn't bear to throw it away, so I let the embodiment try it out. Who knew that an unintentionally planted willow would turn out to be a shade? Yang Inflammation nodded. It's not necessarily a coincidence, but it's an opportunity. The stone mongoose is born with a body of earth and a body of stone. It doesn't have the 7 emotions and 6 desires of other creatures. Its innate divine technique is also very easy to refine and expel all kinds of impurities. It may be the best choice to let it practice the tactics of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. She knew the stone mongoose well, and she also knew some of the drawbacks of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique. She had a feeling that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was tailor-made for the stone mongoose, and not something that could be practiced with flesh and blood. Wukong might not have been born so cold-blooded and heartless, but after practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics, his temperament had been twisted, making him view all living beings as ants. For the sake of his own power, he did not hesitate to destroy countless planets and territory. However, the stone mongoose did not have to worry about this at all. Its innate divine technique allowed it to expel all the impurities it absorbed into its body, and it would not be affected in the slightest. No wonder so many people who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique were always stuck at a bottleneck. It turns out that they needed to devour another person who practiced this evil technique as a catalyst to break through the bottleneck. Yang Inflammation's beautiful eyes flickered as she suddenly understood many things. Yang Kai was shocked. How many people practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique? It happened many years ago. When she said many years, it was definitely not a few hundred years, nor was it a few thousand years. It was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. Wukong relied on the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique to stabilize his position as the strongest person in the world, so naturally, this secret art was coveted by many. For some reason, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was leaked out and obtained by some ambitious people. There were even some people in the Emperor realm who did not hesitate to abandon their cultivation and start all over again in order to practice this secret art. However, those who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique were all stuck in the third-order Dao Source realm without exception, with no hope of breaking through to the Emperor realm for the rest of their lives. It was not that their cultivation was wrong, nor was it that the secret art they obtained was wrong, but that the characteristics of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique were such. Wu Mengchuan was also a descendant of Wukong, but even he was stuck in the third-order Dao Source realm for many years, not to mention others. If they wanted to break through, it was simple. They just had to devour another person who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique and take everything for themselves. This was like raising insects and killing each other. Only the one who survived would have hope of ascension. Wu Mengchuan taught Yang Kai the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique for two reasons. First, he wanted to use it as a condition for Yang Kai to rescue him from the bone prison, and second, he wanted to cultivate someone to devour in the future. Unfortunately, he met Yang Kai, a cultivator who came from the lower star territory, and was completely uninterested in the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique, so he resisted the temptation. If it were a native cultivator from the star boundary, they would probably immediately practice the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique, which would naturally end in tragedy. After Wukong, even though many people practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique, no one was able to break through to the Emperor realm, causing many people to have the illusion that the secret art was wrong. Wukong did not pass down the real heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique at all. The real cultivation method had long been buried in the shattered star sea with him. As time passed, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was gradually lost, and no one practiced it anymore. Suddenly, Yang Yan remembered something. Since the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was so strange, who did Wukong devour in the past to make a breakthrough in his secret art? There must be another existence who also practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique. Perhaps, there was an unknown grudge between them, but it was too long ago to be traced back. She looked up at the rolling stone again and hesitantly asked, "Is this the sealed world beads? Artifact spirit?" Naturally, she was no stranger to the sealed world bead. Yang Yan smiled and shook his head. How is that possible? Yang Kai was shocked. Isn't he one of the great emperors? Could he be a third-layer emperor? No, how could a third-layer emperor have that kind of strength? He's not a third-layer emperor either. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Don't tell me there's another realm between the third-layer emperor realm and the great emperors. There's no such thing, it's just that, he's one of the great emperors, but he's also not one of the great emperors. Yang Kai was confused by her. What do you mean? How should I put it? Yang Yan pondered for a moment. If it were an ordinary first-order Emperor Realm Master asking this question, Yang Yan wouldn't answer. Sometimes, knowing too much before one's strength was enough to hinder one's cultivation. However, Yang Kai was obviously not an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master. With the strength he just displayed, he was qualified to know this. If the entire world is a bottle, then the sand, stone, mud, and water in the bottle is our cultivator. The capacity of the world as a carrier is limited. The corresponding scene appeared in Yang Kai's mind and he nodded slightly, motioning for her to continue. All living beings are the water in the bottle. Every drop is insignificant, but it can fill the entire world. The larger the volume of sand, the greater the strength. The great emperors are just the stones in the bottle. 10 stones? Yang Kai showed a strange expression. Yang Yan smiled, that's exactly what I mean. Although the world bottle is big, it can only hold 10 stones. It can't hold any more than that, so since ancient times, there have been 10 great emperors. No matter how flowing time great emperor has passed, this number has always been the same. However, this doesn't mean that there are only 10 stones in the world bottle. There are other powerful existences who have transcended the emperor realm but haven't been recognized by the world. These people are great emperors, but they're also not great emperors. In terms of cultivation level, they have reached the level of great emperors, but because of the constraints of the world bottle, they can't become true great emperors. Like him? Yang Yan nodded. Like you? Yang Yan smiled but didn't say anything. Chapter 3197. You want to leave now? It's too late. Freeze. Yang Kai sneered, and with a single word, he sealed the space around him. The women immediately froze in place, as if they had been struck by a spell, leaving only their eyes rolling around. Yang Kai calmly walked over to Shan Qing Luo with his hands behind his back and pinched her smooth chin. You were the one who said those words just now, weren't you? Bah! Shan Qing Luo spat, so what if I was? Yang Kai nodded, very good, it seems you really want to have a child. Your husband will fulfill your wish today. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Shan Qing Luo snorted. You'll know in a moment whether I have the ability or not. As he spoke, he walked over to Shuaiyu and stretched out his finger to gently draw a line across her face, all the way to her neck. Shuaiyu's face immediately turned red, and her delicate body trembled. Do you still remember the promise from that year? Shuaiyu looked away, not meeting his eyes, and gritted her teeth. What promise from that year? Yang Kai smiled, you said it, as long as I can restore Ning Chang to her original state. Don't say it, don't say it. Shuaiyu was anxious. That day, she was also worried about Xia Ning Chang, so she spoke without thinking. Later, when she came back to her senses, she felt that it was inappropriate. Although she had already experienced many things, she had never said anything too absurd. Every time she thought about the promise, she would tremble in fear, let alone face it in person. Fortunately, for the past 10 years, there had been no news of Yang Kai. Who knew that after 10 years, he would bring up this matter as soon as he returned? What promise? Xia Ning Chang asked curiously. It sounded like this matter was related to her as well. Yang Kai said, Shuiyu said that as long as I can restore you, she will agree to let me be with you. He stretched out his hands and made a few grasping motions in the air, his face filled with sincerity. Ah! Xia Ning Chang was shocked, her face turning red as she whispered, How? How can you do this? Shan Qing Luo glanced sideways at Shuiyu and clicked her tongue in amazement. I didn't expect little sister you to be so bold. But it's a good idea. Shan Qing Luo wore an eager expression on her face, seemingly even more than Yang Kai's interest. You also think it's a good idea? Yang Kai turned to look at Shan Qing Luo's eyes. Naturally. Shan Qing Luo's eyes flashed, as if she could already imagine such a scene. Yang Kai snapped his fingers and Shan Qing Luo immediately regained her freedom. Standing up and walking over to Shuiyu, she leaned over and whispered into her ear, although I think it was a good idea, I'm not happy about being sold out in secret. Little sister you, how do you think I should punish you? Shuiyu closed her eyes and bitterly cried out, Qing Luo, how can you help a tyrant? I don't agree. A cold voice suddenly sounded, causing the surrounding temperature to drop significantly. Shan Qing Luo turned to look at Su Yan and said, Husband, big sister said she doesn't agree. Yang Kai laughed, it's not up to you today. Ah Luo, bring Shuiyu here. Saying so, he hugged Xia Ning Chang in one hand and Su Yan in the other and rushed towards the palace. Shan Qing Luo reached out and grabbed Shuiyu's shoulder before flying up and following closely behind. In a flash, 3 delicate figures were lying on the bed in the palace. Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo stood side by side, grinning wickedly, like weasels that had stolen a chicken. Xia Ning Chang closed her eyes tightly, her long eyelashes trembling, as if she had accepted her fate. Shuiyu's head was tilted to the side as she bit her red lips, feeling uneasy. Only Su Yan stared coldly at Yang Kai, her entire body exuding a cold aura. Let me go quickly, otherwise don't blame me for ruining your mood. Ah Luo, take care of her. Yang Kai pointed. You'll definitely be satisfied. Shan Qing Luo smiled lightly as she walked over to Su Yan and stared into her eyes, her beautiful eyes instantly turning into a pool of spring water, releasing a seductive charm. She had the bloodline origin of the heavenly moon demon spider and was proficient in charm techniques. If Su Yan was at her peak, she would naturally be able to ignore her, but now that her cultivation was sealed by Yang Kai, even moving a finger was extremely difficult, so how could she resist? Being stared at by Shan Qing Luo, Su Yan immediately felt like she was sinking into a whirlpool, her cold body gradually heating up as a wave of numbness washed over her. After a short while, the ice began to melt. Inside the room, soft moans soon sounded, filling the air with boundless spring scenery. A few days later, Yang Kai took Su Yan and the others to visit his 2 parents. Naturally, they were reprimanded by Dong Suzhu, but fortunately, with little Shui accompanying them, the 2 old men felt somewhat comforted. Since the last time, Yang Shui seemed to have developed some awe towards her big brother, always looking at him timidly. It wasn't until Yang Kai called out to her and led her around Star Field that she saw the magnificent and beautiful Star Field that Yang Kai's position in Yang Shui's heart rose rapidly, suddenly surpassing Xia Ning Chang and the others and ranking only behind her parents. After spending a few days with her parents, under the orders of Yang Kai, the relocation of the entire High Heaven sect began. On Shadowed Star, all the great sects heard the news and gathered together to inquire about the situation. After receiving a positive answer from Yi Shiyun, all of them were overjoyed and expressed their willingness to hitch a ride. Yi Shiyun obeyed Yang Kai's instructions, neither refusing nor agreeing completely, only allowing them to select outstanding disciples to join her at High Heaven sect. High Heaven sect already had enough people, so if they were to bring everyone from other sects, there would likely be hundreds of thousands of them. Although High Heaven Palace's heritage was quite good now, it couldn't support so many people. Yang Kai could only make a choice. Not only on Shadowed Star, but throughout the entire star territory as well. All the major cultivation stars had received the news that Yang Kai, the master of star territory, would be leaving his territory and heading to a higher-level world. Before leaving, he would be bringing a group of outstanding cultivators with him to become his own subordinates. These cultivators would be selected through a series of selections, with each cultivation star only having 1,000 spots. There was no restriction on the level of cultivation, only aptitude. Casually grabbing one of them back and dual cultivating with them would allow one to rapidly accumulate power without the slightest bit of hidden danger. Many people who cultivated ice attribute secret arts had coveted ice spirits. Even if they did not cultivate ice attribute secret arts, if they could catch an ice spirit, they could sell it for a sky-high price. However, it was not easy to catch an ice spirit alive. It was said that if they were hurt, their hearts would break and they would die. Therefore, even if some ice spirits were caught and sold or even defiled in the early years, they would die in a foreign land after one night. Only a few experts maintained the lives of ice spirits with great divine technique, changed their temperament, and made them obedient. The existence of ice spirits was of great value, not to mention that the entire Ice Soul Star was a treasure trove. The Ice Soul Star was extremely cold, and its special environment created special products. There were many ice attribute spiritual flowers and rare herbs growing on this star. They were extremely precious, and there were even some strange species that had long since gone extinct. If it was not for those ice spirits that died easily, the treasures that filled this world were enough to make many cultivators take risks. It was really incredible that there was such a group of forces in the territory of the star. In the past, the Netherworld sect had invaded the territory of the star. If they had come to attack Ice Soul Star, Yang Kai was afraid they would have been wiped out before he even had to take action. Fortunately, the Ice Spirit clan had not appeared for a long time and only operated on Ice Soul Star. Otherwise, they would have been able to rule the entire territory of the star. A handsome male ice spirit walked out and asked curiously, "Are you the guests of the ice god?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "If no one else is here, then we are." Ice god. Yang Kai did not know whether this was a self-proclaimed title or just a respectful title given to it by the Ice Spirit clan, but it was quite appropriate. After all, it was the source of this star. On this cultivation star, it was indeed a god. If they encountered each other, there might be a conflict. Ice Goddess. Many ice spirits knelt on the ground and cried out. Ice Soul's beautiful eyes looked around and her cold voice resounded through the world, "I'm leaving." The expressions of the ice spirits became more and more sorrowful and reluctant. Ice Soul turned to Yang Kai and said, "Before leaving, please leave behind some protection for this star and protect them." "Of course." Yang Kai nodded. Even if Ice Soul did not mention it, he would have done so. This cultivation star had already been connected to Su Yen, so naturally, he could not be careless. Immediately communicating with the star source in the territory of the star, he drew the power of tens of thousands of stars and covered up all traces of the Ice Soul Star. The process was quite smooth, and with his ability as the star field master, it wasn't difficult for him to find a passage to the star boundary. He even left behind the passage so that if anyone in Hangluo star field had enough strength in the future, they could use it to enter the star boundary. This was tantamount to reconnecting Hangluo star field and the star boundary. In the future, the masters in Hangluo star field wouldn't have to worry about wasting their time if their cultivation was high enough. Everywhere he looked, there were towering ancient trees that even a dozen people couldn't wrap their arms around. They looked vaguely familiar, and the surrounding environment gave off an ancient and wild aura. Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his brow. What a coincidence! Have I arrived at that place? He set off from star territory to the star boundary, but he couldn't pinpoint his destination accurately. The starlight corridor he opened up with great effort only connected to an approximate location. 100 kilometers away, a monster commander was hurriedly rushing to a certain place. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of the monster commander. The two-horned monster commander came to a halt, a look of shock appearing on his face as he stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. Is this the ancient wild lands? Yang Kai looked at him and asked. The monster commander couldn't figure out Yang Kai's origins and purpose for a while. Knowing that he wasn't his opponent, he cooperated, yes. He felt strange. Since this guy came here, how could he not know about the ancient wild lands? Humans are really stupid. Very good. Yang Kai grinned. Which Saint Venerable's subordinate are you? The monster commander was stunned. You know the Saint Master? Cut the crap. Are you asking me or should I ask you? Yang Kai raised his hand and looked at the monster commander's horns. The monster commander's face turned pale. He didn't see how Yang Kai attacked. In other words, if this human wanted to take his life, it would be as easy as pinching a conch with 10 fingers. Standing in front of the gates of hell, the monster commander felt a chill down his spine. This one is the subordinate of the Western Saint Venerable, the Flying Eagle Monster King. The Flying Eagle. Yang Kai couldn't help but smile. The monster commander was even more confused. You know our king? Because in that moment, this human's expression became much more amiable, and since he called the Flying Eagle by his name, they must know each other. The Flying Eagle is my subordinate. Do you think I don't know him? The monster commander was stunned. He instinctively felt that this guy in front of him was bragging. The Flying Eagle King was one of the 8 monster kings under the Western Saint Venerable, the old dog master. Even if a human was lucky enough to know him, how could he dare to boast like this? Debt? What debt? The double-horned monster commander was confused. Why are you asking so much? Hurry up and go. Yang Kai lifted his leg and kicked him. Oh. The double-horned monster commander turned around and left, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. If he left now, wouldn't he have missed the opportunity to approach Yang Kai? He quickly turned around, but there was no one behind him. Yang Kai had long since disappeared, so he immediately slapped his thigh in annoyance, silently cursing himself for being so stupid. He did not dare to disobey and only hoped that he would have a chance to see Yang Kai again and properly work for him, so he immediately set off for Wanfeng's palace. Yang Kai's figure flickered, swaying from one tree to another as he followed his memory and flew in a certain direction. Only after an hour did he descend. The air was filled with a fragrant fragrance, and all kinds of creatures were competing with one another. Although this place was still in the ancient desolate ancient lands, it did not have the desolation and danger of the ancient lands. Instead, it was a peaceful and natural scene, completely different from other places. Birds rested on the treetops and beasts ran on the ground. Scenes that were rarely seen in other places of the ancient lands were common here. It was as if there was an invisible force protecting this land, preventing disasters from befalling the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. As the wind blew, the waves on the trees rose and fell, and there seemed to be whispering among the towering ancient trees. One after another, palm-sized figures suddenly flew out from behind the trees. Each and every one of them was extraordinarily beautiful and exuded a pure wood attribute aura from head to toe. Wood spirits. How can you guarantee this? Muna obviously didn't want to agree to this. Yang Kai said, since I am the one who arranged the space array, I can guarantee this. Moreover, if someone other than me comes here in the future, the two of you can directly kill them, there is no need to hold back. Muna still wanted to say something, but the elder cut her off. If you can guarantee this, then it's fine. Many thanks, elder. Since the elder nodded in agreement, Muna naturally couldn't say anything more. Where do you want to arrange the space array? Xiao Zhao's treehouse. Yang Kai already had a choice. The treehouse he previously rested in was the treehouse Xiao Xiao lived in. The treehouse was large enough, and it was in the Stone Mongoose clan's territory, so it could be protected. That's fine, if you need any help, just let me know. Good, then I'll be going now. Yang Kai got up and said goodbye. Come find me when you're done, I have something to say to you, Muna suddenly said. Yang Kai looked at her strangely and nodded. However, after thinking about it, the Monster King's cultivation had already reached the limit. If they wanted to improve further, they could only start from their ancestors' bloodline. Most of the monsters in the savage wildland had the bloodline of an ancient divine spirit. If they could obtain the help of the descendants of Tianxing, their chances of becoming a divine spirit were very high. Therefore, even though the three holy sages hated them for not living up to expectations, they couldn't punish them. Fortunately, over the past 10 years, the Monster King had gradually calmed down and didn't cause any trouble. The Luan Feng was now very glad that she made the choice to destroy the territory-crossing space formation. She really did have the foresight. Otherwise, if Yang Kai came to the savage wildland every 2 to 3 days, the three holy sages would become holy sages without any subordinates. At that time, they wouldn't have any subordinates and the Monster King would all go to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. That would be really embarrassing. Where's the monster commander that reported the news? The Tsang dog seemed to have thought of something and was shocked. The news of Yang Kai's reappearance in the savage wildland couldn't be spread out. Otherwise, the peaceful savage wildland would change again. He's locked up, the Luan Feng replied. If the Tsang dog could think of something, how could she not? When the monster commander with 2 horns came to report the news, he was immediately placed under house arrest. They were afraid that the news would leak out. That's good, the Tsang dog breathed a sigh of relief. Have you prepared the things I told you to prepare? The Luan Feng looked up at him. The Tsang dog flipped his hand and 3 space rings immediately appeared in his hand. They're all here. Are we really going to spend money to avoid disaster? Then what do you want? The Luan Feng was clear that she had destroyed the space array that Yang Kai had painstakingly arranged in the past. This time, she had to give him an explanation. The simplest and most effective method was naturally to spend money to avoid disaster, but she couldn't do this alone. After all, this was related to the entire savage wildland and the other 2 saint seniors couldn't escape. The Tsang dog said with some heartache, although our savage wildland is rich, it can't withstand his constant plundering. Last time, he took away a lot of good things. It's just some stones and some herbs, they aren't of much use to our savage wildland's monster clan. We can just give them to him, or... The Luan Feng's beautiful eyes flashed, a cold light blossoming in them. We can find an opportunity to kill him. The Tsang dog was startled. Absolutely not. What kind of crazy idea was this? If they really killed that person, how could the descendants of Tian Xing leave the matter at that? The death of Shihuo was still vivid in their minds, as if it had just happened yesterday. The descendants of Tian Xing had taken away Shihuo's source as if they were taking something from their pockets. Killing a divine spirit was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Who dared to provoke them? They were the natural enemy of all divine spirits, just like the relationship between a cat and a mouse. He didn't consider whether he could kill them or not. If he really wanted to, how could 3 Saint Masters not be able to kill a First-Order Emperor Realm Master? However, how could he dare to kill him? How could he kill him? Fan Ku is here. The Luan Feng suddenly raised her head and looked outside. A tall figure entered from outside and landed in front of the two. He wore a feathered crown and a decent blue robe, but his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Looking at the Tsang dog, then at the Luan Feng, he asked, "He's here again?" The Luan Feng nodded lightly. Fan Ku let out a long sigh. My fate. He had never thought that a trivial human could shake the entire savage wildland ancient land. If this person was really strong, it would be fine, but his skill was not as good as his opponent's. Although the divine spirits were strong, they were not invincible. Unfortunately, this person's strength was not that great, and he did not even intend to become an enemy of the savage wildland, but his existence alone was enough to endanger the peace of the entire savage wildland. When had the Saint Masters of the savage wildland ancient land ever been so aggrieved? They couldn't fight, but they couldn't kill. Fan Ku finally understood what it meant by good people don't live long, but bad people live 1,000 years. It was referring to people like Yang Kai. Where is he now? The Luan Feng shook her head. I don't know, I only know that he suddenly appeared in the savage wildland yesterday and met a monster commander. He ordered that monster commander to deliver a message, saying that he would come find me. No other monster race members saw him? Fan Ku's heart jumped to his throat. Probably not, the Luan Feng frowned. The Luan Feng frowned. Otherwise, the monster kings below wouldn't be so quiet. You know that guy is proficient in the law of space and can appear and disappear unpredictably. If he really hid his movements, those monster kings wouldn't be able to discover him. If the news really spread, then the monster kings who had been restless for a long time would come out in full force. That's good, Fan Ku finally relaxed. What should we do now? Wait here for him to come? Tsang Gu looked at the Luan Feng, then at Fan Ku. The most important thing now is to find out where he is. It would be best if we can find him before he comes here. Don't let him walk around in the savage wildland. The Luan Feng nodded. That makes sense. She was so angry at Yang Kai that she didn't think about this for a while. As soon as Fan Ku said this, she suddenly had an idea. Her beautiful eyes flashed. Maybe I know where he is. Looking up, she and Fan Ku shouted at the same time, the stone mongoose. It wasn't hard to guess where Yang Kai went. After all, in the savage wildland, only the stone mongoose had a good relationship with him. Since he appeared in the savage wildland and didn't look for any of the 3 Saint Masters, there could only be one place for him to go. Although they couldn't be sure, they were very confident. Since they had made their decision, the 3 Saint Masters no longer hesitated. They immediately set out, rushing towards the stone mongoose's territory. They couldn't wait for him to come to them, so they had to take the initiative. In the entire savage wildland, the stone mongoose's existence was very special. It was because they weren't under the jurisdiction of the Saint Masters and could be considered a free race. He felt that Fan Hua was a little too enthusiastic, and didn't he ask the two-horned beast marshal to send a message to Luan Feng, so he would go find her? Why were they the ones who came here? Of course, he didn't know about his influence in the ancient lands. The three Saint Masters didn't dare to let him wander around the ancient lands as he pleased. If they didn't, they wouldn't have condescended to him. Yang Kai didn't want to beat around the bush with him, so he asked directly, "Why are you here?" "Nothing much. We just came here to have a look," Fan Hua replied with a smile. "How can I believe you?" Yang Kai didn't take it seriously, but he became alert and said, "If that's the case, let's sit down and talk." Then, he sat down with Fan Hua and the others at the same wooden table as last night. Mu Na clapped her hands, and the wood spirits flew out from the treetops, bringing fruits and wine to the table. Fan Hua smiled. "I have heard that the wood spirit clan is good at cultivating spirit fruits, but I haven't had the chance to see it. It seems that today, we will have a good meal. Let me offer you a toast, little brother Yang." Otherwise, once the Dantian seal was broken and he lost the ash tree, he would immediately fall and become the demon race, losing his heart. As for the immortal tree, that was even more impossible. This kind of precious treasure could revive the dead, regrow flesh and bones, and was an essential healing medicine for every household. How could he just give it away? Mu Na hurriedly said, "I can give you something in exchange. You know that my wood spirit race cultivated." Yang Kai raised his hand and said decisively, "There's no need to mention this again. Patriarch, if there's nothing else, this junior will take his leave first." Sensing the coldness in his words, Mu Na suddenly came to her senses. She seemed to have angered him. It seemed that the thing that even she couldn't smell was unimaginably precious. But what kind of thing in this world was so precious that even she couldn't smell it? Names that only existed in legends involuntarily flashed through her mind, but she couldn't match up with that strange smell. Yang Kai had already walked to the tree hole and turned around to look at Mu Na. Mu Na still wanted to persuade him, but when she met his eyes, she couldn't help but sigh. Raising her hand, the closed tree hole reopened and Kai Yang drilled his head out. It was impossible for it not to open. If it didn't, Kai Yang would be able to blast it open with a single punch. Hovering in the air, Mu Na pondered for a long time before her figure suddenly flickered and she shot into the sky. Yang Kai returned to Xiao Zhao's treehouse and checked to make sure that the space array was set up properly before walking to the treehouse where the elder was. After entering the treehouse, Yang Kai said, "Elder, this matter is over, so I should go back. I'll have to trouble Elder to take care of Xiao Xiao and the blood sect. If there is any trouble, please pay attention." The elder nodded and said, "Don't worry, Ninth Stone is also a member of our clan, so I won't lower my guard. Then we'll meet again." Yang Kai cupped his fists and turned to leave, not even glancing at Mu Na who was sitting on the elder's shoulder. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to leave, Mu Na suddenly reached out and pulled the elder's ear. The elder grinned and raised his hand, saying, "Wait a moment." Yang Kai turned around and asked, "Is there something else, elder?" The elder said with some embarrassment, "It's not me, it's Patriarch Mu Na." Yang Kai interrupted, "I've already made it clear to Patriarch before, so there's no need to mention this again." Mu Na said angrily, "Boy, do you think I'm trying to take advantage of you?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "That's not what I meant, it's just that I won't exchange those two things, they are very useful to me." "If they were useless, I wouldn't be willing to tell you," Mu Na snorted, clearly angry. Yang Kai saw her expression and also felt that his reaction was a bit too extreme, so he cupped his fists and said, "My apologies, Patriarch, in any case, I can't give you those two things." Mu Na gritted her teeth and looked at him angrily, "Can you take care of them?" Ever since she broke through the shackles of the Dao Source realm with the help of Yang Kai in the Spirit Lake Palace, she joined the High Heaven Palace. Because of her previous experience in managing the Blue Feather sect, she had been assisting the High Heaven Palace's general manager, Xianxia, in managing the sect. Now, she could be considered as the second general manager of the High Heaven Palace. Speaking of which, the High Heaven Palace had a lot of people in the Emperor realm. The most powerful ones were the three great monster king, Emperor Alchemist Ji Ying, Emperor Array Master Nan Men De Jun, Emperor Artifact Master Ho Yu, followed by Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing. The former Thousand Leaves sect Master Yi Hen also came out of seclusion 3 years ago and advanced to the Emperor realm. It could be said that although the High Heaven Palace did not have many people, the ratio of people in the Emperor realm was extremely terrifying. There was probably no other sect in the world that could achieve such a ratio. Chapter 32:10. It took Yang Kai half a month to settle down all these people. During this time, he was so busy that his feet barely touched the ground. Fortunately, Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing were there to assist him, otherwise, he would have been worried to death. The High Heaven Palace had hundreds of large and small spirit peaks. They were originally empty, but now they were filled with people. The smaller spirit peaks had a few hundred people while the largest spirit peaks had between 2,000 and 3,000 people. With hundreds of thousands of people spread across these hundreds of spirit peaks, the High Heaven Palace became extremely lively in an instant. With so many people, it was indeed troublesome to manage, but Hua Qingxi made a suggestion. Each peak would elect a peak master, and the hundreds of peak masters would be directly responsible for her. The new disciples would be under the charge of the peak masters, which would save a lot of trouble. Shi Yu, Aio, Gu Yun, and Gue Zhu naturally had the ability to take charge of their own spirit peaks. What's more, all of them were main peaks. Although their cultivations had not reached the Emperor realm, they were all third-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, far stronger than the cultivator from the Star Territory. For this reason, the 4 of them gave up on the 5 sacred peaks and moved to their respective spirit peaks. The disciples under Gu Zongyun were also easy to divide. Gu Zongyun was Sword Union's Union Master, and Yang Kai had brought almost all of Sword Union's elites with him on this trip. Yang Kai believed that all of Sword Union's disciples would be very happy to be under his management. If there were not enough people, they could also be transferred from elsewhere to make up for the shortfall. AIO commanded the spirit peaks made up of a group of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce cultivators. Guizhu was originally from High Heaven Sect, and Chiyu also shared a portion of High Heaven Sect's people. Because the 3,000 monster race cultivators had been assigned to the 3 monster kings by Yang Kai, she had no one she could use. The others, such as Yi Shiyun, several elders of Original Star's Emperor Sect, Chiu Yi Meng, Old Demon, and other origin kings, all became peak masters. With this, the situation of the entire High Heaven Palace immediately became clear, and it would be very convenient to manage it in the future. Yang Kai took the 2 chief stewards, Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing, to inspect the various peaks. After confirming that everything was going smoothly, they finally had the time to rest for a few days. The so-called rest did not mean doing nothing. It was just that they were not as busy as they were at the beginning. With more than 100,000 people moving in, they would definitely need a large amount of cultivation resources and cultivation methods. Now that everyone had come to the star boundary, the cultivation methods in the star territory would definitely not be able to keep up with the pace. Naturally, they would have to change to a higher-level cultivation method. Fortunately, ever since Yang Kai roamed the star boundary, he had killed countless people. He had even exterminated a top sect like the Seeking Passion sect. As such, he had collected a lot of cultivation methods that were suitable for all kinds of cultivator. As for Hua Qingxi, she had already prepared for a rainy day and had built a book collection pavilion on one of the main peaks. There were countless secret arts and secret techniques stored inside, and she immediately opened it up for the hundreds of peak masters to choose from. With the problem of cultivation methods solved for the time being, the rest was cultivation materials. Most cultivator in the star territory used crystal stones for cultivation, while the star boundary was rich in source crystals. The two were not on the same level at all. Fortunately, the High Heaven Palace had accumulated a lot of source crystals over the years, and the storehouse was filled with mountains of source crystals. Yang Kai had also extorted a large amount of source crystals from the 3 Saint Venerables a few days ago. In addition, Hua Qingxi had been trading with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in the Southern Territory over the years. After a rough calculation, the disciples of the High Heaven Palace would not have to worry about source crystals for cultivation for at least the next 50 years. Transactions with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce occurred every year, and the amount of materials traded was huge. Therefore, there would definitely be a surplus of materials in 50 years. Source crystals were not a concern, but the only thing to consider now was the issue of pills. The number of Origin King Realm cultivator brought from the Star Territory this time was not small, and as time passed, more and more people would break through to the Origin King Realm. The Origin King Realm was not a big deal, but breaking through to the Dao Source Realm was a process that consumed a lot of pills, because any cultivator would need to take source condensing pills to assist in the conversion of their source qi during this period. Yang Kai had also experienced this process in the past, and so did Chiyu, Guizhu, and the others. Without the assistance of source condensing pills, it would take an Origin King at least 10 to 20 years to completely convert their Saint Qi into source Qi, and this was only for fast cultivators. For slow cultivators, it was possible for decades or even centuries. Therefore, in the next 10 years or even 100 years, the High Heaven Palace would need an incalculable amount of source condensing pills. With such a huge amount, the sect alone would not be able to make ends meet. Even with the spirit pill peak in the High Heaven Palace, it was far from enough. While cultivating their own alchemists, they also needed to purchase a large number of pills. For this reason, Yang Kai asked Hua Qingxi, who had just returned, to go to the southern territory again and take away a large number of monster cores. He was going to use these monster cores to exchange for a batch of source condensing pills with Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai had more than 1 million monster cores, all of which he obtained when he entered the ancient wild lands and entered the beast tomb. These were the accumulation of the entire ancient wild lands for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, but they were all swept away by Yang Kai. There was no lack of 12th order monster cores among them. He believed that Violet Source Chamber of Commerce would be happy to make such a deal. For this batch of emergency source condensing pills, Yang Kai directly took out tens of thousands of monster cores of various shapes and sizes. It could be said that he was bleeding a lot. He had several brothers and senior sisters, but all of them were taught by the same master, so there was nothing new to discuss with them, nor would he get any constructive advice. Yang Kai was different. Although Jiying did not know who taught him alchemy, he knew that Yang Kai's alchemy skills were not inferior to his own. Moreover, he had his own unique style, so if he could exchange a few pointers with him, he would definitely gain something. Yang Kai was speechless, thinking to himself that alchemists were really lunatics. He had come here for an important matter, but he hadn't expected to be caught by Jiying as soon as he met him. Thinking about the request he had to make later, Yang Kai could only humbly reply, "I wouldn't dare give you any pointers, I'll just discuss it with Brother Ji." Being able to beat him in alchemy last time was also a stroke of luck. Yang Kai did not think he was better than Jiying. Everyone had their own specializations, and Jiying had his own strengths. Jiying laughed loudly, "Brother Yang is too modest. Even honored master is full of praise for your alchemy skills, it's just a pity." "What's a pity?" Yang Kai was stunned, wondering if the great emperors of wondrous pills had something to say about him. "It's a pity that you can't concentrate on the alchemy Dao." "So that's what it's a pity," Yang Kai grinned, "of the 3,000 grand Daoists, just one is enough to benefit me immensely." Jiying was startled for a moment before nodding, "That's true." Without further ado, he pulled Yang Kai into his alchemy room, took out some precious herbs, and began refining. Xia Ning Chang naturally followed. Jiying did not know her background, but seeing that her relationship with Yang Kai was not ordinary, he did not stop her. In any case, not everyone could learn his alchemy skills. Chapter 32:11. Jiying had been researching a new alchemy technique in recent years, the most important one being the pill condensing technique. According to him, this pill condensing technique was relatively simple and was not as complicated as other pill condensing techniques. Even an ordinary alchemist could master it after some study, and after mastering this technique, the efficiency of pill condensing technique would increase by at least 10 to 20%. However, this 10 to 20% should not be underestimated. A few furnaces of spirit pills might not be a big deal, but an alchemist could refine a huge number of spirit pills in their lifetime. If converted, this 10 to 20% was an extremely terrifying amount of wealth. Because this was the final pill condensing technique, Jiying did not choose to refine a high-grade spirit pill and instead chose a Dao source-grade pill. The initial process was simple, and although it was exquisite, it was still normal. The medicine room was silent for a while as Jiying focused on alchemy. Yang Kai and Xia Ning Chang watched together, especially Xia Ning Chang. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Jiying's movements without blinking, and from time to time, a thoughtful look would flash across her face. Condensing liquid, carving spirit arrays, incubating spirit pills, and soon it was time to condense the pills. Jiying's expression turned serious. "Brother Yang, watch carefully. As soon as his words fell, his hands constantly formed seals as he poured a mysterious emperor qi into the pill furnace. Inside the pill furnace, a strange fragrance wafted, and it was obvious that the pill condensing process had begun. After a while, Jiang shouted, "Rise." The lid of the furnace was opened, and a few round, rolling spirit pills flew out and were drawn into a jade bottle that he had prepared long ago. No more, no less, there were exactly 9 pills. 9 was an extreme number. An alchemist, no matter how good their technique was, could only refine 9 spirit pills at most. This was something that even the great emperors of wondrous pills could not avoid. With Emperor Ji Ying's identity as an alchemist, refining such a Dao source-grade spirit pill, even if he did not use his newly developed pill-condensing technique, he could still refine 9 spirit pills. However, Yang Kai could see that this technique was indeed unique, so he calmed down and carefully reviewed it for a while before discussing it with Ji Ying. The discussions of alchemists were not limited to theory. Naturally, they also had to experiment. Therefore, Yang Kai also took out his own alchemy furnace and some herbs and began to refine the spirit Dan. When it was time to condense the spirit Dan, he used Ji Ying's method to compare the advantages and disadvantages. Furnace after furnace of experimental spirit pills were refined and time slowly passed, but Ji Ying did not show the slightest sign of fatigue. Instead, her eyes grew brighter and brighter. His discussion with Yang Kai was indeed correct. In the past few days, he had found that there were still some flaws in his technique, but he had slowly made up for them through mutual verification with Yang Kai, which naturally made him very happy. After a full 5 days, the two of them put away the pill furnace and walked out of the pill room together. Ji Ying was in a good mood and ordered several disciples to prepare a banquet to entertain Yang Kai. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. Yang Kai gave Xia Ning Chang a look, and Xia Ning Chang immediately understood and picked up the wine jug to pour wine for the two of them. After toasting for 3 rounds, Ji Ying slapped her head and said, my bad, I haven't asked for this young lady's name yet." Saying so, she stood up and looked at Xia Ning Chang with an apologetic expression. Moreover, the two of you are husband and wife, so it would be more convenient for you to give her pointers. Why go so far? Yang Kai smiled bitterly, Brother Ji is too kind. But as you know, I don't have much time to teach her. When Ji Ying heard this, he knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. He had stayed in the High Heaven Palace for a long time, but he basically didn't meet Yang Kai face to face. This guy seemed to be very secretive all year round, so how could he have the time to teach others? Ji Ying nodded slightly. If that's the case, this Ji is willing to help, but, there was no buts. Yang Kai immediately cut him off and signaled to Xia Ning Chang with his eyes, Ning Chang, come and greet your master. Ji Ying's cultivation was in the Emperor realm, and he was also an alchemy master. He was definitely qualified to be Xia Ning Chang's master. Although he and Ji Ying called each other brothers, this wouldn't hinder Xia Ning Chang's matters. At most, they would just teach their own master. Ji Ying was the direct disciple of the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors, so he had learned the Wondrous Pill Great Emperor's alchemy Dao. If Xia Ning Chang only learned a little from him, he would definitely gain something. However, if he really became Ji Ying's master, it would be different. Ji Ying would definitely teach him everything without holding back. In comparison, Yang Kai naturally wanted Xia Ning Chang to become Ji Ying's master, so it didn't matter if he lost out a little in terms of status. Before coming here, Kai Yang had already informed Xia Ning Chang, so at this time, she naturally knew what to do and quickly bowed down. But before she could even open her mouth, Ji Ying waved her hand and an invisible force held her back, preventing her from bowing. Brother Yang. Ji Ying looked helplessly at Yang Kai and waved his hand, you can't accept this, you can't accept this. If he really accepted Xia Ning Chang as his disciple, how would he and Yang Kai's seniority be calculated in the future? What's more, he wasn't an ordinary alchemy master. He had the entire Medicine Core Valley behind him, so he couldn't just accept a disciple as he pleased. He had to be acknowledged by the Medicine Core Valley first. In addition, he didn't have any intention of accepting a disciple, so he could teach Xia Ningchang a little. Accepting a disciple was a big deal, so how could he be so careless? Even though Xia Ningchang was Yang Kai's wife, before knowing her aptitude, Ji Ying didn't dare to casually accept her as his disciple. Otherwise, he would lose face for the Medicine Core Valley. His several disciples were all dragons and phoenixes among men. In the future, it was very likely that they would all become alchemy masters. Why not? Could it be that Brother Ji is unwilling? Yang Kai thought to himself, since I've already said so much, how can I let you off so easily? Today, you have to accept even if you don't want to. It's not that I'm unwilling, it's just that. Ji Ying was extremely conflicted. Due to the sect's rules, this Ji can't accept a disciple at will. This matter must be reported to Big Brother. Although the Medicine Core Valley was the place where the wondrous pill Great Emperors cultivated, the Great Emperors didn't care about everything. The one in charge of the Medicine Core Valley now was the wondrous pill Great Emperor's eldest disciple, the Big Brother Ji Ying referred to. There's also this sect rule. Yang Kai was stunned, but he also knew that Ji Ying wouldn't lie to him. He understood that his plan was likely to encounter some twists and turns. Yes, otherwise Ji Ying wouldn't refuse. How about this, Brother Yang? I can teach sister-in-law alchemy, but we don't have to be master and disciple. Yang Kai was unwilling. If he casually taught her, how much good could he teach? He tentatively asked, is the Medicine Core Valley still accepting disciples? How could Ji Ying not know what he was planning? He smiled bitterly, we haven't accepted a new disciple in 500 years. However, if there is someone with outstanding aptitude, I'm sure Big Brother won't refuse. Yang Kai laughed when he heard this. Ning Chang, show Brother Ji your skills. Ji Ying looked at him in amazement, feeling a little incredulous. After all, in his opinion, Xia Ningchang didn't have the slightest trace of an alchemist, but Yang Kai seemed to be very confident in her. However, since things had already gotten to this point, Ji Ying could only look at Xia Ningchang and secretly planned to go back and ask Big Brother to accept Xia Ningchang into Medicine Core Valley. After all, he couldn't refuse Yang Kai's request. I'll show you my incompetence, Xia Ningchang said softly, then rummaged through her space ring and took out some herbs. These were all Origin King grade herbs, and there were no higher grade herbs in the Star Territory. This move alone made Ji Ying's eyes light up. You're tuning in to the UnparalleledSwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.